You made it back. Welcome to Dark Tales, where the stories do not end when the screen goes black, they follow you into the hours after. Before I begin, tell me one thing in the comments. What city are you in tonight, and what time does the clock read where you are sitting? I keep a small map in my head of everyone who listens, and I want to know where you are. If this is your first visit, the subscribe button is right there, and the little bell beside it makes sure the next story finds you the moment it is ready. Stay with me, breathe slow, and let us step into it together. They found him 23 days later and 62 feet off the ground, and the report says fall, and I have read that report more times than any person should read anything. A fall goes down. That is the entire quarrel I have with the state of Maryland, and I have never been able to say it out loud in a room where it would matter. My name is Hollis Kerner. I worked 11 years for the Maryland Park Service on the South Mountain Corridor, which is a narrow ribbon of state land running about 40 miles along the ridge from the Potomac River at Weverton up to the Pennsylvania line. The Appalachian Trail runs the spine of it the whole way. I grew up in the Middletown Valley at the foot of it, in a house where my grandmother had a hex sign painted on the barn and would not explain it. Before the park job, I spent 6 years as a 911 dispatcher for the county. 6 years of night shift in a windowless room, taking the worst 4 minutes of strangers' lives at a rate of 9 an hour. And if you have ever done that work, you know that it ends one of two ways. Either you become somebody your family does not recognize, or you get out. I got out at 32. South Mountain is not a big mountain. That is the thing people from out west never understand about the Appalachians. The ridge tops out around 2,000 feet, but it is old, older than the Atlantic Ocean, and it is steep on the west side, and it is covered in a forest that does not let you see. Chestnut oak and hickory on the ridge, mountain laurel underneath, in thickets that go for acres, table mountain pine and pitch pine on the driest ground. And there are the talus fields, the boulder slopes where the quartzite has been shedding off the ridge for 100 million years, acres of rock the size of appliances, all of it loose, all of it covered in lichen, and a man who goes into a talus field in the wrong light will break a leg in 90 seconds. There is history in that ground so thick that you dig a fire ring and hit it. The Battle of South Mountain was fought over those 3 gaps in September of 1862. Before that, the whole ridge was cut over for charcoal to feed the iron furnaces, and if you walk the side slopes you will find the hearths, flat round platforms 30 feet across where the colliers stacked and burned the wood, and there are hundreds of them out there under the leaves. My duties: patrol the corridor, coordinate with the Trail Club and the Appalachian Trail Conservancy, maintain shelters and privies, manage the day use areas, run permits and camping compliance, handle medical calls on the trail, and support search and rescue with the county and the state. The people who matter. Marisol Prieto was the Ridge Runner 2 of those seasons, 25, paid a small stipend to hike the section over and over from May to October, talk to hikers, pack out trash, and report problems. She was an ornithology graduate, and she carried binoculars that cost more than her car. Aubrey Stull was the park manager, 60, 32 years in, a woman who could recite the acreage of every parcel the state had ever bought on that ridge, and who was fighting a losing budget war about privy pumping. And there was a man named Dutch Yingling who had an orchard on the west slope, and who was 79, and who had retired out of the state game warden service in 1998. The hawks are how it started. If you do not know, the ridge is a migration corridor. In September, raptors coming south out of New England and Canada ride the updraft off the western slope, and they follow the ridge line for hundreds of miles because the lift is free. On the right day in mid-September, you can stand at the overlook near the Washington Monument, the old stone one, not the one in the city, and count broad-winged hawks going over in kettles of 200 and 300 at a time. There are volunteers who sit up there every day of the season with clickers and a logbook, and they have been doing it since the 1950s, and the data goes back further than most people's families. The second week of September that year, the hawks stopped using about a 3-mile section of the ridge. They did not stop migrating. They flared. The counters at the overlook noticed it before anybody, because they sit and watch that sky for 8 hours a day, and they know exactly where the birds should be. The kettles were coming up the ridge and then breaking west, out over the valley, and picking the ridge back up 2.5 miles north. The volunteer who kept the log that year was a retired school teacher, and she came into the office with a printout and said, "Something is up there." Aubrey Stoll sent me to look, mostly to be polite. I walked that section on the 15th of September, and I want to describe what I found, in order. First, it was quiet in a way I did not have a name for. Not silent. There was wind in the oaks. There were no birds at all. In September on that ridge you should have chickadees and titmice and nuthatches working the canopy constantly, and there was nothing. For about 2 miles, and then at the north end I walked out of it, and a chickadee scolded me from 6 feet away and I actually stopped walking. Second, the smell. It came and went with the wind, and it was in the area of the talus. It was ammonia, old ammonia, the way a barn loft smells where owls or bats have been for years, and under it a smell like a wet crawl space. Third, and this is the part I did not report, because how would you word it? There was material on the rocks. On the talus field on the west face there were smears on the quartzite about the size of a dinner plate, chalky white and gray, streaked downward, bird lime, raptor whitewash, that is normal on a cliff where hawks perch. It was 15 feet up the face of a boulder, on a rock with no perch above it, and there were 9 or 10 of them. I wrote a report that said unusual wildlife activity, no hazard identified, and I filed it. 19 days later I found the first deer. It was off the trail maybe 80 yards, down toward the talus, and I found it because of the flies. It was a yearling doe, and it was up in the crotch of a chestnut oak, wedged where 3 limbs came together, and I estimated the height at 22 feet. I have the photograph, and later somebody with a rangefinder made it 25. Bears climb. Bears do not carry a 60-pound deer up a chestnut oak with no low limbs, and wedge it into a crotch. The state of Maryland has no mountain lions. I am aware of what people say. The eastern cougar was declared extinct in 2011, and every confirmed animal in the east since has been traced to Florida or the west, and even a cougar caches on the ground under debris. Leopards put kills in trees. There are no leopards on South Mountain. I found 3 more over the next 5 weeks. 1 deer, 1 large dog that had been somebody's, and 1 that I could not identify because there was not enough of it. And all 3 were between 18 and 30 feet up, wedged. None of them showed the tearing pattern I know from bear or coyote. What was gone cleanly, and what was left, and every one of them was missing the same thing, which was everything from the neck up. I took the photographs to Aubrey Stull, and she looked at them for a long time, and then she said, "Do not put these in the shared drive." She was not covering anything up. She was protecting me. She said, "Hollis, we have 120,000 people on this trail a year, and a legislature that is looking for a reason to cut us. And if these get out with your name on them, you will be the ranger with the monster photographs for the next 25 years. She said, "Keep them, date them, do not publish them." I still have them. The wind is the part I have never been able to explain to anybody, and it is the part I dream about. 4 times that autumn, on that section of ridge, in still conditions, a wind came down through the canopy from directly above. Not along, down. The oak leaves would go all at once, a hard slap of air pushing straight down through the canopy, and the leaf litter would lift off the ground in a circle maybe 40 feet across, and then it would be still again. The first time I stood there and looked up into a canopy at 80 feet with the light coming through it, and saw nothing but leaves. The third time I heard the sound that goes with it. It was not a call, it was a mechanical sound, and the only honest comparison I have is the pressure whistle a locomotive makes, or the noise a large flock of pigeons makes going off a barn roof, if you slowed it down and put it in one throat. It lasted about 2 seconds, and it came from up and to the north, and then there was nothing. That is when I went to see Dutch Yingling, because he was the only person I could think of who was both old enough and stubborn enough. He had me in his kitchen with the television on mute, and he let me talk for 10 minutes, and then he turned the television off, which from him was an event. He said, "My mother called it the Schnellergeist." I asked him to say it again. He said it is German, fast spirit. He said the valley people who came over in the 1700s brought it with them, and that by the time he was a boy in the 40s everybody said, "Snallygaster," which is what happens when a German word spends 200 years in an English mouth. He said his grandmother painted a hex sign on the barn, and that the reason was to keep it off the stock, and that she was not a superstitious woman about anything else in her life. I asked him if he had ever seen anything in 50 years of game warden work. He said no. Then he said, "I have found things." He told me about a heifer in 1971 on a farm below Fox's Gap that was found in the fork of a walnut tree in a fence line, and that the farmer wanted a bounty and the state told him a prankster did it with a tractor loader, and that there was no loader on that farm and no tire tracks in a wet field. He told me that in 1983 they had a man go missing out of the Greenbrier area, and that he was found 5 weeks later high up a hillside above where the dogs alerted, and that he had a broken back and no other injuries, and the ruling was a fall. He said, "Hollis, in every one of these, the person or the animal is found higher than they should be, and the paper says they went down." Then he told me the only advice I got from anybody the whole time. He said, "It does not hunt the trail. It hunts the open. Do not stand in the gaps at dusk, and do not stand out on the rock." The man who went missing was named Peter Volante, and he was 52 years old, from Delaware, and he was section hiking the Appalachian Trail in 3-week pieces the way a lot of people do, who have a job and a family. He signed the register at one shelter on the evening of the 8th of October, and he did not sign the next one, 8.5 miles north. His car was at a road crossing. He had told his wife he would call from a town stop on the 10th. She called us on the 11th. We ran it hard. Maryland State Police Aviation, County SAR, 3 dog teams, the Trail Club, 140 volunteers over 11 days. That corridor is narrow, which sounds like it makes searching easy, and it does not, because the Laurel and the Talus mean you cover ground at maybe 1/10 of a mile an hour, and you can walk past a person at 15 feet. I was on the ground for 9 of those 11 days. On the 4th day, 2 separate dog teams alerted within 100 yards of each other on the west slope, below the trail, above the Talus. Both handlers put their dogs into the Talus, and both dogs quit. One of them sat down and looked up. We searched down from there for 6 days. That is protocol, and that is correct, because gravity is a real thing, and a person who is hurt goes downhill, and a body goes downhill. We found nothing. The search was suspended on the 22nd. A trail maintainer found him on the 31st of October while he was cutting a blowdown, and the reason he found him was that a rope from Volante's pack had come loose and was hanging. He was 62 feet up in a chestnut oak on the edge of the Talus field, roughly 90 yards above and north of where both dogs had alerted. The tree had a clean trunk with no limbs for the first 35 feet. He was in the fork. His pack was on the ground at the base, not thrown, sitting upright against the trunk with the hip belt fastened, the way a man leaves it when he is coming right back. The recovery took 11 hours and required a technical rope team from 2 counties. The medical examiner in Baltimore ruled the cause of death as multiple blunt force injuries and the manner as accident, with the note that the injuries were consistent with a fall from height. I have no argument with the injuries. The man had massive trauma. He was found 62 feet up a tree with no climbable limbs, in a section of forest where the canopy above him was intact. There is one line in the recovery documentation about the condition of the remains that I am not going to repeat, out of respect for a widow who is still alive, and who wrote me a Christmas card for 4 years. I will say only that what was missing was the same thing that had been missing from the deer. My own part of this happened 3 weeks after the recovery, on the 20th of November, and it is short. I was closing a gate at a road crossing at about 5:30 in the evening, which in late November is nearly full night. I was on the ridge in the open at a gap, which is the exact thing Dutch Yingling told me not to do. And I had forgotten because a man cannot hold that kind of instruction in his head for 2 months while doing a job. The chain was in my hand when the air came down. I have tried for 6 years to find a better description, and I do not have one. It came down on top of me hard enough to buckle my knees, and it smelled of ammonia, and it made that pressure whistle at a volume that I felt in my teeth, and it went past over my head from south to north at a speed I could not track. I went down on the gravel. I put my left forearm on the edge of a rock and opened it up along the bone, 22 stitches. My right ear has never worked properly since, and there is a specialist in Hagerstown who has a theory about barotrauma that he is not able to prove. I never saw it. I want to be very clear, because the value of anything I am telling you rests on my not pretending. I was face down in road gravel with my arms over my head like a man in a tornado, and I did not look up. And if I had looked up, I do not know that I would have seen anything, because it was full dusk and it was already gone. What I have is a torn arm, a dead ear, and 11 seconds. The incident report I filed says that I fell while securing a gate. I wrote that myself. I am not proud of it, and I did it because I had 2 children in middle school and a state pension I was 19 years into, and because I had watched what a strange report does to a career. Aubrey Stull read it and signed it and looked at me across the desk and said, "Are you all right?" And I said yes, and neither of us said anything else about it, and she retired the following spring. Marisol Prieto did not come back for a 3rd season. She went to a graduate program in Ohio, and she is doing well and she is published. 2 years ago she sent me a message with no context at all that said, "Do you remember that the birds went around?" And I wrote back yes, and she never answered. Dutch Yingling died in 2021. I put in 11 years total, and then I took a facilities job with the county, and I do not go up on the ridge anymore, except once a year in September, in the middle of the day in a group. I know exactly how this sounds. I know that South Mountain is a state park with a paved overlook and a parking lot and 40,000 cars a year, and that the Appalachian Trail carries school groups over it, and that what I am describing cannot possibly be living on a ridge inside an hour of Washington. I am not asking you to believe there is a creature. Dutch Yingling never used the word creature in his life, and neither did his grandmother, who just painted a sign on a barn and got on with the milking. I am asking you to hold 4 facts next to each other and see what shape they make. Migrating hawks that have used that ridge for 10,000 years went around a 3-mile piece of it for a month. 4 large animals were found wedged high in trees with no low limbs. 2 trained dogs alerted at the bottom of a slope and would not work the rock above it. And a man was found 62 feet in the air with his pack sitting buckled at the foot of the tree, and the paperwork says he fell. If you hike South Mountain, hike it. It is a good trail through beautiful country, and you will almost certainly have nothing but a fine day and sore feet. But if you come up into a gap at dusk and you notice that there are no birds working the canopy, and the air smells faintly like a barn loft, do not stop to figure out why. Do not step out onto the open rock for the view. Do not put your pack down. Get under the laurel, where the canopy is low and tangled and nothing can come down through it, and stay there until the light is fully gone or fully up. That is the whole of what I learned in 11 years, and it cost me an ear. The intern found the pattern, not me. She was 22 years old, and she was supposed to be scanning old incident reports into a database. And she came into the office on a Thursday afternoon in March, holding a legal pad, and she said, "Ranger Boyd, can I show you something that is probably nothing?" It was not nothing. It was 51 years of nothing, all lined up in one column, and once I saw it I could not stop seeing it, and 8 months later a woman I liked very much walked up that trail and did not come back. My name is Cyrus Boyd. I worked 14 years for the Virginia State Park System, the last 9 of them at a highland park on the Blue Ridge Escarpment in the southwest corner of the state, in the country where the mountains stop being scenic and start being serious. I came to it sideways. I was a high school earth science teacher for 6 years in Roanoke, and I was good at it, and I quit anyway. In the spring of a year when my mother was dying in Galax and I needed to be an hour from her instead of 3, I took a maintenance job at the park because it was the only thing open, and I cut grass and pumped privies for 18 months, and then a ranger position came up, and I had a science degree and a clean record, and nobody else applied. My mother died in October of my 2nd year. I stayed. There was nothing left in Roanoke, and there was a mountain here. The park sits between 3,000 and just over 5,000 feet, which in the southern Appalachians is high enough to change everything. Below 4,000 it is oak and hickory forest like the rest of the region. Above it, on the north slopes and in the coves, you get red spruce and Fraser fir, which is not supposed to be in Virginia at all. It is a leftover, a pocket of boreal forest that got stranded when the glaciers pulled back 12,000 years ago, and the climate warmed, and the only place it could survive was up high where it stayed cold. Walking from the parking lot to the summit of that mountain, you pass through the same forest types you would cross driving from Virginia to Quebec. The high ground is balds and heath, grassy balds nobody can fully explain, and heath balds that are solid rhododendron and blueberry and sand myrtle over rock. There are boulder fields on the north face where frost has been prying the rock apart for 1,000,000 years, and if you put your hand into a gap between 2 boulders in July, cold air comes out of it. They call those cold air seeps or talus vents. There is ice in the bottom of some of them in June. Weather on that summit is a separate country. The park gets over 60 inches of precipitation a year, and rime ice in winter that coats every tree on the ridge in a 2-inch shell of white. Fog, 200 days a year. The temperature at the visitor center and the temperature at the summit can differ by 15 degrees, and a front can put 400 feet of visibility down to 40 in 11 minutes. I timed it once. There are black bear. There are timber rattlers in the rock. There are no wolves and no cougars, and I am not going to tell you there are. Our staff was small. Me, one other full-time ranger, 3 seasonals, and a maintenance man named Pruitt Yancey who had been there 26 years and who knew the location of every water line, every buried junction box, and every unmarked grave on that mountain. The other people in this account, Odessa Fain was my counterpart ranger, 34, a serious backcountry skier who drove to West Virginia every weekend in winter and who had an ongoing project of climbing every named peak in Virginia over 4,000 feet. She kept a list in a waterproof notebook. She had 11 left. Colleen Rambo was the intern, 22, a recreation management student from a state school in the Piedmont, and she had the specific gift that separates people who will be good at this work from people who will not, which is that she wrote things down. And there was a woman named Hetty Sparrow, 86, who lived in a house on a road below the park, and who had worked in the park's dining hall from 1968 to 1994. The trail is a spur. I am not going to name it, and there is a reason which I will get to. It runs about 2 3/4 miles from a junction near the summit down and across the north face, through the spruce and the boulder fields, and it ends at an overlook on a rock outcrop above a drainage. It is not the hardest trail in the park, and it is not the most popular. Call it a middle trail. A family with teenagers does it in an afternoon. Colleen's legal pad had 6 names on it. The dates were 1971, 1981, 1991, 2002, 2011, and 2021. All 6 were missing person incidents originating on that spur. All 6 were between the last week of September and the second week of November. 4 of the 6 were never found. 2 were recovered, one in 1981 at the base of the drainage in a way that made sense, and one in 2011 that did not. Colleen had put the year of each one in the left column and drawn a line down the page, and at the bottom she had written, in pencil, 10 years. I told her it was a coincidence. I want that in the record because it is what I said, and it was wrong. Here is why I said it. 6 incidents in 51 years is not a lot for a park that takes 250,000 visitors a year. Missing person calls happen. Autumn is peak visitation because of leaf color, so an autumn cluster is what you would expect. And a spur trail that ends at an overlook above a 2,000-foot drainage is exactly where people go off the edge. Colleen said, okay. Then she said, but can I keep pulling the files? I said yes, because she was doing the scanning anyway. She spent 6 weeks on it, and what she brought me in May was not a legal pad. It was 31 pages. She had pulled every original report, every search log, every dispatch tape transcript that survived, and the newspaper coverage out of the microfilm at the regional library in Wytheville, and she had built a table. The table had columns I would never have thought to make. Weather at time of loss. Every one of the 6 had gone missing in fog, not just cloud. All 6 reports used the word fog, or the phrase visibility under 50 feet. Party composition. 5 of the 6 were with other people. That is the column that stopped me. 5 of the 6 had somebody standing within earshot when they disappeared. Last known location. All 6 were on the last half mile of the spur, between the second boulder field and the overlook. And a column she had labeled, in her handwriting, statements not investigated. That column had 5 entries. 1971, from a brother-in-law. Subject said he heard someone calling from the rocks. 1981, from a wife. He said his father was down there. Father deceased 1969. 1991, from a friend. She asked me twice if I heard a child. 2002, from a hiking partner. He stepped off the trail toward the talus and said, hold on, somebody is down in there. 2011, from a coworker. She said she could hear water running, and there is no water there. Colleen had circled 2002 twice. I read that table 3 times sitting at my own desk, and then I got up and walked outside and stood in the parking lot for a while. Here's what I need you to understand about that column. because it is the only argument I am ever going to make in this whole account. Auditory hallucination in the outdoors is real and documented and boring. People hear their names in white noise. It is called pareidolia, and it happens in wind and running water, and it happens to everybody. If Colleen had found 5 reports of people hearing something, I would have shrugged. What she found was 5 reports of people hearing something specific enough to walk toward, in fog, off a trail, into a boulder field, with a companion standing right there. That is not the same thing. That is a decision, made 5 times by 5 people who did not know each other across 40 years, in the same 400 yards of mountain. I took it to my park manager. He was a decent man in an impossible budget position, and he read the whole thing and he said what a manager has to say, which was that we could not close a trail on a pattern, and that he would support a hazard assessment. So we did a hazard assessment. Odessa Fain and I spent 4 days in June on the last half mile of that spur, with a laser rangefinder and 100 meters of tape and a camera, documenting the talus. The boulder field on that section is about 3 acres, and it is not a slope of loose rock. It is a jumble of blocks the size of trucks that have peeled off the escarpment over an unimaginable stretch of time, and they are stacked with voids between them, and the voids go down. We probed 11 of them with a length of surveyor's fiberglass. 4 bottomed out inside 12 feet. 3 went past our 25-foot rod. 1 took the whole rod and a dropped rock that we listened to for a long moment before it hit anything. Odessa was lying on her stomach with her head over one of them, and she rolled onto her side and looked at me and said, "Cyrus, if a person goes into one of these, we are not getting them out. Not the body, not anything." Then she said the other thing, and I have gone back to it 1,000 times. She said, "Do you feel the air?" The talus vents were blowing that day, cold air coming up out of the rock, 38 or 40 degrees on an 80-degree afternoon, and it comes out with a sound. It is not a whistle. It is a low, breathy movement, and where 2 voids connect it modulates, and I stood on that boulder field in bright daylight with a rangefinder in my hand and listened to 3 acres of rock exhale in a way that rose and fell. I want to be fair. That is a mechanism. That is a real physical explanation for a sound that could resemble a voice, and I put it in the assessment, and it is probably the answer. It does not explain a man saying his dead father's name. I went to see Hetty Sparrow in August. Pruitt Yancey drove me, because she would not have opened the door to me alone. She sat in a recliner with an oxygen line, and she was sharp as a tack. She had worked in that park for 26 years, and she had opinions about every superintendent since Nixon. I asked her about the spur. She said, "We did not send the girls down there." I asked her what she meant. She said that when she started in the dining hall in 1968, the seasonal staff was mostly college girls in a dormitory, and that there was a rule that was not a written rule, which was that nobody walked that spur after 4 in the afternoon, and nobody walked it alone in the fall, and that the woman who ran the kitchen enforced it like scripture and never explained it. I asked her if she ever heard why. She said one time, "Ruby Doss told me, and Ruby was born in 1911 up in that hollow before there was a park." She said Ruby told her that her people did not gather on that face. Not for chestnuts before the blight, not for berries, not for Galex. They went around. And that when Ruby was a girl, the reason given was that the rocks answered. I asked what that meant. Hetty Sparrow said, "It meant if you called out over there, something called back, and it did not call back in your voice." Then she said, and Ruby said her grandmother said the same thing, and her grandmother was born before the war. I asked her which war. She looked at me like I was slow and said, "The war." Then she said the last thing, and I have never been able to decide what to do with it. She said, "They never said it was a haunt." Ruby was a churchwoman, and she would not have used that word. She said her grandmother called it a place where the mountain is thin. I did not close the trail. I want to be honest about this because it is the thing I actually have to live with. I wrote a hazard assessment that recommended 1. Permanent closure of the last half mile from the second boulder field to the overlook, or 2. If closure was not feasible, seasonal closure from the 15th of September to the 15th of November, and 3. At minimum, signage and a physical barrier of split rail on the talus side. The assessment went up in July. In September I got approval for the signage and the split rail. The closure was denied because that overlook is one of 2 named viewpoints in the park, and it is on the map, and it is in the brochure, and The park had lost 11% of its visitation in 3 years. That decision was made by people who read a document. I do not blame any individual for it, and I have tried very hard not to, and I have not entirely succeeded. We put the signs up on the 29th of September. Odessa and I carried the split rail in ourselves over 2 days because there was no money for a crew. Odessa Fain went missing on the 11th of November. She was not on duty. That is the part that I could not explain to the family, and could not explain to the investigators, and cannot explain now. It was her day off, and she went up alone in the afternoon to do something on the spur, and the last thing she said to Pruitt Yancey in the maintenance yard was that she wanted to check whether the rail we set on the west end had frost heaved. That is a completely ordinary sentence. That is a person doing a small conscientious thing on their own time because they built it with their hands. The fog came in that afternoon. It was on the ridge by 3 and it was solid by 4. I have the observations from the summit weather station. Visibility under 50 meters from 1540 onward. Temperature falling from 44 to 31. Wind out of the northwest at 9, gusting 19. Her car was in the lot at 7, and the park was closed, and the gate was locked. We started at 8 that night with the 8 of us who could be raised, and by midnight we had the county, and by 6 in the morning we had a full search with the state police and 2 dog teams and 30 volunteers from 3 counties, and it grew from there. 11 days. Over 400 searcher days total. A helicopter with FLIR, twice, in the only 2 weather windows we got. Her hat was on the trail 210 yards short of the overlook, at the edge of the second boulder field, and it was not thrown and it was not caught in anything. It was sitting on a rock beside the trail, with the brim up. The dogs alerted at 3 points along the north edge of the talus, and would not follow any of them past the first tier of boulders, which any handler will tell you is what dogs do on talus, because scent pools in the voids and comes back up in the wrong places, and the whole field lights up like a switchboard. We put technical teams into 11 of the voids with rope. 2 of them went past 100 feet. There is no bottom to that mountain that a person can reach. We searched the drainage below the overlook for 6 days on the reasonable theory that she went over the edge, because that is the theory that has an ending. We did not find her. She has not been found. I resigned in March. I did not resign because I was afraid of the mountain. I resigned because on the 14th of November, on the 4th day of the search, I was standing on the north edge of that boulder field in fog at about 4 in the afternoon, and I heard her. I heard Odessa Fain say my name, from below and to my right, about 40 feet out into the rock. It was not distorted. It was not wind. It was her voice at conversational volume saying Cyrus, once, and then again about 5 seconds later. I went out onto the talus. Of course I did. Any person would. I got maybe 30 feet, hopping block to block in fog with no visibility. And I stopped because I had put my foot on a rock that shifted, and standing there breathing hard, I heard it a 3rd time. It came from behind me, from the direction I had just walked, from the trail. I stood on a boulder in the fog for what my radio log says was 14 minutes without moving. When it stopped, I went back, and I got to the trail, and there was nobody on it. I reported it. I reported it fully and in writing that same night, including the 3rd one, and to the credit of everybody involved, nobody laughed at me, because there were 60 people on that mountain by then and I was not the only one hearing things and everybody knew it. There is a line in the Search After Action review about auditory confusion among searchers in the talus environment and a recommendation about pairing. I know what pareidolia is. I taught the physics of standing waves to 16-year-olds for 6 years. I also know that I have a wife and I know what she sounds like from the next room. And I knew Odessa Fain for 9 years and I heard her voice say my name 3 times on that rock and the 3rd one came from a place I had walked through 11 seconds earlier. Colleen Rambo finished her degree. She works for a park system in another state now and she is very good at it, and she and I talk 2 or 3 times a year. Last fall she asked me the question she has been circling since she was 22. She asked, "What do you think it is?" I told her the truth, which is that I have 4 explanations and I hold all of them at once, and none of them fit. That the talus vents make sound and fog makes people stupid and the human brain is a machine for finding voices in noise, and that 6 people over 51 years walked off a trail because their own heads told them to. That there is something down in the rock, in the cold and the void, and it has been there since before Ruby Doss's grandmother, and it does not hunt so much as fish. But the mountain is thin there. Whatever an 86-year-old woman in a recliner meant by that. Or that all of it is chance, and that if you take any trail in America and pull 51 years of paper, you will find a pattern. Because that is what humans do with paper. Then I told her the only thing I actually recommend to anybody. The next one is due in 2031. That is not a prophecy. It is a column and a table an intern built, and every one of those years came with a body of water in the fog, and a person who heard something and stepped off a trail. If you are ever on a mountain in the Appalachians in the fall, in the fog, on rock, and you hear somebody call your name from out in the boulders, do not answer. Do not go and look. Do not tell yourself that it would be unforgivable to walk away from a person who might be hurt down in there, because that is the exact thought that every one of them had, and it is a good thought, and it is the hook. Put your hand on the shoulder of whoever is with you, and walk to the trailhead, and call it in from the parking lot. Let somebody with a rope and a radio and a second person decide what is down in the rock. And if you are alone, then walk out alone, and be a coward, and be alive. I took the job as a ranger in the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest because I needed distance from people. After 15 years working in Seattle's Urban Parks Department, I was burned out, tired of filing permits, managing budgets, mediating disputes between joggers and cyclists. When the posting came through for a remote station near the Cascades, I didn't hesitate. The salary was half what I made downtown, but the isolation felt like a promotion. The ranger station sat 3 miles up a service road from the nearest town, Trout Lake, population 800. My supervisor, a weathered man named Frank who'd worked these mountains for 32 years, gave me a 2-day orientation before disappearing back to the main office. He left me with a radio, a battered field guide to local wildlife, and a warning I didn't take seriously enough. "People go missing up here," he said, not looking at me directly. "We find them usually, sometimes we don't. Keep your wits about you, and don't go wandering off the marked trails after dark. There's things out here that don't show up in official reports." I smiled at what I assumed was an old ranger's attempt at spooky storytelling. I was 38 years old, practical, and believed in explanations. Bears attack. People get lost. Animals starve or get injured and die. The world operated on cause and effect. That was October 15th. By March, I would understand that the wilderness doesn't operate on any logic we impose on it. The first sign came in early November, during a routine patrol along the Mirror Lake Trail. The weather had turned cold, and snow was coming in from the north. I was cataloging storm damage when I found the deer, a mule deer buck no more than 3 years old by the size of it. It was splayed against a massive Douglas fir, positioned in a way that made my stomach turn. The animal was facing the tree, its front legs nearly vertical against the trunk, as if it had tried to climb it. Its back legs were extended, hooves still in the soft ground. The spine was broken, not snapped by a fall, but bent backward so severely that the ribs had punctured through the hide from the inside. There was no blood, no claw marks, nothing predatory about it. I radioed it into Frank, describing what I'd found. The static crackled for a long moment before his voice came back, tighter than before. "Take a photo. Mark the location. Don't touch it." When I pressed him about what might cause that kind of injury, he went quiet. "Could be anything out there," he finally said. "Weather, terrain, animals panicking. You learn not to ask too many questions in those woods." I didn't listen to that advice, of course. I spent that night researching at the ranger station, scrolling through wildlife databases and veterinary texts. Stress-induced myopathy could cause muscle breakdown severe enough to snap bones, but that usually left evidence. Torn muscles, hemorrhaging, signs of extreme exertion. This deer looked like something had grabbed it and twisted it, deliberately and with terrible force. By early December, I'd found 3 more animals. A elk calf positioned similarly. 2 smaller creatures, maybe raccoons or badgers, too decomposed to be certain, arranged in patterns that suggested intention rather than accident. None of them bore marks I could identify. None of them made sense. I kept detailed notes. I photographed everything. I told myself I was being thorough. Internally, I was beginning to feel something that I recognized as real, grinding dread. January brought the snow in earnest. The mountains around the station transformed into something both Beautiful and suffocating. Roads became impassable. Phone service became unreliable. I was effectively alone, checking in by radio twice daily with dispatch in Cougar, 15 miles away. I should have requested a transfer. Everything in me that still held on to rational thinking was sending up warning flags. But something else, curiosity, or maybe the slow erosion of my urban skepticism, kept me there. I wanted to know what was happening in these woods. The tracks appeared on January 18th, after a heavy snowfall the night before. I found them near Bear Creek Canyon, where I'd been clearing deadfall from a maintenance trail. The prints started in the snow-covered meadow and led north toward the thicker forest. They were bipedal, 2 feet only, and they covered impossible distances. Each stride was nearly 8 feet apart, and the prints themselves were roughly 16 inches long. What struck me most was their depth. The pressure points suggested something extraordinarily heavy, but the stride pattern indicated the creature was moving at speed, possibly running. There were no claw marks, no distinction between toes and heel that I could identify, just broad, undefined impressions that could have been made by something wearing a shoe, or something with completely different foot structure than anything in the guidebooks. I followed the trail for 3 hours, my heart rate climbing with each advancement. The tracks remained pristinely visible, never wavering, moving in a straight line through terrain that should have demanded more lateral movement. No animal I knew of moved like that, so economically, so directly, so intentionally. Around mile marker 3 from where I'd started, the tracks simply stopped. In the middle of an open area, with no obstacles, no reason for deviation, they ended. There were no tracks leading away, no disturbance in the surrounding snow. It was as if whatever had made them had simply ceased to exist. I sat on a fallen log in that clearing for 20 minutes, my breathing loud inside my own head. My practical mind offered explanations. A person on snowshoes, a hiker I'd missed, someone from town out hunting. But snowshoes left different patterns, and the stride length violated everything I knew about human biomechanics. That night, I made a decision that would define the rest of my tenure. I called Frank. "I'm seeing tracks," I said without preamble. "Big ones. Not matching any animal I can identify. Not bear, not elk. I think something else is out here." The line went quiet so long I thought we'd lost connection. "How big?" Frank's voice had changed. The avuncular tone was gone. 16 inches, maybe larger. 8-foot stride. Bipedal. Another pause. "Tomorrow at dawn. Drive to the north access point at Highway 141. There's a cabin there that the service maintains. Meet me at sunrise. And Riley, don't go back to where you saw those tracks tonight. Just stay inside." I'd never told him my name was Riley. I hadn't mentioned what I did or didn't do. My hands were trembling as I set the radio down. The cabin sat isolated in a clearing that had been carefully maintained, though I'd never been directed there in my orientation. Frank was already inside when I arrived, sitting at a wooden table with 2 cups of coffee and a bottle of whiskey between them. He looked like he'd aged 5 years since October. His hands shook as he poured a measure of whiskey into each cup. "I promised myself I wouldn't tell anyone what I've seen out here," he began, not meeting my eyes. 20 years ago, I almost died because of what's in these mountains, and I decided then to keep my mouth shut. Keeps people from panicking. Keeps them from looking for explanations that exist outside of reasonable science." He drank half the cup. "But you've already started looking. I could see it in your voice on the radio. You're going to die out here if you don't understand what you're dealing with." What Frank told me over the next 3 hours would reshape everything I thought I knew about the forests I'd committed to protect. He described the first encounter as a younger man, 23 years old, newly hired and eager to prove himself. He'd been checking a backcountry shelter when he heard the sounds, a series of vocalizations that weren't quite howling and weren't quite anything produced by known animals. When he investigated, he found tracks similar to what I'd discovered, 16 to 18 inches, bipedal, arranged in patterns that suggested the creature had been circling the shelter. "I thought it was a hoax," Frank said. "Some local kids trying to scare the new ranger. But when I tracked it, the size became apparent. Whatever made those prints weighed maybe 600 pounds, maybe more. It moved through terrain I couldn't navigate. And when I found where it had been watching the shelter, there was a tree where branches were broken at approximately 7 feet up. Something was standing there, watching inside." Over the following years, Frank said, he'd found evidence of multiple entities. The tracks appeared in different locations, sometimes 5 years apart. Animal remains turned up in configurations that made no sense. Rangers would disappear on routine patrols. Some were found days later, confused and unable to explain where they'd been. Others were never found at all. "What are they?" I asked, though something in me already knew the answer and recoiled from it. Frank pulled out a worn folder from his pack. Inside were photographs. Some Polaroids so old the colors had faded into ghosts of themselves. Some newer digital images. The pictures showed tracks, massive and disturbing. They showed tree bark stripped at impossible heights. One photograph showed what appeared to be a massive paw print, but the structure was too complex, too articulate, too wrong. "There's things," Frank said carefully, "that exist at the edges of established reality. Native people knew about them. They have names and languages we don't speak anymore. Stories that don't translate cleanly. The government doesn't acknowledge them because acknowledging them would require acknowledging a gap in our understanding of the natural world." "You're talking about Bigfoot," I said. It sounded absurd even as I said it. "Sasquatch, the North American ape that doesn't officially exist." Frank nodded. "Among other things, the tracks you found, some of them might be that, but not all. There are at least 3 different patterns I've documented. 3 different things walking these mountains." He spread more photographs across the table. Different track patterns, a hair sample, bagged and labeled, that was dark and coarse and too thick to match any animal I could name. A sketch, crude but detailed, of something that might have been a face, drawn by a ranger in 1987 who'd quit 3 weeks after filing the report. "What about the animals?" I asked. "The deer I found, the broken backs." Frank's expression darkened. "That's not Sasquatch behavior. That's something else, something meaner. The locals call it the Dogman, but that name doesn't do justice to what it is. Taller than tall, 4-legged, sometimes 6, depending on what people have seen. Impossible face, and it kills for reasons we don't understand. Not for food, not for territory, for pleasure maybe, for sport." I wanted to leave. I wanted to drive back to the ranger station, pack my things, and transfer back to Seattle. The fact that I didn't, the fact that I sat there and kept listening, was the moment I crossed a line I couldn't recross. Frank told me about the Wendigo next, and this time he was reading from notes written in a shaking hand, words underlined multiple times for emphasis. The Wendigo was the oldest threat, he said. The most dangerous. It wasn't like the others. It wasn't an animal that could be classified or studied. It was something that emerged from starvation and desperation and the breakdown of human civilization at its edges. It appeared when people were isolated, desperate, dying. It fed on more than flesh. "I've never seen it," Frank said. 32 years and I've never actually laid eyes on it. And I thank God for that. But I found the aftermath. I've talked to survivors, and they're all broken in the same way. They talk about hunger that exists inside their own heads, about wanting to eat things that aren't food, about losing track of what they are. The folder contained case reports dating back to the 1950s. Missing hikers, rangers found dead with evidence of self-inflicted injury, hunters who'd turned their weapons on their own hunting parties, a rescue team that went into the mountains to find a lost family and came back with only 2 survivors, both of them severely malnourished despite being out for less than 48 hours, both babbling incoherently. By the time I returned to the ranger station, I'd made a choice that seemed insane even to me. I would stay. I would document what Frank couldn't. I would try to understand the mechanisms behind these encounters. The practical ranger in me was dead, but the investigator had been reborn. February brought 3 separate incidents. The first happened during a routine supply run to Trout Lake. I was driving back to the station, alone on the Forest Service road, when I saw movement at the tree line. Large movement, something that shifted the branches of the fir trees laterally, the way they would move if something massive was pushing through them. I slowed the truck, and for a moment I saw it. A silhouette, roughly humanoid, standing upright beside the road approximately 150 yards away. It was too tall. The proportions were all wrong. When it turned toward the truck, I couldn't make out facial features, but I felt its attention like a physical force. I accelerated. In the rearview mirror, I saw it move, not running, but walking, at a pace that covered ground impossibly fast. I didn't stop until I reached the station. My hands were shaking so badly it took 3 attempts to unlock the door. That night, I found the message scratched into the exterior wall of the ranger station, on the north side where I Wouldn't have noticed it if I hadn't been checking for damage after the windstorm. Parallel gouges in the wooden siding, each 3 inches deep, arranged in patterns that almost looked linguistic but resisted interpretation. Whatever had made them had been standing at approximately 8 feet tall. The scratches were above my head height, even on my tiptoes. The second incident came on February 14th. I was conducting maintenance on the Mirror Lake Trail when I heard the vocalization, a sound that defied categorization. It was high-pitched and low-pitched, simultaneously, layered in a way that hurt my ears. It contained structures that seemed almost linguistic, and underneath it ran a frequency that I felt in my chest, rather than heard with my ears. The sound came from the forest to the east, maybe half a mile away, and when it stopped, the silence afterward was absolute. No birds, no wind, no ambient forest noise, just the sound of my own breathing, which seemed obscenely loud. I radioed for backup, but by the time another ranger arrived 3 hours later, everything was normal. We found nothing. The ranger, a man named Owen who'd worked the station for 4 years, looked at me carefully when I finished describing what I'd heard. "You need to get out of here," he said quietly. "Frank warned you about this place, didn't he? I can see it in your face. He told you about the things that live here." I didn't answer. Owen nodded like I'd confirmed his suspicion. "I'm leaving," he said. "I put in my transfer request last month. I'm going down to the Columbia River Gorge, as low elevation as they can put me. Those woods, they're not right, and they know. Whatever's out there, it knows when humans are paying attention to it. It knows when they're looking, and it doesn't like it." The third incident was the worst. It was February 27th, late afternoon, when I found the remains. I was following up on an old trail that hadn't been maintained in years, clearing deadfall and checking for erosion damage. The path led through a dense section of old-growth forest, and the darkness under the canopy was nearly complete even in daylight. My flashlight beam caught movement 30 feet ahead, something dark on the forest floor. As I approached, my mind tried to process what I was seeing and kept failing. It was a human body, or what remained of one. The decomposition was too advanced to determine age or gender with certainty, but the clothing, a tattered ranger uniform, the logo still visible, suggested this had been someone official, someone working. The body was positioned face down in the ferns, and the only reason I could identify it as human was the boots still on the feet and the uniform fragments. Everything else was wrong. The spine was exposed in places where flesh had rotted away, but the vertebrae were fractured in patterns I'd never seen. The limbs were bent backward, joints hyperextended. The skull was cracked in multiple places, but not from impact. From internal pressure, it looked like. The body had been broken by forces that came from the inside. I radioed it in to Frank, my voice steady through some combination of shock and professional training. I didn't touch the body. I didn't approach it any closer. I stood at the edge of the clearing and waited for the response team. The remains were those of a ranger named Harrison, who'd gone missing in 1994. He would have been missing for 25 years. There was no explanation for how a body could persist that long without being found, especially not on a trail that was checked regularly. The medical examiner said the remains showed signs of exposure and animal scavenging, but couldn't explain the bone fractures. He suggested multiple traumas over time, an animal attack followed by exposure followed by more scavenging. He wrote it up officially as an accident. I knew better. I resigned my position on March 15th. After 6 months of employment, my formal letter cited personal reasons and the desire to return to the lower elevations. I left the station in reasonably good condition, filed all reports, and drove away from Gifford Pinchot National Forest without looking back. But the wilderness doesn't let you forget. The things I encountered didn't exist in isolation, and they didn't stop existing just because I decided to leave. In the months after my departure, I compiled my research. I read everything I could find about cryptids and folklore, filtering through the nonsense to identify the patterns that matched my own experiences. What emerged was something that contradicted every principle I'd built my life on. The creatures existed. They existed in a space between official reality and folklore, persistent and undocumented. They weren't myths. They were animals that had learned not to be seen, or entities that existed outside the normal mechanisms of observation and classification. The dogman wasn't metaphorical. It was a predator that hunted within restricted territories and left patterns of evidence that experienced wilderness personnel could read if they knew what to look for. The Bigfoot, What Frank had called the Sasquatch without apology was real, not the ape man of cryptid documentaries, but something more sophisticated. It possessed intelligence. It left evidence deliberately sometimes, hiding at others. It avoided human contact when possible, but maintained presence in claimed territories. It had territories. It had behaviors. It was as real as any other animal in North American wilderness. And the Wendigo was perhaps the most real of all. It wasn't a single entity. It was a state. It was what happened when desperation and isolation and human vulnerability intersected in specific places. It was a transformation that began internally and expressed itself through external horror. Rangers who encountered it didn't return unchanged. They returned broken, or didn't return at all. What I understand now is that the wilderness reserves the right to be mysterious. We map it and measure it and submit it to scientific analysis. But there remain spaces in the deepest forests where the logic of the urban world doesn't apply. There are territories where the rules are different, where creatures persist outside of official existence, where the boundary between rational explanation and acknowledged mystery is deliberately maintained by forces we don't understand. The indigenous people who lived in these mountains for thousands of years knew this. They had ceremonies and taboos and stories specifically designed to navigate these realities. They understood that some places demanded respect born from genuine fear, not symbolic respect for environmental conservation. We lost that understanding. We built the ranger stations and cut the trails and filed the reports in triplicate, convinced that documentation and classification would convert mystery into manageable reality. We were wrong. I have not returned to the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest. I took a position with a university environmental studies program, working with graduate students who study ecosystems from air-conditioned offices. I sleep better at lower elevations. I avoid the mountains during winter. But I remain changed. Every sound in a dark forest triggers the memory of that vocalization. Every unusual animal track reminds me of the impossible prints I followed through the snow. And sometimes, on certain nights when the wind blows from the north, I hear something that makes me remember that the forest is not our space to manage. It is our space to survive in, if we're fortunate, if we remain humble, if we understand that there are things that exist in the deep woods that have no obligation to conform to our understanding of reality. The creatures are still there. The Dogman maintains its territory. The Sasquatch walks the high ridges, and in the darkest places, in the deepest isolation, the Wendigo waits for the desperate and the lost. I know this because I've seen the evidence. I've read the reports that don't exist in official databases. I've spoken to other rangers who've encountered things they can't explain to their supervisors. I've compiled the patterns that emerge from 40 years of disappearances and anomalies and unexplained injuries. The mountains know their own secrets. The wise person accepts this and stays away. But I cannot stay away entirely. Sometimes I dream of those forests, of the way the light filters through the old-growth canopy, of the smell of ancient earth and growing things. And in those dreams I hear it again, that layered vocalization that exists between sound and silence. The voice of something that has lived in those mountains far longer than we have, and will remain long after we're gone. The wilderness doesn't apologize. It doesn't explain itself. It simply exists, indifferent to our theories and our need for understanding, reserving certain truths for itself alone. Those of us who work in those spaces are permitted only glimpses, brief revelations that leave us changed but cautious, aware that our knowledge is incomplete, and that some mysteries are preserved not out of ignorance but out of intention. This is what I learned in 6 months as a park ranger in the Cascade Range. This is what I know to be true. And this is what I tell you now, as a warning. The forests of America are not empty. They are occupied by intelligences that predate our presence and will continue long after we're forgotten. If you venture into the deep wilderness, particularly the high mountain ranges and the old-growth forests, go with respect, go with fear, go with the understanding that you are a guest in a space that has its own rules, its own inhabitants, and its own fierce indifference to human survival. Some mysteries are preserved for a reason. I signed the paperwork in a windowless office in Carson City, Nevada, 3 months after my daughter's medical bills bankrupted me. The man across the desk, William, he said his name was, had kind eyes but a voice that suggested he'd seen things that would make most people quit sleeping. You understand this position requires discretion, William said, sliding the final form across the metal desk. Your family will be told you work in forestry management. The pay is triple what you'd make anywhere else. But the work, he paused, choosing his words carefully. The work is difficult. I'd been a park ranger before the bills started piling up. Before my ex-wife's lawyers bled me dry, and Sarah's leukemia treatments consumed everything I'd saved. I knew forests, knew survival, knew how to track and how to read the land. Those skills, apparently, were exactly what this unnamed government division needed. I understand, I said, though I didn't. Not really. You'll work with a team, William continued. Former military, mostly, good men. You'll receive 2 weeks of training at our facility in Michigan. Then you'll be deployed as needed. Oregon, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, North Carolina. Wherever people go missing in the deep woods. Missing persons work, of a sort. William's expression darkened. The cases we handle, they're the ones that don't make sense. The ones where search and rescue finds things that shouldn't exist. Where experienced hunters vanish without a trace, leaving behind evidence that contradicts everything we understand about nature and human behavior. I should have walked away. Any sensible person would have. But I was 3 months behind on rent. Sarah needed another round of treatment, and I'd spent too many nights staring at credit card statements that might as well have been death sentences. When do I start? The training facility sat deep in Michigan's Upper Peninsula, surrounded by dense pine forests that seemed to swallow sound. Our instructor was a man named James, compact, scarred, with the 1,000-yard stare of someone who'd seen combat up close. He didn't waste time on pleasantries. You're here because you can navigate wilderness, James said on our first morning, addressing the 12 of us assembled in the briefing room. But the wilderness you'll be entering isn't like anything you've encountered. We're not tracking lost hikers or investigating animal attacks. We're hunting things that hunt us. A man to my left, Aiden, according to his name tag, raised his hand. Things? You mean animals? I mean things, James repeated. Every culture has folklore about the wilderness. The Native Americans have the Wendigo and Skinwalkers. European settlers brought stories of the wild hunt and black dogs. Russian immigrants whispered about the Leshy. These aren't just stories, they're warnings, passed down because our ancestors encountered something out there that defied explanation. I caught the eye of Hunter, a broad-shouldered man with a Tennessee drawl who'd been bunking next to me. He looked as skeptical as I felt. James pulled down a screen, projecting a map covered in red pins. These are disappearances in the last decade that fit our profile. Experienced outdoorsmen vanishing in clear weather. Bodies found in impossible locations, 30 feet up in trees, buried in ground too hard to dig, positioned in ways that suggest ritual. Survivors who return with no memory of their time missing, or memories so fractured they stop making sense. He clicked to the next slide. Crime scene photos. A campsite torn apart with a violence that seemed almost purposeful. Trees marked with symbols that hurt to look at directly. And footprints, dozens of them, circling the site, but never entering. You'll work in teams of 4 to 6, James continued. Each team has a tracker, a medic, a communication specialist, and shooters. You'll be given equipment that most people don't believe exists. And you'll follow protocols that will seem insane until they save your life. Over the next 2 weeks, we learn those protocols. Never investigate alone. Never follow lights in the forest after dark. Never respond to voices calling your name. Never turn your back on a tree line. Never, under any circumstances, acknowledge that you've seen something impossible. Doing so, James insisted, made you visible to things that should remain unaware of you. We trained with weapons I'd never seen before. Modified shotguns loaded with shells containing salt and silver. Rifles with specialized rounds, and close-quarters weapons that seemed more suited to medieval warfare than modern tactical operations. We learned first aid for injuries that shouldn't exist. We practiced radio communications with code words designed to convey terror-level threats without saying them aloud. And every night James would share another story, another team lost, another mission that went wrong. Another reminder that we were preparing to face something that couldn't be reasoned with, couldn't be negotiated with, and often couldn't be stopped. Only survived. On our last night, I found James smoking behind the barracks, staring into the dark tree line. You ever think about quitting? I asked. He took a long drag before answering. Every day. Been doing this for 8 years. Lost count of how many team members I've watched disappear. He turned to look at me, and in the dim light I could see how much older he looked than his file claimed. But someone has to do this work. Someone has to stand between the people who go camping with their families and the things that would love nothing more than to add them to their collection. Collection? You'll understand soon enough. He dropped the cigarette and crushed it under his boot. Get some sleep. Tomorrow you get your assignment, and tomorrow, the real education begins. I didn't sleep that night. None of us did. We sat in the barracks, 12 men who'd signed away our normal lives for paychecks that would save our families, and wondered what exactly we'd agreed to hunt. At dawn, William returned with our assignments. I was placed on Team 3 with Hunter, a medic named John, and a communications specialist called Mason. Our first deployment would be in 6 hours. North Carolina, William said, handing me a file. 3 hikers went missing on the Appalachian Trail 2 days ago. Local search and rescue found their campsite. I'll let you read the report, but he hesitated. The symbols around their camp match patterns we've seen before. Patterns that suggest something very old has taken an interest in that stretch of trail. I opened the file, read the first page, felt my blood go cold. The footprints circling the camp weren't human, but they weren't animal either. They were something in between, something that walked on 2 legs, but left marks in the earth that suggested a weight and gait that shouldn't exist in nature. And carved into every tree around the abandoned camp, precisely 1 meter above the ground, was the same symbol, a spiral of 7 branches, each ending in what looked disturbingly like a human handprint. Gear up, William said quietly, and remember your training. Whatever you see out there, whatever calls to you in the dark, it's not what it appears to be. Trust only your team. Trust only what you can verify. And if you hear someone calling your name in the woods, never answer, I finished. He nodded grimly. Good luck. 6 hours later, I was on a plane heading east, watching the sun set over landscapes that suddenly seemed far less empty than they had before. The Cherokee National Forest smelled of pine sap and decay. We arrived at the command post, a converted ranger station, just after midnight, where a local coordinator named Logan briefed us on the situation. 3 hikers, Logan said, spreading photos across the table. Robert Henshaw, age 34, experienced mountaineer. Charles Greaves, 42, Eagle Scout leader, and Thomas Greaves, Charles's son, 19 years old. They radioed in 2 nights ago to confirm they'd made camp near Roan High Knob. When they didn't check in the next morning, we sent a search team. He pulled up photos on his laptop. The campsite looked like it had been carefully disassembled rather than attacked. Tent poles removed and stacked with precision, sleeping bags folded, backpacks arranged in a perfect circle around the cold fire pit. No signs of struggle? Hunter asked. None. But look at this. Logan zoomed in on the ground around the camp. The spiral symbols, dozens of them pressed into the soft earth. And the footprints. God, those footprints. They circled the camp in a pattern that suggested patience, observation, something taking its time to study the humans before acting. The tracks lead north, Logan continued. Deep into the wilderness. Our regular search and rescue won't go beyond the established trails. He paused, and I understood the unspoken words. They won't go because they know better. What's north? I asked. Logan pulled up a topographical map. Old-growth forest, some of the oldest trees on the East Coast. There's been incidents in that area before. Hikers reporting strange singing at night. Campers finding their supplies moved while they slept. And disappearances, going back decades. The Cherokee have stories about that area. They call it the place where trees watch. Mason, our communications specialist, set up the radio equipment. I'm getting interference, he said, adjusting frequencies. Lot of atmospheric distortion for a clear night. It's not atmospheric, Logan said quietly. It happens every time someone goes missing up there. Radio, cell, satellite, all of it gets unreliable. James appeared in the doorway carrying equipment packs. Behind him stood 3 more men, Edward, our backup tracker, Caleb, a shooter, and George, who handled the specialized equipment we'd trained with. We move at first light, James said. 2 teams. Team 3 takes point with me. Team 2, he nodded at Edward's group, follows at 100 meters. We stay in radio contact. We follow the tracks, and we stick to protocols. I spent the night checking my gear. The modified shotgun felt heavier than I remembered. The shells, rock salt mixed with silver and something else James had called sanctified earth, rattled in their bandolier. I had a combat knife, a GPS tracker that James had modified with symbols etched into the casing, and a small mirror on a lanyard around my neck. Why the mirror? I'd asked during training. Because some things can't hide their true nature in a reflection, James had answered. And because knowing what you're really looking at might give you the split second you need to survive. At 5 a.m., we assembled at the trailhead. The forest seemed to absorb our flashlight beams, creating more darkness than it dispelled. James led, following the tracks with a precision that spoke to decades of experience. Hunter walked beside me, his rifle held ready. John stayed in the middle, carrying the medical pack. Mason brought up the rear, radio in hand, constantly monitoring for any transmission. The tracks were impossible. They'd been made by something walking upright, but the stride length varied wildly, sometimes normal human steps, sometimes covering 3 meters in a single bound, and they pressed deep into the earth, suggesting a weight far beyond what the size of the prints should indicate. "They're fresh," James said after we'd walked for an hour. "Less than 12 hours old." "They?" Hunter caught the plural. "Multiple entities," James confirmed. "At least 3, maybe more. They're staying together, moving as a unit. That's unusual and concerning." "Why concerning?" "Because usually they hunt alone. If they're grouping, it means they're confident. It means they're not worried about being challenged." We walked deeper into the forest. The trees here were massive, ancient hemlocks and oaks that must have been growing since before European settlers arrived. Their canopy was so thick that even in daylight, the forest floor remained in perpetual twilight. Around noon, we found the first marker. It was a tree branch, broken and arranged to point north. But the break pattern was wrong, snapped with a force that should have shattered the wood, yet somehow leaving the break smooth, almost deliberate. "Warning," James said, "or invitation. Hard to tell which." "What's the difference?" I asked. "Warning means they want us to leave. Invitation means they want us to follow. Either way, we proceed carefully." We found 3 more markers over the next hour, each pointing us deeper into the forest. The temperature dropped, despite it being June. Our breath misted, and the sounds changed. The normal forest noises fading away, replaced by a silence so complete it felt oppressive. "Radio check," Mason said quietly. "Team 2, respond." Static, pure, white static. "Team 2, this is Team 3, respond." More static. Then, faintly, through the interference, a voice. "Can't see them anymore. Something in the trees." The transmission cut off. James raised his fist, signaling us to stop. We formed a defensive circle, weapons raised, scanning the tree line. The forest seemed to press in around us, the shadows between the trees taking on shapes that shouldn't exist. "Team 2, Mason tried again. "Report your position." Silence. Then, impossibly clear despite the static that had plagued every transmission, a voice responded. But it wasn't Edward's voice. It was young, terrified, unmistakably Thomas Greaves. "Help us, please. We're at the old chapel. They're keeping us at the old chapel. Please, God, someone help us." The transmission ended with a sound that might have been static or might have been screaming. James checked his GPS. "There's no chapel on any map." "Maybe it's old," John suggested. "Abandoned building, not on current maps. Or maybe it's bait." Hunter said what we were all thinking. James looked at each of us in turn. "Protocol says we report back. Wait for additional units. But those hikers might still be alive. We have maybe 6 hours of daylight left. Decision point. Do we pull back or push forward?" I thought about Sarah, about why I'd taken this job, about 3 men who'd gone into these woods expecting a normal camping trip and found something that defied explanation. "Forward," I said. The others nodded agreement. "All right," James said, "but we go weapons hot. And at the first sign of serious trouble, we extract. No heroics. We're no good to those hikers if we're dead." We moved deeper into the forest, following coordinates Mason had triangulated from the transmission. The tracks we'd been following veered away, as if whatever made them had deliberately led us away from where the hikers were being held. The trees grew closer together. The underbrush thickened, and everywhere, carved into bark and pressed into earth, those spiral symbols, hundreds of them, thousands, like something had spent years marking its territory, claiming this place as its own. Then Hunter grabbed my arm, pointed up. In the branches above us, barely visible in the dim light, were shapes, human-sized but wrong. They clung to the trees like insects, motionless, watching us with eyes that reflected our flashlights like animals. "Don't acknowledge them," James whispered. "Don't look directly at them. Keep moving." We did. But I could feel those eyes following us, tracking our every movement, and I counted at least 7 of the shapes, all moving silently through the canopy, pacing us. After another 30 minutes, we emerged into a clearing, and there, impossibly, stood a chapel. It was old, colonial era, maybe earlier, built from local stone and ancient timber. The roof had partially collapsed, but the structure remained standing, and around it, arranged in concentric circles, were the personal belongings of dozens of people. Backpacks, hiking boots, cameras, all laid out with religious precision. "Jesus Christ," John breathed. "Count the circles," James said, his voice tight. I counted. 7 circles, 7 spirals, and at the center the chapel door stood open, revealing darkness that seemed to swallow light. From inside came singing, human voices, harmonizing in a language I didn't recognize, and one of those voices belonged to Thomas Greaves. We'd found them, but something told me we'd only found what they wanted us to find. James checked his watch. 3 hours until dark. "We need to be out of here before then. And if we can't?" Mason asked. James didn't answer. He didn't need to. We'd all heard the stories about what happened to teams caught in the deep woods after sunset. "All right," James said, chambering around. "Standard rescue formation. We go in fast, we grab them, and we run. No stopping, no investigating. This is a snatch and grab." We approached the chapel door. The singing continued, wordless and haunting. And from the trees around us, the watchers descended, taking positions on the ground, forming their own circle around the clearing. They wanted us to go inside. That much was clear. Which meant that whatever was waiting in that darkness was exactly what they wanted us to meet. James took a breath, gripped his shotgun tighter, and stepped through the doorway. We followed, and the singing stopped. The interior of the chapel was larger than it should have been. That was the first impossible thing I noticed. The space inside defied the dimensions of the exterior structure. The second thing was the cold, a bone-deep chill that had nothing to do with temperature, and everything to do with the presence of something fundamentally wrong. Our flashlights cut through the darkness, illuminating walls covered in the same spiral symbols we'd been seeing. But here they were painted in something dark that I didn't want to examine too closely. And beneath each spiral was a name, carved into the stone with painstaking precision. "These go back centuries," Hunter whispered, running his light along the wall. "Look at the dates. 1823, 1847, 1891. "They're recording them," John said, his voice shaking. "Every person who's gone missing here. They're keeping track." At the far end of the chapel, standing in front of a altar that had been carved directly from the bedrock, were 3 figures, Robert, Charles, and Thomas Greaves. They stood perfectly still, eyes open but unseeing, their lips moving in silent speech. "Contact," James said into his radio. "We have the missing hikers. Condition unknown. Preparing for extraction." Static answered him. But through the static came laughter. Not human laughter, but something that approximated it, like a recording played back at the wrong speed. We approached the hikers carefully. I reached out to touch Robert's shoulder and he didn't respond. His skin was ice cold. His eyes tracked past me, focused on something I couldn't see. "Robert," I said firmly. "Robert Henshaw, can you hear me?" His lips stopped moving. Slowly, with mechanical precision, his head turned to face me. When he spoke, his voice wasn't his own. It was layered, multiple voices speaking in unison, some of them clearly female, some clearly children. "The Watchers have seen you," the voices said through Robert's mouth. "The Watchers have counted you. The Watchers have welcomed you to the collection." "Snap them out of it," James ordered. "Physical contact, cold water, whatever it takes." John moved forward with smelling salts, but before he could reach Charles, the man's head snapped around with a crack that suggested broken vertebrae. He smiled, and his mouth was full of teeth that hadn't been there before. Too many teeth, too sharp, arranged in rows like a shark. "You shouldn't have come," Charles said in that same multi-layered voice. "The agreement was made, the tribute was offered. These 3 belong to the forest now." "Oh, what agreement?" James demanded, shotgun raised. "The old agreement, the first agreement, when your kind pushed too far into the wild places, when you cut the ancient trees and built your roads and claimed dominion over land that was never yours to claim. The Watchers were here first. The Watchers will be here last. And the Watchers must feed." Thomas suddenly convulsed, his body arching backward at an angle that should have broken his spine. When he straightened, something looked out through his eyes, something vast and ancient and utterly inhuman. 1 in 7, it said. That was the agreement. 1 in 7 who enter the deep woods belongs to us. We mark them with our signs. We sing them our songs. We bring them home. And in exchange, we let the others pass unmolested. But you, Thomas's finger pointed at each of us in turn. You are not tribute. You are trespassers in a sacred place. You are hunters who have wandered into the den of greater predators. "Fall back," James ordered. "Slow and steady. Maintain visual contact. We began backing toward the door, but it had sealed itself, or never existed in the first place. Where the entrance should have been was only solid stone. There is no leaving, the thing wearing Thomas said. Not until the Watchers decide. You wanted to find the missing? Look around you. They're all here. They've always been here. We keep them safe. We keep them singing. We add their voices to the chorus of the forest. The chapel walls began to shift. What I'd thought were shadows were actually alcoves, and in each alcove stood a figure. Some were recent. I recognized a woman from the missing persons photos we'd studied during training, but others were old, so old their clothes had rotted away, their skin mummified against bones that shouldn't still stand upright. And they were all singing, mouths moving in perfect synchronization, voices rising and falling in that alien harmony we'd heard from outside, a chorus of the lost. This is how it's always been, Robert said. This is how it must always be. The forest takes what it needs. The forest gives back what it chooses, and the Watchers ensure the balance is maintained. Mason was frantically working his radio, trying every frequency. Team 2, this is Team 3, we are trapped in the structure. Need immediate extraction. Team 2 is singing now, Charles said with that terrible smile. They heard the songs, they followed the signs, they're adding their voices to the chorus. Would you like to hear them? The singing changed. 3 new voices joining the harmony. I recognized Edward's baritone, Caleb's rough tenor. George's voice had always been soft, but here it carried clearly, twining with the others in a melody that made my head ache and my vision blur. No, James said firmly. Absolutely not. We're not playing this game. He raised his shotgun and fired directly at the altar. The blessed ammunition exploded against the stone, and for a moment, the chapel itself seemed to scream. The figures in the alcoves convulsed. The 3 hikers dropped to the ground, gasping. And somewhere in the darkness above us, something massive moved, shaking dust from the rafters. Again, James shouted. Everyone, light it up. We fired in unison. Salt and silver and sanctified earth tore through the air, striking the walls, the altar, the symbols painted in blood. Where the ammunition hit, the stone itself seemed to bleed, dark ichor running down the walls like tears. The singing stopped. In the sudden silence, we heard something else. Footsteps on the ceiling, dozens of them, hundreds. The Watchers were coming. The door, Hunter shouted, and I turned to see that our attacks had broken whatever held the entrance sealed. Daylight poured through the opening, painful and brilliant after the darkness of the chapel. Move! James grabbed Thomas, hauling the teenager to his feet. John and I seized Robert and Charles. They were dead weight, completely unresponsive, but they were breathing. That had to count for something. We ran. Behind us something dropped from the rafters, a massive shape that moved like a spider but sounded like 1,000 voices screaming at once. Our flashlights caught glimpses. Too many limbs, too many joints. A face that was a collection of faces, all of them human, all of them stolen from the people who disappeared into these woods. Hunter fired behind us as we fled, buying us seconds. The chapel entrance seemed miles away despite being only yards distant. I could feel the presence at our backs, vast and hungry, reaching for us with appendages that existed in too many dimensions. We burst through the doorway into afternoon light that felt like salvation. The moment we crossed the threshold, the chapel simply stopped. The presence that had been pursuing us halted at the doorway, unable or unwilling to follow. Keep moving, James ordered. It's still daylight, but that won't last forever. We dragged the 3 hikers into the clearing, laying them on the ground. John immediately began checking their vitals while Mason tried desperately to reach someone, anyone on the radio. Behind us, filling the chapel doorway, was something that hurt to perceive directly. It was tall, impossibly tall, and it wore the forest itself like a cloak, branches and moss and bones woven into something approximating human form. Where its face should have been was that spiral symbol. 7 branches extending outward, each ending in a human hand. You have taken what was promised, it said, and its voice was every missing person speaking at once. You have broken the agreement. The forest will remember. The Watchers will remember. And when you return to your homes, when you walk through ordinary woods, when you find yourself alone under the trees, the Watchers will be there, waiting, watching, collecting. We're not coming back, James said, shotgun still aimed at the thing in the doorway. And we're taking these men with us. You will return, it said with certainty. All who serve in the deep places return eventually. The forest calls its children home. And you, James Morrison, have been walking these woods for so long. Don't you hear it? Don't you feel the pull? You've been marked, just like the others. You belong to us now. James's face went white. Mason grabbed his arm. Sir, we need to move, now. The thing in the doorway tilted its head, a gesture that sent shivers down my spine because it was so human, so familiar, attached to something so fundamentally alien. 7 years, James, it said. That's how long you've carried our mark. 1 in 7. That was the agreement. And you've served for 7 years. Your time is ending. Your voice will join the chorus soon. Fall back, James said quietly. Everyone fall back, now. We lifted the hikers and retreated into the forest, moving as fast as we could while carrying dead weight. Behind us, the figures that had been watching from the trees descended into the clearing, approaching the chapel in a processional that looked almost reverent. Don't look back, James said. Whatever you do, don't look back. But I did. I couldn't help myself. And I saw them, dozens of figures, hundreds maybe, all converging on that impossible structure. And I understood that this wasn't just a chapel. It was a home, a nest, a place where something ancient had made its dwelling, collecting lost souls like a child collects butterflies, pinning them to the walls and making them sing. We ran until the forest opened up, until we found the trail we'd arrived on. The GPS that had been useless in the deep woods suddenly locked onto satellites again. Mason's radio crackled to life with normal static, normal interference. Command, this is Team 3, Mason gasped into the radio. We have the missing hikers. We need immediate medical evacuation and, he paused, looking at James, and we've lost Team 2. I repeat, Team 2 is MIA. The voice that responded was Williams. Copy that, Team 3. We have your position. Evac is inbound. And James, a long pause, we need to talk when you get back. We waited at the trailhead as the sun set behind the mountains. The 3 hikers began to stir, confused and disoriented but alive. They remembered nothing after making camp. No watchers, no chapel, no singing. Just darkness, and then waking up with us. A helicopter appeared over the tree line just as the last light faded from the sky. As we loaded the hikers aboard, I looked back at the forest one final time. Between the trees, barely visible in the twilight, stood figures, 7 of them. They didn't move, didn't gesture. They just watched as we lifted off, their eyes reflecting the helicopter's lights like animals. And I realized with cold certainty that the thing in the chapel had been telling the truth. We'd broken something today. Made enemies of something that had been content to operate within rules we didn't understand. And now those rules no longer applied. The forest would remember. The watchers would remember. And 1 in 7 of us belonged to them now. I just didn't know which one. The debriefing lasted 3 days. We sat in the same windowless office where I'd signed my contract, going over every detail of what we'd seen in the Cherokee National Forest. William listened with the expression of someone hearing a diagnosis they'd been dreading, taking notes in a leather journal that looked older than he was. The agreement, he said on the second day, after we'd described the thing in the chapel doorway. That's the first time we've heard them acknowledge it explicitly. You knew about it? I asked, too exhausted to be diplomatic. You knew there was some kind of deal and you sent us in there anyway? William set down his pen. We suspected. There have been patterns in the disappearances, statistical anomalies that suggested something beyond random chance. Roughly 1 in 7 groups that enter certain wilderness areas don't come back. Not all of them, just 1 person. Sometimes 2 if the group is large enough. The math was too precise to be coincidence. And Team 2? Hunter's voice was hard. Edward, Caleb, George. Were they part of the statistics? We're still searching, William said, which wasn't an answer at all. But I'd seen the truth in the chapel. I'd heard their voices added to that terrible chorus. They weren't coming back, not in any way that mattered. On the 3rd day, William called James in alone. Through the thin walls I could hear raised voices, though not the words. When James emerged an hour later, he looked 10 years older. They're putting me on desk duty, he said, lighting a cigarette with shaking hands. Medical discharge. Compromised in the field is the official term. Because of what it said? I asked. About the mark, about 7 years? James nodded slowly. They did a full medical workup. Found something in my blood work. Proteins that shouldn't exist, forming structures that look like those spiral symbols on a cellular level. Apparently I've been changing, slowly, ever since my first deployment. Whatever it was in that chapel, it marked me 7 years ago. And I've been becoming something else ever since. Is it? Can they stop it? They don't know. This is all new territory. They're going to try various treatments, but... He exhaled smoke. watching it dissipate into the Nevada afternoon. I can feel it sometimes now, like something calling from a great distance. A voice in the back of my head, singing. It's getting louder. We were given 2 weeks off. Hunter went home to Tennessee. John returned to his family in California. Mason flew to Seattle. I drove back to Carson City, to the apartment I barely remembered, and spent the first week sleeping 14 hours a day, trying to convince my nervous system that I was safe, that nothing was watching me from the shadows. Sarah called on the 6th day. My daughter's voice was stronger than I'd heard it in months. "The treatment's working, Dad," she said, and I could hear the smile. "The doctors are optimistic. They think I might be in remission by Christmas." "That's great, baby," I said, meaning it. This job, this terrible job, was at least accomplishing what I'd signed up for. "When can you come visit? I miss you." "Soon," I promised. "I just have to finish up a few things with work." After we hung up, I stood on my apartment balcony, looking at the desert mountains in the distance, and tried to figure out if I could actually go through with this. If I could keep doing this job, keep walking into forests where things that shouldn't exist waited to add me to their collection. The answer should have been no. Any rational person would quit, take their chances with bankruptcy, find another way. But I thought about James, about how he'd spent 7 years in the field before the forest came to collect him. I thought about Team 2, probably still standing in that chapel, adding their voices to the eternal chorus. I thought about the 3 hikers we'd saved, who'd gone home to their families with no memory of how close they'd come to becoming part of something ancient and hungry. Someone had to do this work. Someone had to stand between the ordinary world and the things that waited in the deep places. I went back to work. The next mission came 2 weeks later. Pennsylvania this time, the Allegheny National Forest. 2 hunters had gone missing, their truck found abandoned at a trailhead with their rifles still locked inside. The team was different now. James was gone, replaced by a man named Ryder who had 8 years of experience but lacked James's instincts. Team 2 had been officially disbanded, though William assured us a new Team 2 was being assembled. For now it was just us, me, Hunter, John, Mason, Ryder, and 2 new faces. Colton, a tracker from Montana, and Jackson, who handled communications when Mason needed backup. Different forest, same patterns, Ryder said during the briefing. Spiral symbols carved into trees, circular tracks around the last known location. And this, he pulled up a photo that made my breath catch. It was a trail camera image, timestamped 2 days ago. It showed a figure standing at the edge of the frame, mostly obscured by shadows, but what was visible was enough. Too tall, too thin, limbs that bent at angles that didn't match human anatomy. And where its face should have been, that spiral symbol. 7 branches clear even in the low-resolution image. "The Watchers are getting bolder," William said, showing themselves to cameras, leaving more obvious signs. "It's like they're not afraid of being discovered anymore." "Or they want to be discovered," Hunter suggested. "After what happened in North Carolina, maybe they're sending a message." "What kind of message?" "That the agreement is over. That the 1-in-7 ratio doesn't apply anymore. That they're done playing by rules." The thought sat heavy in the room. If Hunter was right, if the balance that had existed for centuries was breaking down, then every wilderness area in the country could become a killing ground. "We proceed as planned," William said. "Standard search and rescue protocols. You find the hunters, you extract them, you get out. Do not engage unless absolutely necessary. Do not attempt to communicate. And for God's sake, do not enter any structures that shouldn't exist." We flew to Pennsylvania that night. The Allegheny was beautiful in late June. Rolling green hills covered in oak and maple, rivers that sang over ancient stones. It looked nothing like the Cherokee forest, but the moment we entered the trailhead, I felt it. That same oppressive silence, that same sense of being observed by something vast and patient. "The tracks lead northeast," Colton said, studying the ground. 2 sets, both male, both heavy, probably carrying gear. They walked out of their truck voluntarily, which suggests they weren't fleeing from anything. "Or they were lured," I said, remembering how Thomas's voice had called to us from the chapel. We followed the trail for 6 hours, moving through increasingly dense forest. The spiral symbols appeared with growing frequency, carved into bark with such precision that they looked machine-made. And everywhere, birdsong and animal sounds were absent, replaced by that terrible silence that preceded the presence of the Watchers. At dusk, we found the first hunter. His name was Logan Pierce, according to his driver's license. He was hanging from a tree 30 feet up, positioned in a way that suggested he'd been carefully placed rather than thrown. His eyes were open, but he wasn't quite dead. His chest rose and fell slowly, and his lips moved in silent speech. "Get him down," Ryder ordered. Colton scaled the tree with practiced ease, cutting the ropes that held Logan in place. We lowered him carefully, and John immediately began checking his vitals. "He's hypothermic," John reported, barely responsive. "Been up there at least 12 hours, maybe more." "Logan," I said, shaking his shoulder gently. "Logan, can you hear me? Where's your friend? Where's the other hunter?" His eyes focused on me slowly, and when he spoke his voice was his own, weak and terrified, but definitely his. "Colton," he whispered. "Colton? They took Colton." My blood went cold. "What did you say?" "My friend, Colton Marsh. They took him to the circle. They're waiting there. They said they'd trade. One of us for one of you. That's the new agreement. One marked for one unmarked. Balance must be maintained." Ryder grabbed my arm. "Your tracker's name is Colton." I turned to look at where Colton had been standing a moment ago. The space was empty. He was simply gone. "Lights," Hunter shouted, and we all activated our flashlights, sweeping the forest around us. Nothing. No sign of struggle, no footprints, no trace. Mason's radio crackled. Through the static came a voice. Colton's voice. Calm and slightly confused. "Team 3, this is Colton. I found the second hunter. I'm about 200 meters northeast of your position. I think we should check it out, but I'm hearing some weird singing and..." The transmission cut off with a sound that wasn't quite static and wasn't quite screaming. "That's bait," Ryder said. "Obviously bait." "Obviously," I agreed. "But what choice do we have?" In the distance, just audible over the wind and the trees, came singing. Human voices, harmonizing in that alien language we'd heard in the Cherokee forest. But this time, there were only two voices, Colton's baritone and a tenor I didn't recognize. "They work fast," Jackson said, his face pale. We had a choice to make. Save Logan, who was right here, or try to rescue Colton, who was already adding his voice to the chorus. The rational decision was clear, but we weren't being paid to make rational decisions. "We go get him," I said. "All of us, together. We don't split up, we don't separate. And if this is a trap..." "It's definitely a trap," Hunter interjected. "Then we spring it together and fight our way out." Ryder looked at each of us, then nodded. "All right. But we take Logan with us. I'm not leaving him here alone." "John, can he be moved?" "He needs a hospital, but we can carry him if we have to." We rigged a makeshift stretcher from branches and our ponchos, loaded Logan onto it, and moved northeast, following the sound of singing. The forest seemed to close in around us, trees leaning inward, branches reaching down like grasping fingers. After 15 minutes we found the circle. It wasn't a chapel this time. It was simpler, more primitive. A clearing ringed by standing stones that looked like they'd been there for millennia, and in the center, bound to two of those stones with rope that looked like it was made from human hair, were Colton and the second hunter. They were both alive, both conscious, both singing. Around the circle stood the Watchers. I counted 7 of them, their 2 tall forms barely visible in the twilight. They didn't move as we approached, didn't acknowledge our presence. They just watched. "This is wrong," Hunter said quietly. "It's too easy. They're just letting us walk up." He was right. There should have been resistance, threats, some kind of challenge. Instead, the Watchers simply stood in their circle, observing. Then I saw it. On the ground between us and the prisoners, carved into the earth with devastating clarity, was a line, a boundary. And on our side of the line, pressed into the soil with precise spacing, were 7 sets of footprints, one for each of us. It's a trade, I realized. They're offering a literal trade. Colton and the hunter for 7 of us, 1-to-1 exchange. "That's insane," Jackson said. We can't." But one of the Watchers moved, and suddenly, it was right in front of me, close enough that I could see the details of its form. It was wearing the forest, yes, but beneath the moss and bark and bone was something else. Something that might have been human once, thousands of years ago, before the transformation took hold. When it spoke, its voice was old beyond comprehension. The marked one understood, it said. 7 years, 7 marked, 7 owed. The agreement changes, but balance must always be maintained. You broke the old bargain when you took what was promised. Now new terms must be set. "What new terms?" Ryder demanded. 7 for 7. You have 7 marked among you, not all in this clearing, but 7 nonetheless who carry our sign in their blood. They belong to the forest now, have always belonged, will always belong. Give them to us, and the rest of your kind may pass unmolested." Refuse, and the harvesting begins. 1 in 7 becomes 2 in 7, then 3, then 4. The ratio shifts until balance is restored. I understood then. The mark James carried, that proteins that had been changing him on a cellular level, we all had it now. Everyone who'd been in that chapel in North Carolina, everyone who'd heard the singing and escaped, we were infected, transformed, slowly becoming something that belonged to the Watchers rather than to humanity. How long? I asked. How long until the change is complete? 7 years, it said. Unless you choose to accelerate it. Step across the line. Release your friends. Join the chorus willingly. Your transformation will be instant and painless and eternal. You will sing in the deep places forever, and you will never feel fear or pain or loss again. It was tempting. God help me, it was actually tempting. To stop fighting, to stop being afraid, to simply let go and become part of something vast and ancient and permanent. No, Ryder said firmly. Absolutely not. We're not trading ourselves for them. Then they sing, the Watcher said, and in 7 years you will join them. It stepped back across the line, returning to its position in the circle. The other Watchers took up the song, their voices blending with Colton's and the Hunters, creating a harmony that made my skull ache and my vision blur. We need to fall back, Ryder said. Regroup. Come back with more firepower. They'll be gone by then, I interrupted. You know they will be. We extract them now or we never do. With what plan? You want to charge across that line and hope for the best? I thought about Sarah, about why I'd taken this job, about all the people who'd disappeared into the woods over the centuries, adding their voices to the chorus, about James, sitting in some facility somewhere, feeling the change creep through his cells. Then I remembered something from training, something James had said during one of his late-night stories. The mirror, I said, pulling the small mirror from around my neck. James said some things can't hide their true nature in reflection. What if that works both ways? What if it reveals not just what they are, but what we are? What good does that do us? Jackson asked. The mark, it's in our blood, changing us from the inside. But we're not changed yet. We're still human, still us. Maybe if we can show that, prove it, the trade won't work. They can't take what hasn't finished transforming. It was a long shot. A desperate theory based on folklore and training that felt like it belonged in a different century. But it was all we had. Do it, Hunter said. We've got nothing to lose at this point. I crossed the line. The moment my foot touched the other side, the singing stopped. Every Watcher turned to face me, and I could feel their attention like physical weight, pressing down, examining, measuring. I'm marked, I said, holding up the mirror so it caught the last light of day. I know I am, but I'm not yours yet. Look. I held the mirror up to my face, and in its surface I saw myself. Tired, scared, absolutely human. No spiral symbols, no transformation, no sign of what I was slowly becoming. Just a man from Nevada who'd taken a job to save his daughter. The Watchers stirred. One by one they approached the line, looking into the mirror, and in its reflection I saw them too. Not as forest spirits or ancient entities, but as what they'd once been. Humans. Men and women who'd walked into the woods and never come back. Who'd been transformed so slowly they didn't realize what they were becoming until it was too late. You're like us, I said softly. You were marked too, generations ago. You thought you were joining something holy, something eternal. But you were just the next generation of prisoners. We are the Watchers, one of them said, but its voice sounded uncertain now. We are eternal. We are the forest. You're victims, I said. Just like James will be in 7 years. Just like I'll be if I don't find a way to stop this. You're still human enough to remember what it was like before the transformation. Human enough to know this is wrong. The Watchers looked at each other. For a moment I thought I saw confusion in their movements, doubt in their terrible forms. Then one of them, the tallest, the one that seemed oldest, stepped forward and spoke with absolute certainty. We remember, it said. We remember being human. We remember the fear, the pain, the desperate hope that someone would save us. We remember all of it. It reached out with one too long arm and touched the line drawn in the earth. The boundary began to smoke, to burn, to break apart. And we remember that no one came, it finished. No one saved us. No one broke the agreement. We sang alone until we forgot our names, our faces, our lives before the forest. Why should your fate be any different? The line shattered, the boundary collapsed, and the Watchers rushed forward. We ran. We didn't make it 50 feet before they surrounded us. 7 Watchers moving through the forest like smoke, appearing from behind trees that had been empty a moment before, dropping from branches that couldn't support their weight. They didn't attack, didn't grab us. They just herded us, driving us deeper into the Allegheny like wolves, cutting prey from a herd. Logan had stopped breathing. John tried CPR while we carried him, but his body had grown cold, his lips frozen in the shape of words we couldn't hear. The singing had claimed him before we'd even tried to cross the line. Northwest, Mason gasped, checking his GPS. They're driving us northwest, away from the trailhead, away from any roads. Toward what? Ryder demanded. I knew the answer before Mason said it. There's a geographical anomaly about 2 miles ahead. Depression in the landscape that shouldn't exist according to geological surveys. The maps label it as a sinkhole, but it's another one, Hunter finished. Another nest, another place where they keep the collected. The forest opened into a ravine so deep the bottom disappeared into shadow. Along the walls, carved into living rock, were alcoves. Hundreds of them. Thousands. And in each alcove stood a figure, perfectly preserved, lips moving in silent song. This wasn't a chapel or a circle of stones. This was a cathedral, the mother nest, the place where the Watchers had been collecting the lost for longer than recorded history. Oh God, John whispered. How many people? How long has this been happening? At the bottom of the ravine, barely visible in the twilight, stood a structure that hurt to perceive directly. It wasn't built. It had grown, like a tree, but wrong. A massive spiral of bone and wood and stone that twisted up from the earth, each curve lined with alcoves, each alcove holding another prisoner of the forest. And at the base of the spiral, arranged in a perfect circle, were 7 empty spaces, waiting. The final harvest, said the tallest Watcher, appearing beside us without sound or warning. 7 marked souls to complete the cycle, 7 new voices to strengthen the song, 7 sacrifices to renew the agreement and restore the balance. What balance? I demanded. You keep talking about balance, but all I see is murder, abduction, centuries of taking people who just wanted to enjoy nature, to walk in the woods, to trespass, the Watcher interrupted, to claim, to build and burn and destroy. For every tree cut, a voice must sing. For every mountain carved, a soul must serve. For every river dammed, a life must be collected. This is the balance. This is how the wild places survive in a world that seeks to tame them. The other Watchers began descending into the ravine, their movements eerily synchronized. They weren't individuals anymore, I realized. They were part of something larger, a hive mind, a collective consciousness that wore human forms like masks. We're not going down there, Ryder said, raising his rifle. Everyone weapons ready. We're fighting our way out. Fight if you wish, the Watcher said, but you cannot kill what is already claimed by the forest. Your bullets will pass through us like rain through trees. Your blessed ammunition will sting, yes, but it will not stop us. Nothing stops the harvest once the marked ones are identified. It was right. I'd seen James's shotgun tear apart the chapel. But the thing inside had barely noticed. These entities weren't physical in a way that mattered. They were forest-given form, ancient will made manifest. You might as well try to shoot fog. But then I remembered something else from training. James's voice, tired and certain. When you can't fight the thing itself, you fight what sustains it. The song, the eternal chorus rising from the ravine. That's what kept them here, what gave them form and purpose. The voices of the collected singing in harmony, maintaining the spell that transformed humans into Watchers. If we could disrupt the song, Mason, I said urgently, your radio, can you broadcast on multiple frequencies simultaneously? Yeah, but I'd blow out the speakers and probably, why? Do it. Maximum volume. White noise, static, anything to drown out the singing. He understood immediately. Sonic disruption. If the song maintains their cohesion, he yanked the radio from his pack, starting to fiddle with the controls. I can give you maybe 30 seconds before the equipment burns out. Make it count, Ryder said, positioning himself between Mason and the Watchers. Everyone else. The moment the song breaks, we run. Don't look back. Don't stop. Don't engage. We get to the vehicles and we get the hell out of Pennsylvania. The Watchers were close now, reaching out with those 2 long arms, ready to drag us down into the ravine. I could see Colton in one of the alcoves halfway down the spiral, his mouth moving in perfect time with all the others. He was already lost, already part of the collective. Now, I shouted. Mason triggered the broadcast. The forest exploded with sound. Pure white noise at volumes that should have been impossible from such a small device, amplified somehow by the ravine itself, echoing and building until it drowned out everything. The singing, the wind, even the sound of our own heartbeats. The Watchers froze. Their forms began to shimmer, to lose coherence. The collective consciousness that bound them together fractured, and for a moment they were individuals again, confused, frightened, remembering what it was to be alone inside their own heads. In that moment of disruption, we ran. The ravine wall was steep but climbable. Hunter went first, finding handholds in the rock. John followed, then Jackson. Ryder provided covering fire, not at the watchers, who were reforming as the radio began to fail, but at the alcoves themselves, trying to disrupt as many of the singers as possible. I was halfway up the wall when I heard Mason scream. I looked back and saw him being dragged toward the spiral, 3 watchers pulling him down into the darkness. His radio had finally died, the speakers blown. The plastic casing melted from the heat of overuse, and without the disruption the song returned. Louder now, angry, demanding. "Keep climbing," Mason shouted up at us. "Don't stop, don't." His voice cut off as he was pulled into one of the empty alcoves. I saw his lips begin to move, syncing with all the others, adding his voice to the eternal chorus. "No." Jackson started climbing back down, but Hunter grabbed his arm. "He's gone. You can't help him. We don't leave people behind. Look at him." Hunter pointed at Mason, who was already transforming, his skin taking on a gray-green tint, his limbs elongating. "That's not him anymore. That's what we'll become if we don't move now." We climbed, hand over hand, finding purchase in cracks that seemed to appear just when we needed them, as if the forest itself was uncertain whether to help or hinder our escape. Behind us, the watchers began ascending, moving up the walls like spiders, but slowly, as if they weren't quite real in 3-dimensional space. We crested the ravine edge just as full darkness fell. In the twilight, the forest seemed less solid, more like a suggestion of trees and shadows. We ran blindly, following John's GPS, praying we were heading toward the trailhead and not deeper into the woods. 20 minutes later, gasping and bleeding from dozens of scratches, we burst onto a dirt road. Our vehicles sat exactly where we'd left them, bathed in moonlight. Absolutely ordinary. We didn't speak as we drove away. Didn't process what we'd seen, what we'd lost. We just put miles between ourselves and the Allegheny, driving through the night until we reached a gas station in a town that felt almost offensively normal. Ryder called William from a payphone, speaking in code that boiled down to, "Mission failed, multiple casualties, recommend complete avoidance of target zone." We drove back to the facility in Nevada in shifts, none of us able to sleep for more than 20 minutes at a time. Every shadow looked like a watcher. Every wind sound might be singing. The debriefing lasted a week this time. William listened to our report with the expression of someone watching a terminal patient's condition deteriorate. When we finished, he sat in silence for a long moment before speaking. "I'm shutting down the program," he said finally. "Not just this unit, the entire division. We've lost 37 operatives in the last 8 years. The disappearance rate is accelerating, and now we know why. We're not fighting random supernatural entities. We're fighting the forest itself, and it's fighting back in ways we never anticipated." "What about the people already marked?" I asked. "James, me, Hunter, John, Jackson, all of us from the Cherokee Forest. We'll monitor you, try to find treatments. But honestly, we don't know if there's a cure. The transformation is cellular, gradual, seemingly irreversible." He pulled out a folder, handing me a photograph. "This was taken at James's facility yesterday." The photo showed James in a hospital bed, but his skin had started to change, taking on that gray-green tint we'd seen on Mason. And on his arms, visible even in the low-quality image, were spiral symbols. Not tattoos or scars, but growths, his own skin arranging itself into the patterns of the watchers. "How long does he have?" Hunter asked quietly. "Weeks, maybe months. He's fighting it, but..." William shook his head. "The change is inevitable. Eventually he'll walk into the woods and he won't come back. They all do. And us? You have time. Years, maybe. We'll work on treatments, try to slow the progression. But the truth is, once you're marked, once you've heard the songs and seen the collectors, you're part of their world now. You belong to the forest, whether you want to or not. We were discharged with full benefits and NDAs so comprehensive that breaking them would result in federal prosecution. The government didn't want this story getting out, didn't want people knowing that there were places in America, hundreds of places, where ancient things waited to collect the unwary. I went back to Carson City, back to my apartment and my daughter and my normal life. The medical bills were paid. Sarah was in remission. Everything I'd wanted when I took this job had come true. But I could feel it. In quiet moments, when I was alone, I could hear singing, faint and distant, like a radio station just out of range. And sometimes, when I looked in mirrors, I saw shadows behind my reflection, tall figures with too many joints, watching and waiting. 3 months later, Hunter called me. We hadn't spoken since the debriefing. I heard it last night, he said without preamble, in my backyard. The song, clear as day, like they were standing right behind me. But when I turned around, nothing was there. Me too, I admitted. It's getting louder. Every night a little clearer. The doctors say I have maybe 5 years before the change accelerates. They're trying treatments, but nothing's working. The proteins keep replicating. The patterns keep forming. He paused. I think James is gone. His facility stopped answering my calls last week. We both knew what that meant. James had heard the call and answered it. He'd walked into the woods and joined the chorus, just like the Watchers said he would. Are we going to fight this? Hunter asked. Or are we going to accept that in 5 years, maybe sooner, we'll be standing in alcove somewhere, singing for eternity? I didn't have an answer. I still don't. That was 6 months ago. I still live in Nevada. Still see Sarah when she visits from college. Still try to maintain the illusion of normalcy. But the singing grows louder every night. And when I sleep, I dream of forests I've never visited, of ravines that spiral down into darkness, of alcoves waiting to be filled. Last week, I found myself standing at the edge of a national forest, 60 miles from home. I don't remember driving there. I don't remember making the decision. But there I was, at sunrise, looking into the trees, feeling that terrible pull. I turned around, drove home, but I know I'll go back. Eventually, we all go back. The forest remembers. The Watchers remember. And now I understand what they meant about balance. For every person who walks out of the woods, something walks back in. For every life saved, a life must be collected. The agreement wasn't broken in that North Carolina chapel. It was renewed, written in blood and cellular transformation, binding those of us who dared to interfere with something ancient and patient. 1 in 7, they said, but they were wrong. 7 in 7. All of us who were there that day, all of us who heard the songs and survived, are marked. In 5 years, maybe less, there will be 7 new Watchers standing guard over 7 new nests, and the cycle will continue, as it has for millennia. I write this as a warning. If you're reading it, if you're thinking about taking a job with a government division that deals in missing persons in wilderness areas, if someone offers you money to track things that shouldn't exist, walk away. The pay isn't worth it. The adventure isn't worth it. No amount of money is worth joining the eternal chorus, worth spending forever as a guardian of places humans were never meant to settle. The forest will survive without you. The Watchers don't need new recruits, and the balance they talk about, it's not a balance, it's a harvest, and we're all just crops waiting to be collected. I can hear them singing now, right now, as I write this final paragraph. They're outside my window, though when I look there's nothing there, just darkness and the rustle of wind through trees that don't exist in Carson City, but they will exist. Soon, when I can no longer resist the call, I'll drive east. I'll find the forest. I'll walk until I find the nest that's been waiting for me since the moment I signed that contract. And I'll take my place in the alcove with my name already carved above it. 7 branches in a spiral. 7 voices in harmony. 1 in 7 becomes 7 in 7 becomes 70 in 7. The mathematics of the forest are simple and infinite, and the song never ends. It never ends. Growing up in western Massachusetts, I always felt drawn to the mountains, especially the unforgiving peaks of New Hampshire's White Mountains. Mount Washington stood as the ultimate test, a granite beast infamous for unpredictable weather and punishing storms. Veterans of the trail spoke of conditions that could shift without warning, transforming clear skies into deadly blizzards within minutes. After completing my service as an Army combat medic, wilderness became my sanctuary. The silence of solo hikes provided therapy no counselor could match. Years of medical training in combat zones had prepared me for emergencies, but out here, preparation meant survival. My pack always contained backup gear, redundant navigation tools, and enough supplies for unexpected delays. No social media updates marked my journeys, just me, the elements, and the profound quiet of untouched wilderness. Early March brought favorable conditions for attempting the Presidential Traverse, a challenging winter trek across the Presidential Range peaks. Weather reports indicated mild conditions with minimal snowfall expected over the following days, perfect for someone with my experience. interesting enough to engage, safe enough to navigate. The route would take me from Mount Adams, southward over Washington Summit. Years of studying topographical maps had burned every contour into memory. Emergency shelters dotted the range, though most were poorly marked and known only to search and rescue teams and experienced locals. Day 1 passed without incident. Crystal clear skies revealed stunning vistas across the snow-covered peaks. The physical exertion felt good, muscles working in familiar rhythm, breath steady in the thin mountain air. Camp that first night was peaceful, stars brilliant overhead in the unpolluted darkness. Morning of the second day began promisingly. I broke camp early, eager to cross the exposed alpine zone between Adams and Washington before afternoon weather moved in. By noon, however, the promised light flurries had transformed into something far more sinister. The temperature plummeted. Wind picked up suddenly, driving snow horizontally across the barren landscape. Within 30 minutes, visibility dropped to mere yards. The carefully placed cairns marking the trail disappeared beneath accumulating drifts. I pulled out my compass, checked my bearing, and pressed forward through knee-deep powder. 2 exhausting hours later, the dark outline of a structure materialized through the whiteout. The emergency warming hut sat exactly where my calculations predicted, a simple timber rectangle with a snow-laden roof, barely visible against the storm. The door hung slightly ajar, its latch broken by weather or previous visitors. Inside, darkness greeted me. My headlamp revealed a Spartan interior, rough timber walls, a metal cot bolted to the floor, and an old stone fireplace. I dropped my pack gratefully, muscles burning from the effort of fighting through deep snow. As I prepared to settle in, my light swept across the walls. The beam froze on deeply carved figures covering nearly every surface, crude stick figures, bent and distorted, surrounded by taller shapes crowned with elaborate antlers. The carvings grew increasingly frantic toward the back wall, overlapping in chaotic patterns. Among the symbols, I recognized Algonquian pictographs, ancient markings I'd seen in historical texts. One word appeared repeatedly, carved with desperate force: Wendigo. The name triggered memories of campfire stories shared by trail guides, an Algonquian legend of creatures born from starvation and cannibalism, forever hungry, stalking these mountains for centuries. I'd always dismissed such tales as folklore designed to spook novice hikers. Now, alone in this crude shelter with these frantic warnings surrounding me, doubt crept in. I forced myself to focus on practical matters. Setting up my portable stove, I prepared a hot meal while trying to ignore how the carved figures seemed to shift in the flickering light. The storm intensified outside, wind battering the walls with increasing fury. Sleep came fitfully on the narrow cot, my knife within easy reach. Around midnight, a tremendous impact shook the back wall. I jerked upright, every nerve alert. Silence followed, broken only by my rapid breathing and the howling wind outside. A second impact, harder than the first, rattled the entire structure. No trees grew at this elevation. Nothing natural could strike the hut with such force. I gripped my knife tighter, straining to hear movement outside. Nothing, just the relentless storm and the pounding of my heart. Dawn arrived after an eternity of watchful tension. Exhausted but unable to rest, I approached the door cautiously. Outside, the storm had passed, leaving an eerily quiet landscape buried under fresh snow. My footprints from the previous day had vanished completely, but new tracks circled the hut, impossibly large, deeply pressed into the powder. Each print showed 4 elongated toes tipped with claw marks, spaced wider than any animal native to these mountains. Returning inside, I discovered something that hadn't been there before. Fresh claw marks scored the inner surface of the door, long, deep gouges carved with tremendous force. Whatever made those tracks had been inside with me during the night. Panic threatened to overwhelm rational thought. I needed to leave immediately. Checking my compass, I noted the bearing toward Lakes of the Clouds hut, and set out across the featureless terrain. An hour later, my stomach dropped. The warming hut loomed before me again. Impossible. I'd walked straight, following my compass religiously. Yet somehow I'd circled back. I tried again, adjusting my course eastward. 20 minutes later, the hut reappeared. The landscape itself seemed to fold inward, trapping me in an endless loop. Each attempt to escape led inexorably back to this cursed shelter. As afternoon shadows lengthened and temperature dropped, I had no choice but to retreat inside once more. New carvings had appeared on the walls, A skeletal figure wearing a deer skull crown now dominated the space near the fireplace. Beneath it, 2 words were scratched deep into the wood: "Stay inside." Full darkness brought new terrors. As I sat vigilant on the cot, something scraped slowly across the roof. The sound was deliberate, methodical, heavy objects being dragged overhead. Then silence, pregnant with dread. Without warning, debris burst down through the chimney, scattering soot across the hearth. I grabbed my ice axe, aiming my headlamp upward. What I saw defied rational explanation. A pale, skeletal hand extended down from within the chimney. Blackened fingernails scraped against stone as it reached lower. Above the hand, twisted antlers emerged from the shadows, far too large for the narrow flue. Training overcame paralysis. I grabbed my fuel canister, spraying its contents up into the chimney. The pungent chemical filled the air as I flicked my lighter and tossed it upward. Flames roared through the flue with explosive force. An inhuman shriek echoed from above as something heavy scrambled across the roof, retreating into the storm. I spent the remaining hours until dawn crouched against the far wall, axe ready, watching that chimney with unwavering attention. Morning brought profound relief. The oppressive atmosphere had lifted. Whatever force had trapped me here had withdrawn. My compass pointed true, and I wasted no time departing southward. An hour into my descent, orange jackets appeared through the morning haze, a search and rescue team ascending from lakes of the clouds. They wrapped me in thermal blankets, listening with professional skepticism as I recounted my experience. Hypothermic hallucinations, they concluded, though something in their eyes suggested they'd heard similar stories before. Later, safe in a valley hospital, the team leader visited privately. They'd returned to investigate the hut. Everything matched my description: the claw marks, the damaged chimney, bricks torn loose from inside the flue. The structure had been immediately sealed, added to a growing list of locations marked as hazardous. He advised me quietly never to speak publicly about the incident. Some things, he suggested, were better left undiscussed. The mountains kept their secrets, and those who survived them learned to do the same. Months have passed since that night. I relocated far from mountains and snow, seeking warmth in populated areas. But some experiences leave permanent marks. In my closet, wrapped carefully in cloth, sits an ice axe still bearing soot stains from that desperate night. A reminder that ancient hungers still stalk the high places, waiting patiently for those who venture too far into their domain. The mountains call to me still, even now. But I've learned that some invitations should forever remain declined. I volunteered for this assignment. That thought repeated in my mind like a mantra as Daniel and I fought our way through the maze of fallen timber blocking what used to be a trail. Fresh graduates from SUNY College of Environmental Science and Forestry. We'd spent 4 years studying these mountains, learning their ecology, their weather patterns, their hidden dangers. We thought we understood the Adirondacks. We were wrong. The Five Ponds Wilderness stretched before us, over 100,000 acres of untamed forest where cell towers were fantasy, and the nearest road lay 15 miles behind us. The veterans at the ranger station in Wanakina had watched us sign the volunteer sheet with expressions I couldn't quite read. Not concern exactly, more like recognition. Like they were seeing ghosts of themselves, younger and more naive, before something had taught them better. "Your assignment is simple," Station Chief Morrison had said, spreading a topographical map across his desk. His finger traced a route to a small marking in the northeast section. Bear Mountain Lookout Tower. Last inspection was 2017. We need someone to assess structural integrity of the tower and check the old ranger cabin at the base. Document any damage, note if it's salvageable or if we should remove it from the maps entirely. He'd paused then, glancing at his deputy, a grizzled woman named Stevens who'd worked these woods for 30 years. She'd said nothing, just studied us with eyes that had seen too much. "You'll be out there 3 days," Morrison continued. 2 days hiking in, 1 night at the site, 2 days back. Weather's stable, should be straightforward, should be. Those 2 words carried weight I didn't recognize until later. Now, as afternoon shadows lengthened across the snow, I understood why the older rangers had exchanged those looks. The forest here felt wrong, not dangerous in the obvious ways. No fresh bear tracks, no signs of territorial predators. It was something subtler, something that made my forestry training feel inadequate. The silence was too complete. No birds called from the branches, No squirrels chattered warnings at our passage, just the crunch of our boots through crusted snow and the rasp of our breathing in the January cold. "Hold up," Daniel called from behind me. He was doubled over, hands on his knees, face flushed red against the white landscape. "This trail is worse than they said. We've crossed 4 blowdown areas in the last mile. The 2021 ice storm probably took out half the old-growth pines," I said. Though even as the words left my mouth, I knew they weren't quite right. The damage pattern was strange. Trees hadn't just fallen, they'd been twisted, snapped at odd angles, as if something massive had moved through the forest with deliberate force. We pressed forward. The temperature was dropping fast, that particular Adirondack cold that seeps through every layer of clothing and settles into your bones. My breath crystallized on my beard. Ice formed on my glasses, forcing me to stop repeatedly to clear my vision. Each time I paused, I found myself scanning the tree line, though I couldn't have said what I was looking for. The tower appeared suddenly through a break in the pines. One moment we were surrounded by forest. The next we stood in a small clearing, staring up at a skeletal structure of rust-eaten steel. The lookout tower rose 60 feet, its metal framework twisted and sagging, the enclosed observation cabin at the top listing dangerously to one side. The access ladder was missing several rungs. The whole structure groaned softly in the wind, a sound like distant screaming. "Well," Daniel said quietly, "that's coming down, no question." Beneath the tower squatted the ranger cabin, a log structure with a corrugated metal roof weighted down by decades of accumulated snow and ice. One wall bulged inward, the logs rotted and failing. The windows were dark, the glass intact but so filthy they appeared black. The chimney pipe hung at an angle, disconnected from the roof, pointing accusingly at the sky. We approached slowly. Something about the cabin's appearance triggered my training. The way the door hung slightly open, the fresh scratches on the frame, the disturbed snow near the entrance that looked almost like something had been dragged. But dragged in or out, I couldn't tell. "You seeing this?" I asked Daniel, pointing to the marks. He nodded, his jaw tight. "Probably deer. They shelter in abandoned buildings sometimes during harsh winters." "Right," I agreed, but neither of us moved closer. The wind picked up, howling through the tower's framework with an almost vocal quality. For a moment it sounded like words, like someone calling from far away. I shook my head, clearing the thought. Acoustic tricks, nothing more. Wind and metal, the same phenomenon that makes people hear voices in old houses. "Let's get inside before we lose the light entirely," Daniel said, forcing cheer into his voice. I grabbed the cabin door and pulled. It resisted, swollen with moisture and age, then gave way with a shriek of rusted hinges. The smell that rolled out made us both step back. Decay, mildew, something else underneath that I couldn't identify. Animal musk, maybe. The sharp tang of old urine. Daniel clicked on his flashlight, and we stepped inside. The cabin's interior was worse than the exterior suggested. Our flashlight beams revealed a single room, perhaps 15 feet square, with bunk beds along one wall, a cast-iron stove in the corner, and a small table with 2 chairs near what had been a window. The glass was still intact, but grime and frost made it opaque. The floorboards were warped and buckled, water damage evident everywhere. The ceiling sagged, yellow stains marking where rain and snow had penetrated. But it was the details that made my skin crawl. The lower bunk's mattress had been shredded, its stuffing scattered across the floor in clumps mixed with something dark and dried that might have been blood. Deep gouges scarred the wooden bed frame, parallel marks that looked disturbingly like claw scratches, but too large, too deep for any animal I could identify. The scratches continued across the floor, concentrated near the wall, as if something had frantically tried to dig through the logs. "What could do that?" Daniel whispered, kneeling to examine the marks more closely. He pulled off his glove and ran his fingers along the grooves. "These are fresh, within the last few months." "Bear?" I suggested, though I knew it wasn't right. Bears didn't behave this way. They destroyed things with brute force, not with this kind of focused, almost methodical damage. Behind the stove we found more stains. Dark smears painted the wall in patterns that suggested arterial spray. Not much. Not enough to indicate a killing, but enough to make me taste bile in the back of my throat. Mixed with the dried blood were tufts of gray-brown hair, coarse and thick. "We should document this," I said, pulling out my camera. I photographed everything. The scratches, the stains, the destroyed mattress. Evidence of something, though I didn't want to think too hard about what. Daniel had moved to the table. The surface was covered with carved initials, dates, messages from past rangers and hikers who'd sheltered here over the decades. Most were innocent, names and years, crude hearts with paired initials. But someone had carved something else, scratched deep into the wood with what must have been a knife blade. The letters were rough, desperate. Don't carve anede comes when you sleep north window. Don't look, Daniel, I called softly. He came over, read the message, then looked at the north-facing window, the one covered in grime, facing deeper into the wilderness. Kids trying to scare each other, he said, but his voice lacked conviction. We spent the next hour making the cabin marginally habitable. We cleared the debris from the floor, tested the stove. Miraculously, it still drew air through the crooked chimney, and laid out our sleeping bags on the upper bunks, away from the destroyed lower mattress. Daniel tried the satellite phone repeatedly, moving around the clearing, holding it up at different angles. Nothing. The mountains blocked us completely. We're truly off the grid, he said, forcing a laugh. Like the old days. The old days are overrated, I muttered, arranging my gear. By the time we finished, full darkness had fallen. The temperature inside the cabin hovered just above freezing, even with the stove burning. We ate cold rations, neither of us wanting to deal with cooking. The atmosphere felt oppressive, the silence outside absolute and heavy. I kept glancing at that north window, though I couldn't see anything through the filth. I'm going to check the perimeter, Daniel announced suddenly, standing up. Make sure there's nothing we missed. Fresh air, you know? I understood. The cabin felt claustrophobic, despite the cold. The walls seemed to press inward. I nodded. Don't go far, and keep your radio on. He pulled on his parka and stepped outside, the door closing behind him with a heavy thud. I was alone. I sat on the upper bunk, trying to read a book by headlamp, but the words wouldn't stick. My attention kept drifting to those claw marks on the floor, to the desperate message carved in the table, to the north window. The wind had picked up outside, and the cabin creaked and groaned, settling into the cold. Normal sounds, I told myself. Old buildings make noise. Then I heard it. From somewhere in the forest, distant but distinct, came a sound that wasn't wind. It started low, almost subsonic, a rumble I felt in my chest before I heard it. Then it rose in pitch, becoming a wail, then a scream, not quite human, not quite animal. It held steady for 5 seconds, maybe 6, then cut off abruptly. The silence that followed was worse than the sound itself. The door burst open and Daniel stumbled inside, slamming it behind him. His face had gone pale, his eyes wide. Snow dusted his shoulders and hat. Did you hear that? His voice was barely above a whisper. Yeah, I managed. What was it? He shook his head, moving to the window to peer out, then thinking better of it and backing away. I don't know. I was maybe 50 yards out, checking the tower foundation, and it just started. From the north, I think. Maybe a mile away, maybe closer. Distance is hard to judge out here. Mountain lion? I suggested, though I'd never heard of one in this part of the Adirondacks. Maybe a bobcat. Sound can carry strange and cold air, make things seem different than they are. He was talking fast, trying to convince himself. Or wolves. I know they're not supposed to be this far south, but migration patterns change. Climate change affects ranges. He trailed off. We both knew it hadn't sounded like any animal either of us had studied. We sat in silence, listening. The sound didn't repeat. Gradually, the normal night sounds of the forest resumed. The creak of ice-laden branches, the whisper of wind through pine needles, the occasional crack of a tree settling in the cold. Long day, Daniel said finally. We're tired, cold, probably a little dehydrated. Our minds are playing tricks. Right, I agreed, because there was nothing else to say. We prepared for sleep, checking and rechecking the door latch, positioning our gear within easy reach. Daniel took the bunk near the door. I took the one near the back wall, where I could see the whole room. Neither of us mentioned the carved warning on the table. I lay in my sleeping bag, fully dressed except for my boots, listening to Daniel's breathing slow and deepen as he fell asleep. Exhaustion pulled at me, but I fought it, staring at the dark ceiling, watching shadows cast by the dying stove fire dance across the warped boards. Outside, something moved through the snow, not the scurrying of small animals or the plodding of deer, something heavier, more deliberate. The footsteps circled the cabin once, twice, then stopped. I held my breath, listening so hard my ears ached. Nothing, just silence and the sound of my own hammering heart. Eventually, despite every instinct screaming at me to stay alert. Exhaustion won. I slipped into an uneasy sleep, filled with dreams of shadows moving between trees and voices calling my name from the darkness. I woke to cold gray light filtering through the dirty windows and the immediate, visceral certainty that something was wrong. The cabin was silent except for the wind outside and the creak of settling logs. Too silent. "Daniel?" My voice echoed in the small space, flat and unanswered. I sat up quickly, my sleeping bag rustling. The bunk below mine was empty. Daniel's sleeping bag lay torn open, the fabric ripped in long, parallel gashes that exposed the insulation inside. The material was shredded with the same deliberate precision as the old mattress we'd found yesterday. His bag had been destroyed from the inside out. My heart began to race. I swung down from the bunk, my feet hitting the cold floor. Daniel's boots stood exactly where he'd left them beside the stove. His parka hung on the hook by the door. His gloves sat on the table beside the satellite phone. "Daniel!" I shouted, louder now, panic creeping into my voice. "This isn't funny." I grabbed my own boots, yanked them on with shaking hands. My mind supplied reasonable explanations even as my gut rejected them. Maybe he'd gone out to relieve himself. Maybe he'd heard something and investigated. But without boots? Without his coat in January? The temperature outside was probably 10 degrees, maybe lower with wind chill. I threw open the cabin door. The sight outside froze me in place. Fresh snow had fallen overnight, perhaps 2 inches, covering everything in pristine white. The clearing around the cabin was utterly undisturbed. No footprints led away from the door. No tracks of any kind marked the snow. Not human, not animal, nothing. The white expanse was perfect and unbroken, as if no one had been outside since the snow stopped falling. But that was impossible. Daniel's sleeping bag was shredded. He was gone. He had to have left somehow. I stepped outside, my breath forming clouds in the frigid air. I walked carefully around the entire cabin, studying the snow, looking for any sign, any clue. Nothing. The snow lay smooth and undisturbed right up to the cabin walls, even under the eaves, where someone might have walked without leaving tracks in the clearing. There was nothing. "Daniel!" I screamed his name until my throat burned, until my voice cracked. The sound echoed off the surrounding peaks and died away. No response came back. The forest absorbed my shouts and returned only silence. I ran to the tower, thinking maybe he'd climbed up despite the dangerous condition. Maybe he'd wanted to try the satellite phone from higher elevation. But the ladder rungs were coated in thick ice, undisturbed. No one had climbed here recently. Panic was giving way to something worse, a creeping dread that made my hands tremble and my thoughts scatter. I forced myself to slow down, to think like the trained wilderness professional I was supposed to be. Systematic search, document everything, stay calm. I went back inside and grabbed my radio. "This is Ranger Station Volunteer, Bear Mountain Lookout, requesting immediate assistance. My partner is missing. Repeat, my partner is missing and I need emergency support." Static answered me. I tried again, cycling through every channel. More static. The mountains blocked everything. The satellite phone was equally useless. No signal, the screen showing the same infuriating, searching message no matter where I stood. I was utterly alone, miles from help, with a partner who had vanished without a trace. I spent the next hour conducting a proper search pattern, moving outward from the cabin in expanding circles, calling Daniel's name, looking for any sign of him. The forest around Bear Mountain was dense, the underbrush thick even in winter. Visibility extended maybe 30 or 40 yards before the trees and shadows made everything indistinct. I found nothing. Not a broken branch, not a scrap of fabric, not a single footprint. It was as if Daniel had simply ceased to exist. By noon, the temperature had risen slightly, and I was sweating inside my layers despite the cold. My throat was raw from shouting. My mind raced with possibilities, each more disturbing than the last. Medical emergency, sudden psychotic break causing him to strip and run into the woods. But there would still be tracks. Animal attack? There'd be blood, signs of struggle, something. The only explanation that fit the evidence was impossible. Daniel had vanished from inside a locked cabin without leaving any trace of his exit. I climbed the tower, despite my fear of the unstable structure. I needed height, needed to see the surrounding area, needed to find something. The ladder swayed and groaned under my weight, ice cracking off the rungs. I climbed slowly, carefully, my legs shaking. From exertion or fear, I couldn't tell. The observation deck at the top was worse than I'd expected. The floor had rusted through in places, leaving gaps that showed the ground 60 feet below. The windows were long gone, just empty frames open to the wind. But the view was expansive. I could see for miles in every direction. Endless forest, rolling peaks, the dark line of a frozen lake to the east, and nothing. No smoke from a fire, no movement, no flash of color that might be Daniel's clothing. Just wilderness stretching away in all directions. As I stood there, wind buffeting the unstable structure, a wave of vertigo and hopelessness washed over me. I was looking at hundreds of square miles of trackless forest. Finding one person without a search team, without aircraft support, was essentially impossible, and the nearest help was 30 miles away through difficult terrain. I climbed back down, each rung an exercise in forced calm. At the bottom, I leaned against the tower's cold metal framework and tried to think clearly. My options were limited. Stay and continue searching, hoping Daniel would return or that rescue would somehow arrive, or leave immediately, hiking out while I still had daylight and strength, and return with help. The logical choice was obvious. I couldn't help Daniel if I froze to death or got lost. I needed to get to civilization, report this, bring back professional search and rescue, but something stopped me. Some instinct, some nameless dread that I couldn't articulate. The idea of walking away from this place, of leaving Daniel, of abandoning him, felt wrong in a way I couldn't explain. I made my decision. I'd search until dark, then hole up in the cabin for the night with a proper barricade. In the morning, if Daniel hadn't returned, I'd hike out as fast as possible. 12 hours more, I owed him that much. The afternoon passed in a blur of desperate searching. I covered every yard of ground within a quarter mile of the cabin, sometimes crawling through blowdown thickets, sometimes wading through waist-deep drifts. I shouted until I had no voice left. I found nothing. As dusk approached, I forced myself back to the cabin. The temperature was dropping rapidly, the sky taking on that particular clarity that meant bitter cold ahead. I gathered firewood, enough to keep the stove burning through the night. I checked my supplies. Food for 3 days, water filtration, first aid kit. Everything I'd need to survive the hike out. Inside the cabin, I built a barricade using the table and the remains of the lower bunk frame, wedging it against the door. It wouldn't stop anything determined, but it would make noise, give me warning. I lit the stove and sat on the upper bunk with my back against the wall, able to see the entire room. My hatchet lay beside me, within easy reach. The light faded quickly, the gray dimness giving way to complete darkness broken only by the red glow from the stove's air vents. I did not plan to sleep. Night in the Adirondack wilderness has a quality unlike anywhere else. The darkness is absolute, primal. No light pollution softens it. No distant glow hints at civilization. When the clouds cover the moon, as they did that night, the blackness is so complete you can't see your hand in front of your face. I sat in that darkness, listening. The cabin made its normal sounds, the tick of cooling metal, the groan of settling wood, the whisper of wind finding cracks in the walls. But underneath those sounds, I heard something else, something moving outside. Footsteps, heavy, deliberate, crunching through the snow in a slow, measured rhythm. Not the quick patter of a deer or the shuffling gait of a bear. These were steady, purposeful steps. They circled the cabin, stopping occasionally, then continuing. Around and around, never varying pace, never making any other sound. I gripped the hatchet, every muscle tense. My breath came shallow and quick. I stared at the door, at the barricade, willing it to hold. The footsteps paused, silence stretched out, broken only by my racing heartbeat. Then, with tremendous force, something slammed against the wall behind my head. The impact shook the entire structure. Old wood groaned and cracked. I bit down on my tongue, tasting blood, swallowing a scream. Another blow followed, and another, each one striking the wall with methodical precision, as if testing the structure's integrity, looking for weakness. The assault went on for minutes. The logs held, but barely. I could see them flexing inward with each impact, see chinking dust falling from between the timbers. Whatever was outside possessed incredible strength. Then it stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse. I sat frozen, waiting, my entire body trembling. Minutes passed. Nothing. Had it gone? A new sound made my skin crawl, a slow scraping, like something being dragged across the roof, back and forth, rhythmic and patient. Metal squealed. The chimney pipe, I realized. Something was pulling at the disconnected chimney pipe. The scraping stopped. A moment later, something dropped down the chimney into the stove. I heard it land in the cold ashes with a wet thump. Silence, then a soft sound, like fabric tearing. I didn't move. I barely breathed. Whatever had fallen down the chimney remained in the stove, just feet away from me, separated only by cast iron. The stove's door was closed and latched, but the air vents were open, glowing faintly red. A smell began to fill the cabin, the same animal musk I'd noticed when we first arrived, but stronger now, mixed with something else. Decay, rot, the sweet sick stench of spoiled meat. Something white appeared in one of the stove's air vents. A finger, long, too long, the skin pale and glistening. It probed the vent opening, trying to widen it, scratching at the metal with a nail that scraped and squealed. I couldn't move, couldn't look away. The finger withdrew, and I heard scraping inside the stove, then the rattle of the door latch being tested from within. The door was old, the latch simple. It wouldn't hold long. Adrenaline finally broke through my paralysis. I lunged forward, grabbed the heaviest piece of firewood I could find, and jammed it through the latch, bracing it against the floor. The door rattled more violently. The wood held. Then, as suddenly as it had started, the rattling stopped. The smell faded. I heard movement on the roof again. Then the scraping sound grew distant, then disappeared entirely. I remained motionless, listening so hard my head throbbed. Slowly, the normal night sounds of the forest resumed. Wind, creaking wood, nothing else. Dawn was hours away. I didn't move from my position, didn't take my eyes off the stove. My hands remained locked around the hatchet handle, knuckles white, arms aching. When gray light finally began to seep through the windows, I cautiously approached the stove. Using a long stick, I unlatched the door and pushed it open, ready to run. The stove was empty except for cold ashes and the remains of our last fire. Nothing else. No evidence anything had ever been inside. I opened the cabin door, breaking down my barricade. Outside, the snow lay smooth and undisturbed, pristine and untouched. No tracks, no sign anything had been near the cabin at all. But on the roof, visible from the doorway, something fluttered in the wind. I stepped out, looked up. Caught on the twisted metal framework of the tower's lowest level, about 15 feet up, was a torn piece of fabric, Daniel's parka, the red one he'd been wearing yesterday. It hung from a rusted bolt, the fabric shredded, darkened with stains I recognized as blood. Clinging to one torn edge was a clump of gray-brown hair, coarse, thick, like the tufts we'd found behind the stove. I stared up at it, my mind refusing to process what I was seeing. Daniel had been wearing that coat yesterday. He'd hung it by the door before bed. How had it gotten up there? How had no one heard him leave? Heard him scream? The answer was simple and impossible. Daniel had never left the cabin through the door. He'd been taken out through the chimney or through the roof itself, dragged up into the tower and then, what? Taken away? Killed? I couldn't stay here another minute. I had to leave, had to get help, had to survive long enough to tell someone what had happened. I packed with shaking hands, forcing myself to be methodical despite the panic clawing at my chest. Food, water filtration, fire starting kit, first aid, emergency shelter, extra clothes, every item I might need for 30 miles of winter hiking. The pack was heavy, but I'd rather carry too much than be caught unprepared. The destroyed bunk frames I broke apart. Using the straightest boards to fashion a crude sled, I lashed them together with paracord, creating a platform I could drag behind me to carry the bulk of my gear. The snow was deep, waist deep in places, and breaking trail would be exhausting enough without a 40-pound pack on my back. I took photos of everything with my camera. Daniel's shredded sleeping bag, his abandoned boots and coat, the torn parka caught in the tower, the scratches on the floor and walls. Evidence, proof that something had happened here, that I wasn't losing my mind. Before leaving, I carved a message into the table with my knife, adding to the warning already there. January 2022, Daniel Hoffman, missing Tyler Brennan hiking out for help, something here, not safe. I took one last look around the cabin, this place that had transformed from shelter to nightmare. Then I stepped outside, secured the door as best I could, and started south on the trail that had brought us here. The first hours weren't terrible. The morning was clear and cold but not windy, and I had the trail from our approach to follow, our footprints from 2 days ago still visible in the older snow. I made good time, pulling the sled, falling into the rhythm of winter hiking. Step, breathe, don't think about anything except forward progress. But as the day wore on, As the trail descended from the ridge and entered deeper forest, I began to realize something was wrong. The landmarks I remembered from our hike-in seemed different, or missing entirely. A distinctive lightning-struck pine we'd passed was nowhere to be found. A stream we'd crossed had moved, or I'd somehow gotten off course. I checked my compass repeatedly. The needle spun lazily, never quite settling. I shook it, thinking maybe the cold had affected it, but it continued to drift, useless. GPS would have helped, but my phone was dead, had been since we arrived. The satellite phone was no better, still showing no signal. By mid-afternoon, I had to face facts. I was lost. The trail had vanished. I stood in unmarked forest, surrounded by identical trees. No idea which direction I'd come from or where I needed to go. The sun was hidden behind clouds, making it impossible to orient myself. The forest seemed to press in from all sides, dark and infinite. Don't panic. The first rule of wilderness survival. I forced myself to stop, to think. I had supplies for several days. I knew the general direction, south and east, toward Cranberry Lake. Even without a trail, I could navigate by terrain. Ridgelines run north-south in this part of the Adirondacks. Follow them down, find water, follow the water east. Eventually I'd hit civilization. I picked a direction that felt right, and started walking. As darkness approached, I began preparing a camp. I chose a spot beneath a massive pine, where the snow was shallower and the overhanging branches would provide some shelter. I built a windbreak using pine boughs and dug a depression in the snow, lining it with more branches to insulate from the ground. Fire was crucial. I gathered deadfall, carefully selecting dry wood from the underside of logs and from branches still attached to trees. With numb fingers, I struck sparks from my fire starter into a nest of birch bark and dry grass I'd found protected beneath a fallen tree. The sparks caught, the bark curled and caught flame, and soon I had a small fire burning. I fed it carefully, building it up until heat began to push back the cold. I melted snow for water, ate a protein bar and some trail mix. Not much, but enough. I needed to ration. I had no idea how long I'd be out here. As full darkness fell, I added more wood to the fire and settled in, my back against the pine's trunk, my sleeping bag pulled around my shoulders. The forest was completely black beyond my small circle of firelight. I kept the hatchet across my lap and tried to convince myself I was safe, that the fire would keep away anything dangerous. I was wrong. Around midnight, I'd lost track of exact time, could only estimate. The sound started. Footsteps, heavy and deliberate, circling my camp just beyond the firelight. The same steady rhythm I'd heard at the cabin. I grabbed a burning branch from the fire and held it up like a torch, peering into the darkness. "Who's there?" My voice cracked. "Daniel? Is that you?" The footsteps stopped. Silence pressed down, broken only by the crack and pop of burning wood. Then a voice answered from the darkness. "Tyler." It was Daniel's voice. Exactly his voice, his tone, his inflection. But it came from no single direction. It seemed to surround me, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Tyler, help me. I'm lost. Daniel." I stood, stumbling forward, the torch held high. "Where are you?" "Here. I'm here. Can't you see me?" I spun in a circle, searching the darkness. I saw nothing. Just trees and shadows and the dancing reflections of my firelight on snow. "I can't find you." My voice broke. "Keep talking. I'll come to you." Silence. Then closer. "Why did you leave me?" The voice held hurt now. Accusation. My heart twisted. Had I abandoned him? Should I have stayed longer, searched more? "I'm going for help," I said, speaking to the darkness. "I'm getting rescue." "We'll find you." Liar. The word was Daniel's voice, but wrong somehow. The pitch too low, the word drawn out too long. "You left me. You left me with it." A shape moved at the edge of my firelight. Tall, thin, nothing like Daniel, but somehow wearing his voice. I stumbled backward, tripping over my sled, landing hard in the snow. The torch fell from my hand, sputtering in the snow. I scrambled back to my fire, grabbed another brand, held it up with shaking hands. The shape was gone. "Not real," I whispered to myself. "Hallucination, stress, cold, fear. Not real." But Daniel's voice came again, from directly behind me now. "I waited for you. Where were you?" I spun. Nothing there. I didn't sleep that night. I kept the fire burning high, used half my collected wood, and sat with my back against the tree, hatchet in one hand, burning branch in the other. until gray dawn finally lightened the sky. I broke camp at first light, my hands shaking so badly I could barely pack my gear. Every shadow in the forest seemed to move with purpose. Every sound carried threat. I needed to keep moving, needed to get away from this place, from whatever hunted these woods. The day passed in a blur of exhaustion and fear. I stumbled through deep snow, pulling my sled, falling repeatedly, getting up, continuing. My legs burned with fatigue. My face was numb from cold. Ice had formed in my beard, but I didn't stop, couldn't stop. The forest had become alien, nightmarish. Trees seemed wrong, bent at impossible angles. Shadows pooled in places where no shadows should be. More than once I saw movement from the corner of my eye, figures keeping pace with me through the trees, always just beyond clear vision. Whenever I turned to look directly, they vanished. I was hallucinating, had to be. Hypothermia affects cognition, and I'd been cold for 3 days straight. Dehydration scrambles perception, and I was probably not drinking enough. Fear does strange things to the mind, but the footsteps following me through the snow weren't hallucinations. They were real, constant, never quite catching up but never falling behind. Heavy steps crushing through the crust, breaking branches. Something large followed me, paralleling my course through the dense forest. I tried to speed up. My body wouldn't cooperate. I was at my limit, burning through calories faster than I could replace them, hypothermic despite my layers, functioning on adrenaline and desperation. As afternoon faded toward evening, I knew I wouldn't make another night in the open. My fuel was spent. If I stopped to camp again, I'd die, either from exposure or from whatever stalked me through these trees. I had one chance. Keep moving through the night, force my body beyond its limits, reach help or die trying. The last of the light drained from the sky. I clicked on my headlamp, the beam cutting a narrow tunnel through absolute darkness. Snow began falling again, thick flakes that swallowed my light and muffled all sound. I could barely see 10 feet ahead. The sled caught on something, a root or rock beneath the snow. I yanked at it, pulled harder, and it came free. But the effort took the last of my strength. I fell to my knees, chest heaving, vision swimming. Get up, I told myself. Get up or die here. I couldn't get up. A voice spoke from the darkness ahead, kind and concerned. You need to rest. I raised my head. A figure stood in my headlamp beam. Daniel, he looked exactly as I remembered. Red parka, wool hat, that concerned expression he got when I pushed too hard in the mountains. Hey, he said gently, you're exhausted. You need to stop before you hurt yourself. Not real, I whispered. You're not real. He crouched down to my level, his face filled with worry. Of course I'm real. I got turned around, but I found the trail. Come on, I know where the cabin is. We can make it back, get warm. For a moment I wanted desperately to believe him, to accept this impossible mercy, to follow him to safety. But his eyes were wrong, too dark, too deep, reflecting my headlamp like an animal's. What happened to you? I asked, my voice barely audible. Daniel smiled. His teeth were wrong, too many, too sharp, wrong shape entirely. I'm right here. I've been here the whole time. Why didn't you answer when I called? I lurched to my feet, stumbling backward. Daniel's form flickered, blurred, became something else. Tall, wrong proportions, limbs that bent incorrectly. It reached for me with hands that had too many fingers. I ran. My pack forgotten, my sled abandoned. I crashed through the forest in blind panic. Branches tore at my face. I fell, got up, fell again. Behind me, heavy footsteps followed. Closer now, no longer maintaining distance. I don't remember much of what happened next. Terror shattered my memories into fragments. Running, falling, the taste of blood in my mouth, trees that seemed to move, blocking my path. Daniel's voice calling my name from every direction, cold beyond anything I'd experienced, settling into my bones like concrete. At some point, I stopped running. My body simply quit. I collapsed in the snow, unable to move, unable to care. My vision had narrowed to a tunnel, the edges going black. This is how it ends, I thought. Not a bad way to go. Just sleep, just cold. A light appeared ahead. Bright, artificial, beautiful. It grew larger, and with it came a sound, an engine, a snowmobile. Voices shouted. Hands lifted me. I tried to speak but couldn't form words. They wrapped me in blankets, spoke urgently to each other in tones I couldn't quite parse. Severe hypothermia. Need to get him out now. Been out here? Days? The snowmobile's engine roared, and we were moving. I drifted in and out, consciousness flickering. At some point, the movement stopped. More voices, brighter lights, warmth that hurt like fire against my frozen skin. Then nothing. I woke in a hospital room, surrounded by machines that beeped softly. Sunlight streamed through a window, so bright it hurt my eyes. An IV ran into my arm. My hands and feet were wrapped in white bandages. A nurse noticed me stirring and came over, her smile warm but her eyes professional, assessing. "Welcome back. How are you feeling?" "Daniel," I managed, my throat raw. "My partner. Did you find him?" Her smile faded. "Let me get the doctor." Over the next days, I learned what had happened. A couple on their anniversary, out for a snowmobile ride, had spotted me by sheer chance. I'd been 3 miles from a seasonal logging road, delirious and in the late stages of hypothermia. They'd gotten me to their truck, then to the hospital in Tupper Lake. Search and rescue teams had gone to Bear Mountain as soon as I was stable enough to tell them where to look. They'd found the cabin exactly as I'd described. Daniel's shredded sleeping bag, his boots and coat, my carved warning on the table. They'd found the torn parka caught in the tower. They had not found Daniel. 3 days of intensive searching, dogs, aerial reconnaissance, everything. Nothing. No body, no trace, nothing beyond what had been at the cabin. The investigation ruled it an unexplained disappearance. The prevailing theory was that Daniel had experienced some kind of medical emergency. Maybe carbon monoxide poisoning from the stove, maybe a psychotic break, and had fled into the wilderness despite the cold. Hypothermia causes paradoxical undressing, where victims remove their clothes feeling overheated. It wasn't uncommon in wilderness deaths. The theory was logical, evidence-based, sensible. It was also completely wrong, and everyone who'd searched knew it. I could see it in their faces when they interviewed me, hear it in the careful way they asked questions. The older rangers especially. They'd exchange glances when I mentioned the sounds, the footsteps, the voice calling my name. They believed me, they just couldn't say so. Morrison came to visit me before I was discharged. The ranger station chief sat in the visitor's chair, his hat in his hands, looking older than I remembered. "How are you feeling?" he asked. Better. It was true. The frostbite had been relatively minor. I'd keep all my fingers and toes. The physical recovery at least was going well. "We're closing Bear Mountain Station," Morrison said quietly. "Taking the tower down, boarding up the cabin. It'll be removed from maps." "Good. Tyler," he paused, choosing his words carefully. "What you experienced out there, I want you to know you're not the first. Won't be the last either." I looked at him sharply. "What do you mean?" "The Five Ponds Wilderness is old, son. Really old. There are stories about those woods going back to the Mohawk people, probably earlier. Things that live in the deep places, things that don't like being disturbed." He turned his hat in his hands. "Most of the time, people who go missing out there, we find them eventually. But sometimes we don't. And the ones we do find, they won't talk about it, can't talk about it. What they saw breaks something inside." "You believe me," I said. It wasn't a question. I believe these mountains are bigger than we are and older than we can imagine. I believe there are things we don't understand, maybe can't understand. And I believe you're lucky to be alive. He stood, placed his hat back on his head. "Daniel Hoffman was a good kid. I'm sorry we couldn't bring him home." After he left, I sat alone in my room, staring out the window at the distant mountains. Somewhere out there, in the endless wilderness, Daniel was gone. Taken by something that shouldn't exist, lost to a place that didn't care about our rules or understanding. I thought about the voice calling my name in the darkness, about the heavy footsteps circling my camp, about Daniel's face, smiling at me with wrong teeth, telling me I'd abandoned him. The thing in those woods hadn't been hungry. If it had been, I'd be as gone as Daniel. No, it had been playing with me, testing me, seeing how far it could push before I broke completely. I wondered if it was still out there, waiting by the Bear Mountain cabin, patient and timeless, ready for the next person foolish enough to volunteer. They released me from the hospital after 6 days. I'd regained most of my strength, though I'd lost 15 pounds and still had patches of frostbite healing on my cheeks and ears. The physical damage would mend. The other wounds would take longer. My parents drove up from Albany to take me home. They treated me with exaggerated gentleness, as if I might shatter at any moment. Maybe I would. I spent the 3-hour drive staring out the window, watching the mountains recede behind us, feeling something like relief mixed with guilt. I was leaving. Daniel never would. The investigation formally concluded after 2 weeks. Daniel Hoffman was declared missing, presumed dead from exposure. A memorial service was held at the college. His parents were there, holding each other, faces hollow with grief. I sat in the back, unable to meet their eyes. I couldn't tell them what had really happened. Who would believe it? Even my own memories seemed impossible now, viewed from civilization's safety, in a warm room surrounded by people. The idea of something inhuman stalking the Adirondacks seemed absurd. Psychology offered explanations. Trauma, hypothermia-induced hallucination, the mind's attempt to make sense of tragedy by creating narrative. But late at night, when I closed my eyes, I heard Daniel's voice calling from the darkness. I saw that figure standing at the edge of my firelight, wearing his face like a mask, and I knew, with absolute certainty, that I hadn't imagined it. I withdrew from the forestry program, changed my major to environmental policy, something that kept me in offices and classrooms, far from the deep woods. My professors expressed concern but didn't push. Morrison had called them, I learned later, and explained that I'd experienced significant trauma. They gave me space. The nightmares were bad at first. Every night I'd dream of being back at the cabin, watching Daniel's sleeping bag tear itself apart from within. Or I'd dream of running through endless forest while heavy footsteps followed, never catching up but never falling behind. I'd wake gasping, sweat-soaked, convinced something stood in my darkened bedroom. I started seeing a therapist who specialized in trauma. She was patient, skilled, never dismissive. She taught me breathing exercises, cognitive behavioral techniques, ways to ground myself when the panic attacks came. She never asked me to explain exactly what had happened in the wilderness. She treated the trauma, not the cause. Gradually, things got better. The nightmares came less frequently. I could walk past wooded areas without my pulse spiking. I even hiked again, though never in the Adirondacks, never in winter, never alone. 3 months after the incident, I received a package. No return address, just my name and dorm room number written in careful block letters. Inside was a folder containing photocopies of old documents, ranger reports, incident logs, newspaper clippings, all dated from before Daniel and I were born. They told a familiar story, repeated across decades. In 1998, 2 hikers reported hearing screams near Bear Mountain. Rangers found their camp abandoned, gear scattered. No bodies were ever found. In 1986, a wilderness guide claimed something had circled his camp for 3 nights straight, calling to him in his wife's voice. He made it out but was hospitalized for psychological evaluation. In 1973, a forestry student went missing near the Five Ponds Wilderness. Her journal was found in an abandoned cabin, the last entry describing someone outside, trying to get in. She was never seen again. In 1952, a ranger stationed at Bear Mountain filed a report about unusual activity and requested transfer. 2 weeks later, his relief found the station empty, the door barricaded from inside. The ranger's body turned up that spring, 5 miles away. Cause of death listed as exposure despite temperatures well above freezing when he disappeared. The reports went back to 1911 when the station was first built. 23 documented incidents over 90 years. Not all fatal, but all sharing common elements. Isolation, winter, something that called to people using familiar voices, footsteps with no tracks. A note was paper-clipped to the last page, handwritten. They won't listen, they never do, but someone should remember. It was signed with Morrison's initials. I called him. He answered on the 3rd ring, voice tired. Figured you'd call eventually. Why send this to me? Because you'll understand it. Because you survived. And because someday, someone else is going to go up to that mountain despite our warnings, and they deserve to know what they're walking into. The cabin's supposed to be closed, off the maps. It is, but maps are just paper, son. The mountain's still there. The thing in those woods is still there. And people are curious creatures. They find things. I thought about that. What is it? The thing that took Daniel? Silence on the line. Then, old. That's all I know for sure. The Mohawk had stories about it, about what lived in the deep woods before people came. They stayed away from certain places. We're just not as wise. Someone should kill it. How do you kill something you can't track, can't see, that might not even be physical in the way we understand? Smarter people than me have tried to understand it. They failed or stopped trying. All we can do is avoid it and warn others. After we hung up, I sat holding those photocopied reports, feeling the weight of all those disappeared people. 23 documented cases. How many undocumented? How many more before that? Before anyone kept records. I made my own folder, added my account, Daniel's memorial service program, the news clippings about our disappearance and my miraculous rescue. I added Morrison's reports. I sealed it all in a waterproof envelope and put it in my closet. Maybe someday I'd show someone. Maybe someday it would matter. 5 years have passed now. I work for the Department of Environmental Conservation, ironically enough. I help develop wilderness policy, review permit applications, assess environmental impact studies. Desk work mostly, safe work. I haven't been back to the Five Ponds wilderness. I never will. But sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I pull out that folder and read through the reports again. I think about Daniel, about that last night when I lay in my sleeping bag and heard his sleeping bag tearing itself apart. I wonder if he's still out there in some way, held by whatever hunts those mountains. And I remember the last thing I heard before the rescuers found me. It was Daniel's voice, distant but clear, coming from somewhere in the dark forest. It's lonely here. Come back. Come back and keep me company. I'd been half dead from hypothermia, delirious, hypothermic. The voice could have been hallucination, my brain misfiring in its final moments. That's what I tell myself. But I know the truth. Some part of me stayed in those woods, and something in those woods knows my name. The file sits in my closet, adding weight to a promise I made to myself. I'd remember. I'd carry this knowledge, this warning, and if anyone ever asked me about Bear Mountain, about what really happened in the Five Ponds Wilderness in January 2022, I'd tell them the truth. Not the official truth, the tidy explanation of medical emergencies and exposure, but the real truth. There are old places in this world, places older than our understanding, older than our civilization, older than the names we've given them. Some of those places are hungry, some are malevolent, and some, like the deep woods around Bear Mountain, are simply lonely. That's what I told the nurse that night in the hospital, in the hours before hypothermia fully released its grip on my mind. She wrote it in her notes, though it never made the official reports. I saw her write it, watched her hand pause, unsure how to categorize such a statement. It wasn't hungry, I whispered, words slurring. Just lonely. So lonely it'll do anything to keep you. She squeezed my hand, mistaking delirium for grief, but I meant what I said. The thing in those woods doesn't kill out of hunger or malice. It kills out of isolation, out of desperate need for company. And in the endless winter dark, surrounded by silence and snow, it calls to us in the voices of people we love. Sometimes we answer. Sometimes we don't come back. The mountains remain, patient and ancient, waiting for the next person who volunteers to walk into the wilderness alone, waiting for someone new to call to follow, to take into the deep places where the maps end, and something old remembers what the world was like before we named it. I survived. Daniel didn't. That's the truth I carry. That's the weight I'll bear for the rest of my life. And every winter, when the first snow falls and the temperature drops, I find myself listening, half afraid, half expecting to hear a voice I recognize calling my name from the darkness, asking why I left, begging me to come back. Lake of the Woods had always been my refuge, a sprawling frozen wilderness spanning the border between Minnesota and Ontario. For 37 years I'd made the pilgrimage each winter, drilling through thick ice in search of walleye and solitude. My wife used to join me in the early years, but she'd always preferred the cabin near Baudette during the warmer months, where mosquitoes replaced the biting wind and the lake shimmered green instead of white. When the cancer finally took her last July, the world lost its color. Everything became muted, distant, as if I were watching my own life through frosted glass. This winter, I needed the ice more than ever. I needed to disappear into that vast emptiness, where the only sounds were the wind and the occasional crack of shifting ice, where no one would ask how I was doing with that pitying look in their eyes, where I could simply exist without the weight of sympathy pressing down on my shoulders. I loaded my equipment onto the sled at dawn on February 16, 2025. My breath forming thick clouds in the sub-zero air. The preparations were automatic after so many years. The gas-powered ice auger with its freshly sharpened blades, the portable propane heater that had kept me alive through countless frigid nights, my old army cot with its threadbare canvas, 2 Coleman lanterns with extra mantles, a week's worth of canned soup and beans, 5 gallons of drinking water, spare fuel canisters, and the emergency kit I'd assembled decades ago and never needed. The drive across the ice was hauntingly beautiful. The February sun hung low and pale, casting long shadows across the frozen expanse. The landscape was a study in white and gray, interrupted only by the dark silhouettes of pine-covered islands jutting up through the ice like the backs of sleeping giants. My snowmobile's engine roared across the silence, the sled bouncing along behind, laden with everything I needed to survive in isolation. I headed for Devil's Elbow, a remote chain of small islands far from the ice fishing resorts that dotted the more accessible parts of the lake. Most fishermen avoided the area, claiming the fishing wasn't worth the distance. But I'd always found the isolation more valuable than any catch. Out here, you could spend days without seeing another soul, surrounded by nothing but ice, sky, and the occasional raven circling overhead. The ice was solid, nearly 2 feet thick in most places. I'd been checking ice conditions all winter, monitoring the freeze through local reports and my own careful observations. Still, I stopped every few hundred yards to drill test holes, watching the auger bite through layers of white and blue ice before hitting the dark water beneath. Safety had been drilled into me by old-timers who'd lost friends to the lake's deceptive surface. Ice fishing wasn't a hobby for the careless. I reached my destination by mid-morning, selecting a spot near the southern tip of the largest island in the Devil's Elbow chain. The location was perfect, sheltered from the worst winds by the island's pines, yet far enough from shore to access the deeper channels where walleye congregated. I drilled my fishing hole with practiced efficiency, the auger screaming through the ice in a shower of white chips. 18 inches of good, clear ice, more than enough to support my shack and equipment. Setting up the portable ice shack took less than 20 minutes. The canvas walls went up quickly, secured by aluminum poles and anchored with ice screws. Inside, I arranged my gear with the efficiency of long practice. Cot against the back wall, heater near the fishing hole, lanterns hung from the ceiling supports, supplies stacked neatly in the corner. By noon, I had a line in the water and coffee brewing on my small camp stove. The first afternoon passed in comfortable routine. I caught 3 decent perch and 1 small walleye. Nothing spectacular, but enough to justify the trip. As the sun began its early descent, painting the western sky in shades of orange and pink, I cooked a simple dinner of canned beef stew heated over the propane burner. The familiar ritual brought a measure of peace I hadn't felt since the funeral. That first night, I slept better than I had in months. The darkness was absolute, broken only by the faint glow of the heater's pilot light. The silence was profound, interrupted occasionally by the distant crack of shifting ice, a sound as natural to me as my own heartbeat. I dreamed of nothing, or at least nothing I remembered, and woke feeling more rested than I had since my wife's diagnosis. The second day began with promise. I woke to pale morning light filtering through the canvas walls, my breath visible in the cold air despite the heater's efforts. After a breakfast of instant oatmeal and black coffee, I decided to explore the northern part of the island chain. An old friend, Jim Barrett, had maintained a fishing shack up there for years before his arthritis forced him south to Arizona. I hadn't been to his spot in at least 3 seasons, but I remembered it as prime walleye territory. The ride north was exhilarating, the snowmobile's engine echoing off the surrounding islands as I navigated between ice ridges and pressure cracks. The morning air was crystalline and sharp, burning my lungs with each breath. After about 20 minutes, I spotted Jim's old shack, a weathered plywood structure that looked even more dilapidated than I remembered. I circled the shack once before parking, noting that the door hung slightly ajar, unusual given Jim's meticulous nature. But the structure had been abandoned for years now. Weather and time had likely taken their toll. Still, curiosity drew me forward, boots crunching through the crusty snow as I approached the entrance. The shack was empty as expected, but surprisingly intact inside. Jim's old fishing gear still hung from rusty nails, covered in a thin layer of frost. His battered Coleman cooler sat in the corner, lid closed, probably empty or filled with ancient frozen bait. The place smelled of old canvas and motor oil, familiar scents that brought back memories of shared fishing trips and stories told over warming whiskey. On impulse, I decided to drill a hole near Jim's old spot and try my luck. The ice here was nearly as thick as at my own location, and within an hour I'd caught 2 beautiful walleye, each over 20 inches long. The fishing gods were smiling on me. I made a mental note of the location, planning to return the next day with proper gear to preserve the catch. By early afternoon, clouds had begun rolling in from the northwest, heavy and gray, promising either snow or the kind of bitter cold that could turn dangerous quickly. The temperature had already dropped noticeably and the wind was picking up, sending loose snow skittering across the ice in ghostly patterns. I decided to head back to my own shack while visibility was still good. The return trip felt longer than the morning journey, though I knew it was just my imagination responding to the deteriorating weather. By the time I reached my shack, the sun had disappeared entirely behind the cloud cover, leaving the world in a flat, colorless twilight despite it being only mid-afternoon. I spent the rest of the daylight hours inside, organizing gear and preparing dinner. The wind intensified as evening approached, buffeting the canvas walls and making the lanterns swing gently on their hooks. I ate mechanically, reading a worn paperback Western novel I'd brought along, trying to focus on the story but finding my thoughts drifting back to my empty house, to the medical bills still piled on the kitchen table, to the silence that had replaced my wife's voice. Darkness came early and absolute. I extinguished one lantern to conserve fuel, leaving just enough light to read by. The wind continued its assault on the shack, and somewhere in the distance, ice groaned and cracked as the temperature plummeted. These were familiar sounds, the lake's normal voice, and they lulled me toward sleep as I lay on the narrow cot, still fully dressed except for my boots. I'm not sure what time it was when I woke, but the darkness was complete. My lantern had burned out, leaving me in pitch blackness. The heater's pilot light provided barely enough glow to see my own hands. For a moment I lay disoriented, trying to remember where I was and what had disturbed my sleep. Then I heard it again. The sound that had pulled me from unconsciousness. Footsteps. Clear and unmistakable, crunching through the crusty snow outside my shack. My first thought was relief. Another fisherman, perhaps checking on me during this cold snap. The isolation of Devil's Elbow made it customary for those few hardy souls who ventured out here to check on each other, especially in severe weather. I started to sit up, ready to call out a greeting, but something stopped me. Some primitive instinct that had kept my ancestors alive long enough to pass on their genes. The footsteps were wrong somehow. They moved too slowly, too deliberately, as if whoever was walking was carefully measuring each step. And they were heavy, impossibly heavy, each step producing a deep crunch that seemed too pronounced even for someone in heavy winter boots. I remained frozen on my cot, listening intently. The footsteps circled the shack slowly, methodically, making a complete circuit before stopping directly behind where I lay. Through the canvas wall I could sense a presence, something large and utterly still, standing just inches away. My heart hammered against my ribs. I wanted to call out, to demand identification, to break the terrible tension, but something kept my voice locked in my throat. Instead, I eased myself quietly off the cot and crept toward the small observation window I'd cut into the canvas, a 6-inch square covered with clear plastic that allowed me to check weather conditions without opening the door. I pressed my face close to the plastic, cupping my hands around my eyes to block the faint glow from the heater. Outside, the night was bright with moonlight reflecting off the snow-covered ice. The visibility was remarkable, at least 100 yards in every direction. The ice was empty, completely, utterly empty. Yet the footsteps continued, now moving around toward the front of the shack. I could hear them clearly, heavy and measured, accompanied now by a strange dragging sound, as if something was being pulled across the ice. The combination was unnerving in a way I couldn't articulate. I stumbled toward the door flap, fumbling for my flashlight with shaking hands. Part of me knew that opening that door was a mistake, but panic was beginning to override reason. I needed to see what was out there, to confirm with my own eyes that I wasn't losing my mind. My hand was on the zipper when the footsteps stopped again. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the sound had been. I stood frozen, flashlight clutched in one hand, listening so intently that my ears began to create phantom sounds in the void. Then came a single, deliberate knock against the canvas wall. Not a bump or an accidental brush, but an unmistakable knock, 3 measured taps that could only have been made by knuckles against fabric. Terror flooded through me, pure and primal. I backed away from the door, retreating to the far corner of the shack where my cot stood. I grabbed the flare gun from my emergency kit, checking with trembling fingers that it was loaded. The weight of the weapon in my hand provided minimal comfort. The silence stretched on, becoming almost unbearable. Minutes passed, or perhaps hours. Time had lost meaning. I stood pressed against the back wall, flare gun aimed at the door, waiting for whatever was outside to enter. But nothing happened. Eventually, perhaps an hour later, I heard the footsteps resume, moving away from the shack, growing fainter until they disappeared entirely into the night. Still, I didn't move. I remained standing in the corner, gun ready, until the first gray light of dawn began to seep through the canvas walls. Morning brought no relief from the dread that had settled in my chest. As soon as there was enough light to see clearly, I forced myself to unzip the door and step outside. The cold air hit me like a physical blow, but I barely noticed. My attention was focused entirely on the snow-covered ice surrounding my shack. At first I saw nothing unusual. The surface was pristine, marked only by my own tracks from the previous day and the drag marks from where I'd pulled my sled into position. Relief began to wash over me. I'd imagined it all, a nightmare brought on by isolation and grief. There was no visitor, no mysterious footsteps, just an old man's mind playing tricks on him in the darkness. Then I circled around to the back of the shack, and my breath caught in my throat. Footprints, large, deep impressions in the snow and ice, forming a complete circle around my shelter. Each print was elongated and bare, not the typical oval shape of a boot, but something more like a human foot stretched to impossible proportions. The prints sank deep into the crusty surface, requiring significant weight to create such impressions in ice-hardened snow. But it was where the prints began and ended that truly unsettled me. The trail started abruptly about 15 feet from my shack, as if whatever made them had simply materialized there. The prints circled my shelter completely, then stopped just as suddenly 20 feet away on the opposite side. No trail led to the circle's beginning, and none led away from its end. I stood staring at those prints for a long time, my mind refusing to accept what my eyes were showing me. I walked the perimeter several times, searching for some logical explanation. Perhaps the wind had erased portions of the trail, but the snow was packed and frozen, not the light powder that could be blown away easily. Perhaps another fisherman playing a prank? But the isolation of this location and the bitter cold made such a scenario absurdly unlikely. I knelt beside one of the prints, examining it closely. The impression was too deep and too detailed to be artificial. I could make out what appeared to be individual toe marks, 5 distinct depressions at the front of each footprint, but the proportions were all wrong. The print was nearly 16 inches long and 7 inches wide at its widest point, far larger than any human foot I'd ever encountered. My hands shook as I pulled out my phone to take photographs, though I knew the device was useless for anything else out here. No signal reached Devil's Elbow, but at least I could document what I was seeing. Part of me already knew that I would need evidence later, that no one would believe this story without proof. After taking several photos from different angles, I returned to my shack and tried to think clearly. My options were limited. I could pack up immediately and head back to the mainland, abandoning several days' worth of supplies and admitting defeat to whatever had visited me in the night. Or I could stay, try to maintain my routine, and hope that whatever had made those prints didn't return. Pride and stubbornness won out over caution. I'd faced blizzards, dangerous ice conditions, and equipment failures over my decades of ice fishing. I'd survived a war overseas and buried my wife of 43 years. I wasn't about to be run off by strange footprints and nighttime noises, no matter how unsettling. But I did take precautions. I spent the morning reinforcing my shack, adding extra ice screws to the anchors, and double-checking all my equipment. I inventoried my supplies carefully, making sure I knew exactly what I had available for defense or emergency. The flare gun went back into my coat pocket, where I could reach it quickly. I also laid out my hunting knife, a wicked 7-inch blade I'd carried since my army days, positioning it where I could grab it from the cot. By midday, I'd restored some sense of normalcy. The sun had emerged from behind the clouds, and the temperature had risen slightly, making the day almost pleasant. I drilled a new fishing hole closer to my shack and caught several nice crappies, focusing on the familiar routine to keep my mind from dwelling on the morning's discovery. Despite my determination to maintain normalcy, I couldn't shake the unease that had settled over me. The sunlight helped, as did the simple act of fishing, but every shadow seemed to hold potential menace now. Every distant crack of ice made me flinch. I found myself constantly scanning the surrounding islands, looking for movement in the tree line. Around 2 in the afternoon, I made a decision that I would later recognize as profoundly foolish. I needed to see Jim Barrett's old shack again, to check if there were any similar disturbances there. Perhaps whatever had visited me had also investigated his abandoned shelter. Perhaps there would be some clue there, some explanation that would make sense of the previous night's events. The ride north felt different in daylight. The landscape that had seemed beautiful 2 days ago now appeared vaguely threatening. The island's dark pines seemed to lean toward the ice, their shadows reaching out like grasping fingers. I drove faster than was wise, the snowmobile's skis occasionally catching on rough ice patches, sending jarring vibrations up through my spine. Jim's shack appeared on the horizon sooner than I expected, but as I drew closer, something was clearly wrong. Even from a distance, I could see that the structure looked different from my visit the day before. I slowed the snowmobile, approaching cautiously, a tight knot of dread forming in my stomach. The front wall of the shack had been destroyed, not damaged by weather or time, but torn outward with tremendous force. Thick plywood panels hung in splinters, and the entire structure tilted at an angle, partially collapsed. I parked 50 feet away and approached on foot, every instinct screaming at me to turn around and leave. The damage was extensive and violent. The door had been ripped completely off its hinges and lay twisted on the ice 20 feet from the entrance. Deep gouges scarred what remained of the walls, long parallel scratches that looked like nothing so much as claw marks, though far larger than any bear could produce. I paused at the entrance, steeling myself before looking inside. What I saw there nearly made my knees buckle. The interior was a scene of savage destruction. Jim's old cot had been torn apart, its metal frame bent and twisted as if by incredible force. The canvas that had formed the sleeping surface was shredded into ribbons. His fishing gear had been scattered and broken, poles snapped in half, tackle boxes crushed and scattered. But it was the blood that truly horrified me. Dark stains covered the wooden floor, splashed across the walls, and pooled in the corner where the cot had stood. Frozen solid by the intense cold, the blood had formed grotesque ice sculptures, crystalline structures that caught the light filtering through the damaged walls. There was too much of it. Far too much. No one could lose that much blood and survive. Yet there was no body. Despite the clear evidence of violence, despite the massive quantities of blood, there was no corpse, no remains, nothing but the stains and the destruction. I backed out of the shack slowly, my mind reeling. My first thought was to contact the authorities, to report whatever had happened here. But my radio had no range from this location, and my phone remained useless. I would have to return to the mainland to get help, a journey that would take hours. As I stood there trying to decide on my next move, I noticed something that chilled me even more than the blood-soaked shack. A trail of the same elongated footprints I'd found around my shelter led from the destroyed structure toward the nearby island, disappearing into the dense pine forest. And lying in the snow near the tree line was a piece of torn, blood-stained fabric that looked disturbingly like it had come from a heavy winter coat. The return journey to my shack was a blur of panic and racing thoughts. I knew I should leave immediately, head for the mainland in safety, but darkness was already approaching, the sun sinking rapidly toward the horizon. The temperature was dropping again, and attempting a crossing of the lake's vast expanse in failing light was potentially suicidal. Slush pockets, pressure ridges, and open water channels were difficult enough to navigate in daylight. In darkness, they were deadly. I made it back to my shelter just as twilight was fading to night. My hands shook so badly that it took 3 tries to get the snowmobile parked properly. Inside the shack, I frantically began organizing my gear for a dawn departure. I would pack everything tonight, be ready to leave at first light, get to the ranger station, and report what I'd found. Let the professionals figure out what had happened to Jim's shack and to whomever had been staying there. The wind picked up as darkness fell, buffeting the canvas walls with renewed fury. I lit both lanterns, wanting as much light as possible, and turned the propane heater to its highest setting. The flare gun went under my pillow, and the hunting knife stayed in my hand. I tried to eat dinner but couldn't force down more than a few bites of cold canned beans. Around 8 o'clock by my watch, I heard the sound again. A long, mournful howl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. It wasn't like any animal call I'd ever heard in my decades of outdoor experience. The sound was wrong, carrying a quality that bypassed my rational mind and went straight to some ancient, primal part of my brain that knew only fear. The howl faded slowly, echoing across the frozen lake, and in the silence that followed, I became aware of my own ragged breathing. I moved to the observation window and pressed my face against the plastic, scanning the darkness outside. At first I saw nothing but the moon-washed ice, stretching away toward the distant islands. Then movement caught my eye near the tree line of the closest island, perhaps 200 yards away. A shape stood there, tall and impossibly thin, its silhouette darker than the surrounding shadows. It was motionless, but I had the unmistakable impression that it was watching me, that whatever intelligence guided that form was focused entirely on my small, vulnerable shelter. I don't know how long I stood at that window, staring at the figure while it stared back. Minutes or hours, time had no meaning. My legs ached from standing and my eyes burned from the strain of peering into the darkness. But I couldn't look away. Then, without any apparent movement, the figure was closer, not walking, not running, just suddenly standing 50 yards nearer than it had been a moment before. The impossible transition broke something in my mind. I stumbled backward from the window, terror overwhelming rational thought. The footsteps began again, that same heavy, measured crunching I'd heard the previous night. They approached steadily, and I backed into the corner of the shack, flare gun raised with shaking hands. The knife lay on the cot, forgotten in my panic. The footsteps stopped directly outside the door. For an eternal moment, nothing happened. Then came that same deliberate knock. 3 measured taps against the canvas. "Go away," I shouted, my voice cracking. "Leave me alone." Silence answered me. The kind of silence that feels alive, pregnant with potential. I stood trembling in the corner, gun aimed at the door, waiting for whatever came next. What came next was worse than any attack could have been. A soft sound, like fingernails dragging slowly down the canvas wall. The sound moved across the front of the shack, then along the side, then across the back, a complete circuit that took perhaps 30 seconds. When it finished, the silence returned, deeper and more oppressive than before. I stood frozen in that corner for the rest of the night, gun never wavering from the door, listening for any sound that might herald another visit. None came. As dawn finally began to gray the eastern sky, I was still standing there, exhausted and terrified but alive. I didn't waste time on breakfast or proper packing. As soon as there was enough light to see, I threw my essential gear onto the sled in a chaotic heap, not caring about organization or protecting equipment. Survival was my only priority now. I needed to reach the ranger station, needed to get off this ice and away from whatever was hunting me. The snowmobile started on the first pull, and I offered a silent prayer of gratitude. I'd heard horror stories of machines failing at critical moments, of fishermen stranded on the ice by mechanical problems. But my old Arctic cat had never let me down in 15 years, and it didn't fail me now. I pulled away from my campsite without looking back, opening the throttle as wide as I dared. The sled bounced and lurched behind me, inadequately secured, but I didn't care. Speed was everything now. The ranger outpost lay 12 miles south, across open ice and around several islands. In good conditions, the journey took about 40 minutes. Today I intended to make it in 30. For the first few miles, I allowed myself to believe I was going to make it. The morning was clear and cold, perfect conditions for travel. The ice was solid beneath my skis, and the snowmobile's engine ran smoothly. I focused on navigation, picking the safest route around pressure ridges and avoiding areas where slush might lurk beneath fresh snow. Then I made the mistake of checking my side mirror. Something moved behind me, a dark shape against the white expanse of ice. At first I thought it was a visual trick, perhaps a shadow cast by one of the islands. But the shape was moving, and it was moving fast, far faster than any animal should be able to run across broken ice. I risked a quick glance over my shoulder, and what I saw nearly made me lose control of the snowmobile. A figure pursued me, running upright in a gait that was disturbingly human yet fundamentally wrong. It moved in great bounding strides, covering impossible distances with each step. Arms swung low at its sides, nearly reaching the ice with each forward swing. Even from this distance, I could see that it was gaunt, impossibly thin, its body all sharp angles and protruding bones. Terror gave me strength I didn't know I possessed. I twisted the throttle to its maximum, the engine screaming in protest. The speedometer needle climbed past 50 miles per hour, a dangerous speed on ice, but I didn't care. Behind me, that thing maintained its pace, neither gaining nor falling back, simply pursuing with mechanical relentlessness. A sound reached me over the snowmobile's roar, a guttural cry that seemed to combine rage and hunger in equal measure. The thing chasing me was calling, and the sound it made drove ice picks of fear into my brain. Ahead, I could see the channel that ran between 2 of the larger islands, a notorious spot where current kept the ice thinner than the surrounding areas. In summer, boats navigated this passage freely. In winter, experienced fishermen avoided it. But it was the shortest route to the ranger station, potentially saving me several critical minutes. I didn't hesitate. I aimed directly for the channel, praying that the ice would hold my weight. The snowmobile hit the thinner ice at full speed, and for a terrifying moment, I felt the surface flex beneath me. But it held. and I rocketed across the narrow passage in seconds. Looking back, I saw my pursuer reach the channel's edge and pause for the first time. It stood at the brink, that impossible figure, and for a moment I thought I'd escaped. Then it stepped onto the thin ice, and despite its obvious weight, the surface didn't crack. It resumed its chase as if walking on solid ground. In desperation, I fumbled for the flare gun in my pocket, nearly losing control of the snowmobile in the process. One-handed, I aimed back over my shoulder and fired. The flare streaked across the morning sky, a brilliant red arc that exploded in a shower of sparks above my pursuer. The thing flinched away from the bright light, arms raised to shield its face, and in that moment of distraction, I gained precious distance. Hope flared in my chest, and I focused everything on the route ahead, willing the machine beneath me to hold together just a little longer. That's when the ice gave way. I had no warning. One moment the snowmobile was racing across solid ice. The next it was plunging into a hidden slush pocket, the kind of saturated, semi-frozen mix that lies in wait beneath innocent-looking snow. The machine's skis dug into the slush like quicksand, bringing us to a violent, jarring stop. The sudden deceleration threw me forward over the handlebars. I hit the ice hard, the impact driving the air from my lungs. For a moment I lay stunned, unable to breathe, unable to think beyond the urgent need for oxygen. Behind me, the snowmobile's engine died with a sad sputter. Then survival instinct kicked in. I scrambled to my feet, gasping for air, and immediately felt the ice shift beneath me. Cracks radiated outward from the slush pocket, and dark water began seeping up through the growing fissures. I was standing on ice that was about to give way completely. The shoreline lay 30 yards ahead. In normal circumstances, a short walk. Now, with the ice fracturing beneath my feet and something pursuing me, it might as well have been miles. But I had no choice. I moved forward as quickly as I dared, each step sending new cracks spiderwebbing across the surface. Behind me, I heard the splash as the snowmobile broke through completely, vanishing into the frigid water below. 20 yards. I could see individual trees on the shoreline now, could make out the details of snow-covered rocks. Behind me, I heard the heavy footfalls of my pursuer growing closer. It had resumed the chase, apparently unbothered by the collapsing ice. 15 yards. A loud crack echoed across the lake as a major section of ice gave way behind me. I didn't dare look back. I could only move forward, arms windmilling for balance, boots breaking through the surface with every other step as the ice degraded beneath my weight. 10 yards. The footsteps behind me stopped, replaced by a shriek of pure rage that seemed to pierce straight through my skull. My legs burned with the effort of running through knee-deep slush, my clothes soaked and freezing. 5 yards. A final lunge carried me off the ice and onto solid ground. I collapsed into the snow, gasping, trembling, certain that I would feel claws tearing into my back at any moment. But the attack never came. Instead, I heard another sound, an engine, growing rapidly louder. A game warden's ATV appeared on the service trail that ran along the shore, drawn by the flare I'd fired minutes ago. The warden, a young man whose name I would later learn was Thomas Crawford, jumped from his vehicle and ran toward me, shouting questions I couldn't process. He wrapped an emergency blanket around my shoulders and helped me onto the back of his ATV. As we pulled away, I looked back toward the lake one final time. The ice where I'd nearly drowned was settling, chunks of broken surface floating in dark water. And standing at the edge of solid ice, barely visible in the morning glare, was a tall, impossibly thin figure, watching us leave. 2 days later, after warming up at the ranger station and giving a statement that officials clearly didn't believe, I returned to the site with local authorities. The ice had refrozen overnight, erasing most evidence of my near drowning. My snowmobile was gone, presumably at the bottom of the lake. My abandoned shack and gear were never recovered. No one was willing to venture back to Devil's Elbow to retrieve them. But they found something else. Deep gouges in the ice, claw marks that trailed away from where I'd broken through, following my path to shore before vanishing completely. The marks were impossibly deep, as if something with tremendous strength had clawed its way across the frozen surface. No animal tracks accompanied them, just those parallel gouges, each one over an inch deep in solid ice. The local Ontario Provincial Police documented everything, took photographs, filed a report, but the investigation went nowhere. Jim Barrett's shack was examined and found to be severely damaged, but the blood I'd seen was attributed to an animal kill, possibly a deer that had been dragged there by wolves. The gouges in the ice near my escape site were labeled as unusual natural ice formations in the official report. I never returned to Lake of the Woods. Within a month, I'd sold everything: the cabin near Baudette, all my fishing equipment, my spare snowmobile, everything that connected me to that place. I moved south, to a small town in Iowa where the winters are milder and the lakes are shallow and crowded. But the memories didn't fade. In the years since, I've heard other stories, whispered accounts from local fishermen about disappearances around Devil's Elbow, about equipment found abandoned on the ice with no sign of the anglers who'd left them there, about strange tracks that appear and disappear with no logical explanation, about sounds in the night that don't match any known animal. I told my story once to an investigator from the Ontario Ministry of Natural Resources. He listened carefully, took notes, and promised to look into it. 3 weeks later, I called to follow up, and was told that no record existed of our conversation. The recording that was made during my interview had mysteriously vanished, and the investigator had been transferred to a different office 300 miles away. Official policy now discourages winter fishing around Devil's Elbow. Warning signs have been posted citing unstable ice conditions, though locals know the ice there is often more solid than in more popular fishing areas. Still, a few hardy souls venture out each winter, drawn by the promise of solitude and good fishing. Not all of them come back. I'm 73 years old now, and I don't have many winters left. But I've made peace with the knowledge that I'll never understand what I encountered on Lake of the Woods. Some mysteries aren't meant to be solved. Some things that walk in the darkness are better left unknown. But on cold winter nights, when the wind howls and ice forms on my windows, I sometimes wake in the darkness, certain I can hear footsteps circling my house. Heavy, measured footsteps that crunch through frozen snow. And I lie there in my bed, hardly breathing, listening until dawn breaks and the sounds fade away. God help anyone who goes looking for answers on that frozen lake, because some questions, once you start asking them, demand answers that no one should have to face. And Devil's Elbow keeps its secrets well, hidden beneath layers of ice and snow, waiting for the next curious soul who ventures too far into the frozen wilderness, seeking solitude and finding something far more terrible instead. The dashboard clock glowed 3:47 a.m. when I realized I had made a terrible mistake. I should have stopped hours ago, should have found a motel room somewhere back in the last town, but stubbornness and the promise of reaching my destination before dawn had kept me pressing forward. Now, with my eyelids growing heavy and my hands cramping around the steering wheel, I was paying the price for that decision. The highway stretched endlessly ahead, a ribbon of cracked asphalt disappearing into absolute darkness. My headlights carved a weak tunnel through the night, illuminating nothing but empty road and the occasional reflective sign marking another mile conquered. The heater in my old pickup truck wheezed and rattled, fighting a losing battle against the October cold that seeped through every gap and crack in the weathered cab. I had been driving for 6 hours straight, fleeing a job that had gone sour, and a relationship that had turned toxic. Everything I owned was packed into the bed of the truck, covered by a tarp that flapped ominously in the wind. At 32 years old, I was starting over again, heading toward a construction job in Nevada that promised decent pay and a chance to rebuild my life. But first, I had to survive this endless night. The radio had given up broadcasting anything coherent an hour ago, leaving me with only static and the occasional burst of Spanish-language music from some distant station. I twisted the dial desperately, searching for human voices to keep me company, but found only electronic whispers and empty frequencies. The isolation pressed against my chest like a physical weight. My fuel gauge hovered just above the quarter tank mark, its orange needle pointing accusingly at my poor planning. I had passed the last gas station nearly 50 miles back, dismissing it because the lights were off and it looked abandoned. Now, as the needle crept lower, I was beginning to regret that decision. The thought of running out of gas on this desolate stretch of highway, miles from any help, sent a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the cold air. The landscape outside remained stubbornly unchanging. Flat scrubland, dotted with stunted trees and the occasional abandoned building. No cities glowed on the horizon, no traffic shared the road. It was as if I had driven beyond the edge of civilization into some forgotten corner of the world where normal rules no longer applied. When I finally spotted the lights ahead, my first emotion was pure relief. After another hour of driving through the darkness, watching my fuel gauge needle sink closer to empty, any sign of human presence looked like salvation. But as I drew closer, my relief began to curdle into something else entirely. The gas station emerged from the darkness like something from a fever dream. A single flickering street lamp cast sickly yellow light over the scene, revealing a structure that seemed frozen in time from decades past. The building's white paint had peeled away in long strips, exposing gray wood underneath that looked soft with rot. The windows of what had once been a convenience store were boarded up with plywood, and the few panes of glass that remained were so grimy they looked black in the uncertain light. Two ancient gas pumps stood like tombstones in the center of the lot, their digital displays dark and lifeless, but one pump, the one closest to the road, still had a faint glow emanating from its card reader. The sight of that tiny red light filled me with desperate hope. I pulled up beside it, the truck's engine ticking as it cooled, and stepped out into the biting air. The silence was overwhelming. No traffic sounds, no distant hum of machinery, no voices or music from inside the building, just the whisper of wind through dry grass and the soft buzz of the failing street lamp. The cold bit into my exposed skin immediately, making me pull my jacket tighter around my chest. My breath formed visible clouds that dissipated quickly in the dry air. I approached the pump with cautious optimism, sliding my credit card through the reader and waiting for some sign of life. The machine wheezed and clicked, its internal mechanism struggling to process the transaction. After what felt like an eternity, the display flickered to life, instructing me to select my fuel grade. I had never been so happy to see those glowing numbers. As I began filling my tank, the smell of gasoline sharp in my nostrils. I took a closer look at my surroundings. The building behind the pumps was larger than I had initially thought, with additional structures extending back into the shadows. What I had taken for abandonment might have been something else entirely. There were fresh tire tracks in the dirt beside the building, and a few scattered cigarette butts that looked recently discarded. That was when I noticed the black sedan parked in the shadows behind the main building. At first it was just a darker patch of night, but as my eyes adjusted, I could make out its sleek lines and tinted windows. The car was pristine, expensive looking, completely out of place in this desolate setting, and standing around it, barely visible in the darkness, were the silhouettes of several men. My heart began to hammer against my ribs as I realized I was not alone. The figures by the black sedan had been so still, so perfectly camouflaged by the darkness, that I had nearly finished fueling before I noticed them. Now that I was aware of their presence, I could not look away. There were 4 of them, all young men in their 20s, dressed inappropriately for the cold night air. They wore tank tops and shorts despite the freezing temperature, their exposed arms covered in elaborate tattoos that seemed to shift and crawl in the uncertain light. They stood with the casual confidence of predators, completely relaxed despite the circumstances that should have left them shivering. What disturbed me most was their absolute stillness. They were not talking among themselves, not smoking cigarettes or checking their phones. They were simply standing there, watching me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. Even from 50 yards away, I could feel the weight of their collective gaze, studying my every movement as I fumbled with the gas pump. The pump clicked off, signaling that my tank was full, but I found myself reluctant to move. Any motion would draw their attention more directly, might provoke some kind of response. But standing frozen by my truck was not a viable long-term strategy. I needed to get back on the road, to put distance between myself and whatever situation I had stumbled into. I forced myself to move slowly and deliberately, replacing the pump handle and screwing the gas cap back into place. My hands trembled slightly, whether from cold or fear I could not say. The metallic sound seemed unnaturally loud in the oppressive silence, each click and scrape echoing off the surrounding buildings. As I walked around to the driver's side of my truck, I risked another glance toward the sedan. All 4 men had shifted their positions slightly, turning to keep me in their line of sight. The movement was synchronized, almost rehearsed, as if they had done this many times before. One of them took a single step forward, then stopped, waiting. I reached for the door handle of my truck and froze. The men were moving now, no longer content to simply observe. They approached with measured steps, spreading out slightly as they came, their movements coordinated and purposeful. There was nothing casual about their advance, nothing that suggested this was a friendly approach. Terror flooded my system with a rush of adrenaline that made my vision sharpen and my hearing intensify. Every detail became crystal clear. The soft scuff of their shoes on gravel, the whisper of fabric against skin, the faint sound of their breathing in the cold air. My rational mind screamed at me to run, to get in the truck and drive away as fast as possible. I yanked open the driver's door and threw myself inside, my hands shaking as I turned the key. The engine hesitated for a moment that felt like an eternity, then roared to life with a sound that seemed to shatter the night's silence. In the rearview mirror, I could see the four men break into a run, no longer bothering with their slow, intimidating approach. The truck lurched forward as I slammed the accelerator to the floor, tires spinning on the loose gravel, before finding purchase on the pavement. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my throat, and my hands gripped the steering wheel with desperate strength. Behind me, the four men had reached their sedan, and I could see movement in the darkness as they prepared to follow. I had perhaps a 30-second head start, but that black sedan looked built for speed while my pickup truck was designed for hauling loads, not racing. Still, I had one advantage they might not expect. Beneath the hood of my weathered truck sat a carefully modified engine that had been my pride and joy back when I had money for such luxuries. What looked like a working man's beater was actually capable of surprising performance. The speedometer needle climbed rapidly as I pushed the truck harder than I had ever pushed it before. 60 miles per hour, then 70, then 80. The engine responded beautifully, its deep rumble growing to a roar that vibrated through the steering wheel and into my bones. But even as I accelerated, I could see headlights appearing in my rearview mirror, growing brighter as the sedan emerged from the gas station. The highway ahead remained empty and straight, offering no opportunities to lose my pursuers through clever maneuvering. This would be a pure test of speed and endurance, machine against machine, with my life hanging in the balance. The thought of what might happen if they caught me sent another surge of adrenaline through my system. At 90 miles per hour, the truck began to shake slightly, wind noise roaring through the cab despite the closed windows. The yellow lines on the road blurred beneath my headlights, and distant objects seemed to materialize and vanish in seconds. I had never driven this fast in my life, but I had never been running for my life before either. The sedan was gaining ground. In my mirror, I could see its headlights growing larger, the distance between us shrinking with each passing second. Whatever engine that car was carrying, it was more powerful than my modified pickup, but I still had tricks to play. I knew this highway better than they might expect. About 10 miles ahead, there was a series of rolling hills that would test both vehicles' handling capabilities. If I could maintain my lead until then, I might be able to use the terrain to my advantage. The question was whether my truck could hold together under this punishment long enough to reach that section of road. The speedometer now showed 95 miles per hour, and the truck was protesting audibly. Strange rattles and vibrations shook the cab, and I could smell something burning, though whether it was clutch, brakes, or something worse I could not tell. But the engine continued to respond, continued to pull us forward through the night. Behind me, the sedan had closed to within a few hundred yards. At these speeds, that represented only seconds of separation. I could make out individual details now. The car's aggressive front end, the glow of its instrument lights through the windshield, the dark shapes of its occupants. They were so close I half expected to hear their engine over the roar of my own. The chase had been going on for 20 minutes when I began to realize the true nature of what I was dealing with. These were not random criminals looking for an easy target. The coordination of their pursuit, the quality of their vehicle, the professional way they maintained their distance while steadily closing the gap all pointed to something far more dangerous than simple highway robbery. My truck was giving everything it had, but physics was working against me. The sedan was simply more aerodynamic, more powerful, better suited for high-speed pursuit. At 100 miles per hour, I was approaching the absolute limit of what my modified pickup could handle, while my pursuers seemed to have power in reserve. The hills I had been hoping to reach appeared in my headlights, the highway beginning to rise and fall in gentle curves that would test both vehicles' suspension and handling. But as we crested the first hill, I realized my mistake. The sedan was not just faster in a straight line, it was also more agile, taking the curves with a stability that my top-heavy truck could not match. On the downslope of the second hill, they made their move. The sedan pulled into the left lane and began to overtake me, its engine note rising as its driver downshifted for maximum acceleration. I could see the passenger side window rolling down, and the terrible realization hit me that this was about to become something far worse than a simple chase. I swerved hard to the left, trying to force them back behind me, but the sedan's driver was ready for the maneuver. He dropped back slightly, then moved to the right lane, attempting to come up on my passenger side instead. The highway was wide enough for both vehicles, but just barely, and at these speeds any contact would likely be fatal for both of us. That was when I understood their strategy. They were not trying to ram me off the road, they were trying to box me in, to force me to stop so they could handle whatever business they had with me face to face. The thought of what that business might entail made my blood run cold. I had one more card to play. About a mile ahead, I knew there was an exit ramp leading to a smaller county road. It was a sharp right turn that would be difficult to take at high speed, but if I could make it and they could not, I might be able to lose them in the maze of rural back roads that crisscrossed this part of the state. The exit sign flashed by in my headlights. 1 mile. The sedan was still trying to pull alongside me, its driver showing impressive skill as he matched my erratic movements. I could see the faces of the occupants now, grim and focused, their attention completely fixed on their task. Whatever they wanted with me, they were professionals. Half a mile. I began to ease off the accelerator slightly. Not enough to be obvious, but enough to make the upcoming maneuver possible. The sedan's driver noticed immediately, pulling even closer, sensing that something was about to happen. The exit ramp appeared suddenly, a sharp right turn marked by a series of yellow warning signs indicating a safe speed of 25 miles per hour. I was doing nearly 90 when I yanked the steering wheel hard to the right and stood on the brakes. The truck went into a controlled slide that tested every modification I had ever made to its suspension system. The rear wheels broke loose first, sending the back end sliding wide as I fought to maintain control. The steering wheel spun in my hands as I tried to counteract the skid, my foot pumping the brake pedal in short, desperate bursts. For a terrifying moment I thought I was going to flip. The truck tilted up on 2 wheels as it rounded the curve, gravity and centrifugal force battling for control of my fate. Time seemed to stretch as I hung there, balanced on the edge of disaster, the night sky wheeling overhead through the passenger window. Then the outside wheels touched down again, and I was through the worst of it. The truck straightened out on the narrow county road, its engine coughing and protesting but still running. I had made the turn but just barely, and at a cost that my vehicle would be paying for miles to come. Behind me I heard the screech of tires and the angry blare of a horn as the sedan's driver attempted the same maneuver. But their car was moving too fast, carrying too much momentum to make such a sharp turn. I watched in my mirror as they shot past the exit, their brake lights flashing desperately as they tried to slow down enough to attempt a U-turn. The county road was narrow and winding, bordered by ditches and wooden fence posts. It was exactly the kind of terrain where my truck's higher ground clearance and 4-wheel drive would give me an advantage over their low-slung sedan. But I was not out of danger yet. These roads formed a network that eventually connected back to the main highway, and my pursuers would know that as well as I did. I drove hard for another 10 minutes, taking random turns whenever the road forked, trying to put as much distance and confusion between myself and my pursuers as possible. The adrenaline was beginning to fade now, replaced by exhaustion and the shaky aftermath of extreme fear. My hands trembled on the steering wheel, and I could taste copper in my mouth where I had bitten my tongue during the chase. Finally, I found what I was looking for. An old ranch road that led away from the main network of county highways. It was little more than 2 tire tracks separated by a strip of weeds, but it would take me deeper into the countryside, away from any road that might appear on a standard map. I turned onto it and drove slowly, trying not to think about what would happen if I got stuck out here. The ranch road led to an abandoned farmstead, its buildings dark and empty against the star-filled sky. I pulled behind the largest barn and shut off the engine, sitting in the sudden silence and listening for any sound of pursuit. All I could hear was the ticking of cooling metal and the whisper of wind through broken windows. I waited there for 2 hours, watching the road behind me and jumping at every small sound. No headlights appeared, no engines disturbed the night. Gradually, I began to believe that I had actually escaped, that my desperate gamble with the exit ramp had worked. As dawn began to lighten the eastern sky, I finally felt safe enough to continue my journey. But I took the back roads now, avoiding the highway where this nightmare had begun, and I drove with frequent glances in my mirrors, knowing that some encounters leave scars that never fully heal. 3 days later, I was sitting in a diner in Reno, Nevada, trying to pretend that the coffee in my cup was not shaking from the tremor in my hands. I had made it to my new job, had even managed to work for 2 days without breaking down. But the nights were proving to be a different challenge entirely. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those four figures approaching my truck, their movements coordinated and predatory. The local news was playing on the television mounted above the counter, and I was only half listening when a story caught my attention. The reporter was standing in front of a familiar-looking gas station, the same sickly yellow street lamp casting its pool of light over the same peeling building I remembered from my nightmare encounter. Discovered this morning by state police investigating reports of suspicious activity. The remote station, located on Highway 50 approximately 30 miles east of Fallon, has apparently been used as a staging area for drug trafficking operations. Authorities recovered nearly 50 pounds of methamphetamine and heroin, along with weapons and cash, totaling over $200,000. I set down my coffee cup with shaking hands and stared at the screen. The reporter continued her story, but I was no longer hearing the words. All I could see was that building, those pumps, the exact spot where I had stood 3 nights ago, while 4 armed drug dealers watched me from the shadows. The investigation began when a motorist reported being chased by suspected cartel members after stopping at the station for fuel. Nevada State Police credit that anonymous tip with leading them to what they describe as a significant blow to regional drug trafficking operations. Anonymous tip. I had not called the police, had been too shaken and too afraid that they would not believe my story. Someone else must have seen something, must have reported the suspicious activity at the station, but the timing was too convenient, the details too specific for coincidence. I walked to the payphone outside the diner and dialed the number for Nevada State Police, my hands still trembling as I punched in the numbers. When the dispatcher answered, I took a deep breath and identified myself as the motorist who had encountered the suspects at the highway station. The detective who took my statement was thorough and professional, asking detailed questions about the men I had seen, their vehicle, and the timeline of events. He seemed unsurprised by my account, as if he had been expecting my call. "You were lucky," he told me when I finished my story. "These were not random criminals looking for a quick score. The group you encountered was part of a sophisticated operation that has been moving drugs through this corridor for months. They were armed and dangerous, and they do not leave witnesses." The weight of those words settled over me like a cold blanket. I had not just escaped a robbery attempt. I had fled from people who would have killed me without hesitation to protect their operation. The thought made my legs weak, and I had to sit down on the curb outside the diner. "The good news," the detective continued, "is that we got them all. 4 suspects in custody, along with their vehicle and a substantial quantity of narcotics. Your description of their car was instrumental in identifying them when they were spotted the next day." I hung up the phone and sat there in the Nevada sun, trying to process what I had learned. Random chance had put me in the path of killers, and random chance had allowed me to escape. But it was more than luck that had saved me. It was the modifications I had made to my truck, the knowledge of local roads I had gained from years of construction work, and a willingness to take desperate risks when my life depended on it. 2 months have passed since that night on Highway 50, and I am finally beginning to sleep through the night again. The construction job in Nevada turned out well, providing steady work and decent pay in a small town where everyone knows everyone else's business. It is the kind of place where strangers are noticed immediately, where 4 young men in an expensive sedan would have drawn attention long before they could set up any kind of criminal operation. But the experience has changed me in ways that go beyond simple caution. I no longer drive alone at night unless absolutely necessary, and when I do, I plan my route carefully, making sure I know where every gas station, restaurant, and police station is located. The days of driving until exhaustion forces me to stop are over. I have learned that being prepared can mean the difference between life and death. I keep in touch with Detective Morrison at the Nevada State Police, who updates me occasionally on the progress of the case against my would-be pursuers. The investigation revealed that the gas station had been used as a distribution point for drugs moving from Mexico to markets in the Pacific Northwest. The operation was sophisticated and well-funded, with connections to major cartel organizations. The 4 men I encountered that night have been charged with numerous federal crimes, including drug trafficking, weapons violations, and conspiracy. Their sentences, when they come, will likely measure in decades rather than years. I will probably be called to testify at their trial, a prospect that fills me with dread and determination in equal measure. What haunts me most is not what happened, but what could have happened if my truck had been slower, if I had not known about that exit ramp, if I had made any number of different decisions that night. I would not be here to tell this story. The margin between escape and disaster was measured in seconds and split-second decisions. I have also learned something about myself that night. When faced with mortal danger, when reduced to the most basic choice between fight and flight, I discovered reserves of courage and determination I never knew I possessed. The modifications I had made to my truck were not just mechanical improvements. They were preparations for a test I never expected to face. The truck itself bears scars from that night. Stress fractures in the suspension, worn brake pads, and a transmission that will never quite shift the same way again. But it brought me through when I needed it most, and I will never forget that debt. Sometimes, late at night when sleep refuses to come, I think about the other travelers who might have stopped at that station before me, the ones who were not as lucky, who did not have a fast truck or knowledge of back roads or the reflexes to make a desperate escape. The detective told me there were no reports of missing persons connected to the station, but drug dealers are experts at making people disappear without a trace. I drive past gas stations sometimes now, particularly the older ones in isolated locations, and I wonder what secrets they might hide. Most are exactly what they appear to be, honest businesses providing essential services to travelers. But some, I now know, can be far more dangerous than they appear. The experience has given me a healthy respect for the thin line between order and chaos, between safety and danger. In our comfortable modern world, it is easy to forget that predators still exist, that evil is not just a concept from movies and books, but a real force that can intrude into our lives without warning. But I have also learned that ordinary people, when pushed to their limits, are capable of extraordinary things. That a construction worker in an old pickup truck can outrun professional criminals when his life depends on it. That courage is not the absence of fear, but action in spite of fear. I still make that drive to Nevada regularly for work, but I take the interstate now, stopping only at well-lit truck stops with plenty of other travelers around. The back roads hold too many memories, too many shadows where danger might be waiting. Some lessons, once learned, change how you see the world forever. And sometimes, on those long straight stretches of highway with the sun setting behind me and the road stretching endlessly ahead, I remember that night and whisper a prayer of gratitude to whatever force watches over fools and travelers. Because sometimes, being lucky is the only thing that stands between us and the darkness that waits just beyond the glow of our headlights. The decision to escape civilization came after 3 months of relentless deadlines and the suffocating buzz of constant notifications. I packed my truck on a Friday evening in late September 2024, determined to find absolute solitude somewhere in the remote valleys of the Cascade foothills. At 32, I had spent too many years glued to screens, and my body craved the kind of silence that only exists miles from any cell tower. The drive took longer than anticipated. Winding mountain roads stretched endlessly before me, each turn revealing another identical ridge of Douglas firs. By 4 in the afternoon, I realized I had miscalculated both the distance and the rapidly shortening daylight hours. The sun hung lower than expected, casting long shadows that seemed to reach across the asphalt like grasping fingers. My truck's engine labored up the steepest grades, and I found myself checking the fuel gauge with increasing frequency. The radio had died to static hours ago, leaving only the sound of tires on pavement and the occasional creak of the vehicle's frame as it navigated the rough patches. I passed the last gas station 30 miles back, a weathered building with pumps that looked like they belonged in another decade. The temperature dropped noticeably as I gained elevation. Through the windshield, I watched patches of early frost glisten on the roadside vegetation. The air smelled different up here, cleaner but somehow thinner, carrying scents of pine sap and decomposing leaves. I cracked the window slightly, letting the mountain air fill the cab, but the chill made me roll it back up within minutes. As the afternoon wore on, I began to question the wisdom of venturing so deep into unfamiliar territory, without a concrete camping plan. The original idea had been to find a established campground, but every sign I passed pointed to facilities that were closed for the season, or required reservations I had not made. The nearest town was now 40 miles behind me, and turning back would mean driving these treacherous curves in complete darkness. My hands tightened on the steering wheel as I navigated another hairpin turn. The road seemed to narrow with each mile, and I had not seen another vehicle for over an hour. The isolation I had craved was becoming more absolute than I had bargained for. and a growing knot of unease settled in my stomach. The sun was painting the sky in shades of amber and crimson when I encountered another human being for the first time in hours. I had pulled over at a scenic overlook to check my map and consider my dwindling options, when footsteps on gravel announced his approach. He emerged from the tree line as if he had been waiting there. A man perhaps in his 50s with weathered skin and clothes that suggested he spent considerable time outdoors. His greeting was friendly enough, asking if I was looking for a place to spend the night. When I explained my predicament, he nodded knowingly and pointed toward a barely visible trail that disappeared into the dense forest below us. He described a hidden camping spot near a river, accessible by vehicle but invisible to casual passers-by. The way he spoke about it, with an almost proprietary familiarity, suggested he had used this location many times before. Something in his demeanor struck me as odd, though I could not articulate exactly what troubled me. Perhaps it was the way his eyes never quite met mine, or how he seemed to know immediately that I was alone and unprepared. He offered to show me the way, and despite a nagging sense of caution, I agreed. The alternative was spending the night in my truck beside the main road, and his knowledge of the area seemed genuine. The man climbed into his own vehicle, an ancient pickup truck that started with a grinding protest, and motioned for me to follow. We descended a dirt road that I would never have noticed on my own, so well was it concealed by overhanging branches and strategic placement of fallen logs. The path twisted through dense undergrowth that scraped against my truck's sides, leaving scratches I would discover later. As we drove deeper into the forest, the canopy overhead thickened until only fragments of sky remained visible. The temperature dropped another 10 degrees, and moisture began to condense on my windshield. I had to turn on my headlights despite the early hour, their beams illuminating a tunnel of vegetation that seemed to close behind us as we passed. My guide's taillights provided the only reference points in the growing gloom. Several times I lost sight of them around sharp bends, panic rising in my throat until they reappeared ahead. The road descended steadily, and I could hear the sound of rushing water growing louder through the trees. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 20 minutes, we emerged into a small clearing beside a fast-moving stream. The camping spot was indeed hidden, tucked away behind a screen of willows and wild blackberry bushes. Someone had built a fire ring from river stones, and the ground showed evidence of previous campers. My guide pointed out the best spot to park, mentioned that I would likely have complete privacy, and departed as abruptly as he had appeared, his truck disappearing back up the overgrown trail. Alone in the clearing, I took stock of my surroundings as the last daylight faded from the sky. The river ran perhaps 50 feet from where I planned to park, its constant murmur masking other sounds that might have reached my ears. The fire ring sat in the center of the clearing, surrounded by smooth stones that gleamed wetly in my headlight beams. Evidence of previous campers was everywhere. Flattened areas where tents had been pitched, beer bottles buried in the soft earth, and char marks on nearby trees. The isolation was more complete than I had anticipated. Standing beside my truck, I could not see any trace of the road we had followed, and the forest seemed to press in from all sides like a living wall. The trees were massive here, old-growth firs and cedars that towered overhead and blocked out most of the night sky. Their branches creaked in the wind with sounds like old houses settling, and occasionally something would crash through the underbrush in the distance. I set about making camp with methodical efficiency, partly to stay warm and partly to quiet the growing unease in my mind. Building a fire became my first priority, both for warmth and for the psychological comfort of light. The kindling caught easily, and soon flames were dancing in the stone circle, casting flickering shadows that made the surrounding trees seem to sway and move. The warmth felt good against my face, but it also created a sphere of light that made everything beyond its reach appear darker by contrast. I arranged a camp chair beside the fire and opened a beer, trying to recapture the sense of peaceful solitude I had sought. The alcohol helped calm my nerves, but it also made me acutely aware of every sound from the darkness beyond my small circle of light. Without cell phone service, I had brought a portable speaker and downloaded several comedy podcasts to keep me company. The familiar voices and laughter helped fill the oppressive silence, though I kept the volume lower than I would have at home. Something about broadcasting my presence into the surrounding forest felt wrong, like sending an invitation to whatever might be listening in the darkness. As the fire burned down to glowing coals, I faced the decision of whether to set up my tent or sleep in the truck. The idea of wrestling with tent poles and stakes in the dark surrounded by unknown terrain, seemed more daunting than it had in daylight. The truck bed, with its camper shell, offered immediate shelter and the psychological security of metal walls and locking doors. I arranged my sleeping bag and gear in the truck bed, creating a makeshift bedroom that was cramped but serviceable. Through the camper shell's windows, I could see the dying fire and the edge of the forest beyond. The glass felt thin and fragile, but it was better than canvas, and I told myself that any large animal would make enough noise to wake me before it got too close. The night sounds began shortly after I settled into my sleeping bag. What had seemed like peaceful forest ambience during the day transformed into something far more unsettling in complete darkness. Every snap of a branch, every rustle of leaves, every splash from the nearby river seemed amplified and potentially threatening. The comedy podcast continued playing softly, but the laughter began to feel inappropriate and intrusive in the wilderness setting. Through the truck's windows, I could see the fire's orange glow gradually dimming to deep red coals. The circle of light it provided grew smaller with each passing hour, and the darkness beyond seemed to press closer. Several times I thought I saw movement at the edge of the light, but when I focused on the spot, nothing was there. My imagination began to populate the shadows with threats that logic told me were unlikely, but fear insisted might be real. The sleeping bag was warm enough, but the truck bed was unforgiving against my spine and shoulders. Every time I shifted position, the metal floor transmitted the sound through the vehicle's frame, making me acutely aware of how much noise I was generating. The podcast helped mask some of the external sounds, but it also prevented me from hearing what might be approaching from outside. Around midnight, something large moved through the brush on the far side of the clearing. The sound was deliberate and sustained, not the quick scurrying of a small animal, but the steady progress of something substantial. I lay perfectly still, holding my breath and straining to listen over the podcast's audio. The movement seemed to circle the camp at a distance, never coming close enough to the dying fire for me to see what was causing it. My hand found the bear spray I had placed beside my sleeping bag, and I gripped it tightly while trying to convince myself that whatever was out there was probably just a deer or elk coming to drink from the river. The rational part of my mind knew that most large animals would avoid a human camp, especially one with the lingering scent of fire and food. But the primitive part of my brain, the part evolved from prey animals, screamed warnings that I could not entirely dismiss. The sounds eventually faded, but they left me wide awake and hypersensitive to every whisper of wind through the trees. I found myself holding my breath for long periods, listening for the return of footsteps or the snap of branches that might indicate something was still nearby. The podcast became an annoyance rather than a comfort, its cheerful banter a jarring contrast to my growing anxiety. Sleep came in fragments, interrupted by dreams of being watched and stalked. In one particularly vivid nightmare, I was lying in the truck bed while something pressed its face against the windows, breathing heavily and leaving condensation on the glass. I woke with a start, heart hammering, and immediately checked all the windows for signs of the dream intruder. Finding nothing, I told myself it was just anxiety manifesting in my subconscious, but the feeling of being observed persisted until dawn. The first light of morning brought a false sense of security that lasted exactly as long as it took me to climb out of the truck and survey my surroundings. The fire had died completely, leaving only cold ashes and blackened stones. The forest looked different in daylight, less threatening but somehow more alien, as if I were seeing it clearly for the first time. Moisture hung in the air, creating a thin mist that made distant objects appear to shimmer and shift. I set about rekindling the fire, more for the comfort of the ritual than for warmth. The morning was crisp but not uncomfortable, and I looked forward to a hot breakfast and coffee before beginning the journey home. The plan was simple: eat, pack up, and leave this place with its unsettling atmosphere behind me. I had gotten the solitude I sought, perhaps more than I had bargained for, and now I craved the safety and predictability of civilization. The kindling caught easily, and soon flames were dancing again in the stone circle. I arranged my camping chair beside the fire and began preparing a simple meal of instant oatmeal and coffee. The familiar routine helped calm my nerves, and I began to feel foolish about the previous night's anxiety. Daylight had a way of making nighttime fears seem overblown and irrational. It was while I was stirring the oatmeal that I first noticed the figure at the edge of the clearing. He stood just inside the tree line, perhaps 30 yards away, partially obscured by the morning mist and the shadows of the forest. At first glance, I thought he might be another camper who had emerged from a tent I had somehow missed in the darkness. But as my eyes adjusted and focused, the details became increasingly disturbing. The man was tall and gaunt, dressed in layers of clothing that appeared to have been accumulated over months or years without laundering. But it was not his disheveled appearance that made my blood freeze in my veins. It was the hundreds of plastic bags tied to his body like grotesque ornaments. Grocery bags, shopping bags, trash bags, all knotted around his arms, legs, and torso, until he resembled some nightmarish scarecrow that had wandered away from its post. The bags moved constantly in the slight breeze, creating a soft rustling sound that was barely audible over the river's murmur, but somehow carried clearly across the clearing. They were tied with such precision and abundance that his human form was almost completely obscured, creating a silhouette that belonged in a fever dream rather than a peaceful morning campsite. He stood perfectly still, facing in my general direction but not looking directly at me. His posture suggested awareness of my presence, but there was something fundamentally wrong about his behavior. No greeting, no acknowledgement, no explanation for his bizarre appearance or his presence in this remote location. He simply stood there like a monument to madness, the plastic bags whispering their secrets to the morning air. My appetite vanished instantly, replaced by a cold dread that settled in my stomach like a stone. Every instinct screamed that this encounter was not going to end with a friendly exchange of camping stories. The man's very presence felt like a violation of the natural order, as if something that should have remained hidden in the deepest parts of the forest had chosen to reveal itself in the growing daylight. Minutes passed in tense silence as we regarded each other across the clearing. I remained seated beside my fire, spoon halfway to my mouth with cooling oatmeal, while he maintained his motionless vigil at the forest's edge. The plastic bags continued their constant rustling, a sound that began to feel like whispered threats in a language I could not understand but somehow knew was malevolent. My mind raced through possible explanations for his appearance and behavior. Perhaps he was mentally ill, a homeless individual who had wandered into the wilderness and constructed this bizarre costume from discarded materials. Maybe he was under the influence of drugs that had distorted his perception of reality. Or possibly he was playing some elaborate prank, though the remoteness of the location made that seem unlikely. None of these rational explanations adequately addressed the pure wrongness of his presence. There was something fundamentally disturbing about the way he held himself, the deliberate positioning of his body, and the calculated nature of his stillness. This was not random behavior or the actions of someone who was simply lost or confused. This felt purposeful and predatory. I forced myself to take a sip of coffee, trying to project an air of calm I did not feel. The hot liquid burned my tongue, but the pain helped focus my attention and prevent panic from overwhelming my judgment. I needed to handle this situation carefully, without escalating whatever was happening into something more dangerous. "Good morning," I called out, keeping my voice steady and friendly despite the fear that was coursing through my system. "Beautiful day for camping, isn't it?" No response. He remained frozen in place, though I thought I detected a slight tilting of his head, as if he were listening to something I could not hear. The bags rustled more vigorously for a moment, then settled back into their previous rhythm. I tried a different approach. "Are you hungry? I've got plenty of food if you'd like to join me for breakfast." Again, no verbal response, but this time he shifted his weight slightly, causing the entire collection of bags to sway and dance. The movement was hypnotic and deeply unsettling, like watching seaweed move in underwater currents. I found myself staring at the constantly shifting patterns, trying to discern the human form beneath the plastic camouflage. The silence stretched between us, growing more oppressive with each passing second. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears, could feel sweat beginning to form on my palms despite the cool morning air. Every survival instinct I possessed was screaming warnings, telling me to run, to fight, to do anything except continue this surreal standoff. "Look," I said, standing up slowly and keeping my hands visible. "I don't know what you want, but I'm just here camping. I'm not looking for any trouble." For the first time he moved, not toward me or away, but in a slow, deliberate circle around the perimeter of the clearing. His movements were fluid and purposeful, like a predator testing the boundaries of its territory. The bags created a constant susurration that seemed to grow louder as he moved, until it became the dominant sound in the morning air. My hand moved instinctively to the bear spray clipped to my belt. The weight of it was reassuring, but I knew that using it would escalate the situation beyond any hope of peaceful resolution. Still, the presence of some form of defense helped keep the rising panic at bay. The stranger's circling behavior continued for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. He moved with the patience of something that had no concept of time, no urgent need to be anywhere else or do anything else. His entire existence seemed focused on this moment, this place, and whatever purpose had brought him to my campsite on this particular morning. I tried one more time to establish communication, calling out an offer of coffee or food, but my voice sounded thin and desperate in the morning air. The lack of any human response was perhaps more terrifying than an aggressive action would have been. At least aggression was a behavior I could understand and react to. This calculated indifference was completely outside my experience. My fear finally crystallized into anger, a hot surge of emotion that cut through the paralysis of uncertainty. I was tired of being toyed with, tired of feeling like prey being evaluated by a predator. If he wanted confrontation, I would give it to him on my terms. "Acknowledge me, or get out," I shouted, my voice cracking with a mixture of fear and rage. "I'm not playing whatever game this is." I pulled the bear spray from my belt and held it up where he could see it clearly, hoping the threat of pain would break through whatever mental fog was driving his behavior. The canister felt solid and purposeful in my hand, a tangible reminder that I was not completely helpless in this situation. The effect was immediate and dramatic. He stopped his circling motion and turned to face me directly for the first time since his appearance. Even with the bags obscuring his features, I could sense his attention focusing on me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. For a long moment, we stared at each other across the clearing, predator and prey locked in a moment of mutual recognition. Then, without warning or explanation, he turned and walked back into the forest with the same deliberate pace he had maintained throughout the encounter. The bags rustled and whispered as he moved, the sound gradually fading as the trees swallowed his bizarre silhouette. Within seconds, he had vanished as completely as if he had never existed. I stood frozen beside my dying fire, bear spray still raised, waiting for him to reappear or for some other shoe to drop. The morning sounds of the forest gradually returned. Bird calls, wind through the trees, the constant murmur of the river. But underneath these normal sounds, I imagined I could still hear the whisper of plastic bags moving through the underbrush. The spell broke suddenly, and I snapped into frantic action. Breakfast forgotten, fire abandoned, I began throwing my gear into the truck with desperate efficiency. Every second he was out of sight was a second he could be positioning himself for another approach, possibly from a direction where I would not see him coming. The truck started on the first try, and I had never been more grateful for the sound of an internal combustion engine. I reversed quickly from the camping spot, tires spinning on the soft ground, and headed up the overgrown trail that had brought me to this nightmare location. Branches scraped against the truck's sides, but I did not slow down until I reached the main road. The drive back to civilization was a blur of adrenaline and relief. I did not stop until I reached the first town with cell phone service, where I sat in a McDonald's parking lot for an hour, trying to process what had happened in that hidden valley. The normalcy of suburban life, with its traffic lights and chain restaurants and ordinary people going about their daily routines, felt like a different universe from the one I had just escaped. Part of me wanted to report the incident to local authorities, but what would I tell them? That I had encountered a man covered in plastic bags, who had stood still and watched me eat breakfast. No crime had been committed, no direct threat had been made. By any objective measure, nothing had actually happened except an unusual encounter in the wilderness. But I knew that something significant had occurred in that clearing, something that challenged my understanding of normal human behavior and the safety of solitude. The memory of those rustling bags and that calculating stillness would not fade, no matter how many miles I put between myself and that place. In the weeks that followed, I found myself researching missing persons cases in the area, looking for reports of other campers who might have encountered the same individual. I scoured online forums and social media groups dedicated to outdoor activities, searching for stories that might corroborate my experience. I found nothing concrete, but there were enough vague references to strange encounters and weird people in the woods to convince me that I was not the only one who had stumbled into something unsettling. The experience changed my relationship with solitude and wilderness camping. The peace and restoration I had sought in that remote valley had been replaced by a constant awareness of vulnerability and the thin veneer of civilization that protects us from the truly aberrant elements of human society. Every camping trip since has been to established campgrounds with other people nearby, and I no longer venture into truly remote areas alone. Sometimes, in quiet moments, I wonder about the stranger with the plastic bags. Was he a local character, well known to residents but invisible to casual visitors? Was he dangerous, or simply eccentric in a way that triggered primal fears? Had he been camping in that valley for days or weeks before my arrival, watching other visitors with the same unsettling intensity? The questions multiply without answers, but one certainty remains. I was wise to trust my instincts and leave when I did. Whatever his intentions might have been, whatever purpose drove him to adorn himself with those whispering plastic ornaments and lurk in the forest shadows, I did not want to discover it through direct experience. The memory serves as a reminder that true wilderness contains more than just natural dangers. Sometimes the most frightening predators are the ones that walk upright and should know better, the ones that have abandoned the social contracts that allow civilization to function. In seeking to escape the pressures of modern life, I had stumbled into something far more primitive and threatening. I still seek solitude in nature, but I do so with greater wisdom and preparation now. The mountains and forests offer restoration and peace, but they also harbor secrets that are better left undisturbed. Some valleys should remain hidden, some clearings should stay empty, and some encounters should never happen at all. The plastic bags still rustle in my nightmares, and I suspect they always will. The decision to drive south from Moab wasn't complicated. Eric and I had talked about it over beers the month before. Just one night under open sky. Nothing technical, no permits or scrambling required. We'd both been grinding through too many months of fluorescent lights and conference calls, and the idea of sleeping where you could actually see the Milky Way felt like medicine we didn't know we needed until we said it out loud. I flew into Salt Lake City on a Thursday afternoon in late September 2018. The flight was uneventful, the kind where you stare at the seat back and think about everything you should have finished before leaving. Eric picked me up in his truck, a '08 Silverado with 180,000 miles on it that he refused to trade in because it still started every morning. We grabbed sandwiches at a gas station deli and headed south on I-15, then cut east toward Moab through Price and Green River. The drive took 6 hours with one fuel stop and a 10-minute break where we stood in a rest area parking lot and stretched our backs while the wind tried to rip the door off its hinges. We hit Moab around 8 p.m., topped off the tank and kept driving. The plan was to take US 191 south to US 163, then find a legal dispersed camping spot along Valley of the Gods Road before it got too late to see what we were doing. If you've never been, Valley of the Gods is Bureau of Land Management land, a 17-mile dirt road that winds between sandstone formations the size of office buildings. It's the little brother to Monument Valley, less famous but no less striking, and camping is allowed as long as you follow the rules. Existing fire rings only, pack out everything you pack in, stay on established tracks, and don't block access. We rolled onto the dirt around 9:30. The road was washboard in places, the kind of surface that shakes your whole chassis if you go faster than 20. We crept along with the windows down, headlights cutting through dust that hung in the air like smoke. Every quarter mile or so, we'd pass a pullout with a fire ring made of stacked rocks, sometimes with tire tracks leading in, sometimes not. Most were empty. A few had RVs or trailers already set up, their propane lights glowing soft through nylon curtains. We wanted distance from other campers, not because we're antisocial, but because when you drive 6 hours to sleep under stars, you don't want to hear someone's Bluetooth speaker or see the blue flicker of a tablet through a tent wall. So we kept going, deeper into the valley, until the formations around us were just black shapes against a sky that was starting to show more stars than I'd seen in years. Around the 4-mile mark, we found a pullout beneath a sandstone butte that rose maybe 200 feet straight up. The fire ring was intact, no trash scattered around, and the ground was level enough that we wouldn't wake up sliding downhill. A dry wash ran parallel to the road about 20 yards out, marked by a line of scrub and rabbit brush that looked silver in the headlights. Beyond that, the land opened into flats that stretched for miles in every direction. "This feels like a stage," I said as I stepped out. Eric killed the engine and stood with his hands on the hood, scanning the darkness. "Yeah, but there's nobody out here to watch." He was right. We hadn't seen headlights in either direction for the last 15 minutes. The silence was immediate and total, the kind that makes you notice your own breathing. Cold air settled into the valley fast once the sun dropped, and even with a jacket on I could feel it working through the layers. We unloaded quickly. 2 single-person tents, a cooler with ice and drinks, a small camp stove, a bag of firewood we'd picked up in Moab, and our personal gear. Eric set his tent on the north side of the fire ring. I set mine on the south, noses facing each other about 8 feet apart. We always camped that way, close enough to talk without yelling, far enough that we're not breathing on each other all night. The fire took longer to start than it should have. The wood was dry, but the wind kept shifting and killing the flame before it could catch. I used half a pack of fire starters, and finally got it going with a teepee of kindling that Eric built while I held a windbreak with my jacket. Once it caught, we fed it slowly, keeping the flames low. The ring was scorched black from previous fires, and there were beer caps buried in the sand around the rocks, the aluminum kind that don't rust. We heated 2 cans of chili on the stove and ate straight from the pot with spoons we'd rinsed in bottled water. The stars came out in stages. First the bright ones, then the clusters, then the faint wash of the Milky Way that looked like someone had spilled milk across the whole dome of the sky. I've seen dark skies before. I grew up in rural Colorado, but this was different. There was no light pollution, no distant glow from a town or highway. The stars were so sharp they looked 3-dimensional, like you could reach up and knock them loose. Eric pointed out Cassiopeia and Orion's belt. I showed him the 2-note whistle I've used for years when I'm hiking alone and want to check in with someone ahead or behind me on the trail. It's a simple call, 2 notes about a half step apart, short and clean. Not loud, but it carries. My dad taught it to me when I was a kid, and we used to hike in the San Juans. He said it was better than yelling because yelling makes you sound panicked, and panicking is how you get hurt. Eric tried it a few times until he got the pitch right. We joked that we'd use it if one of us had to pee in the middle of the night and wanted to let the other know we were stepping away from the tent. It was the kind of dumb campfire conversation you have when you're tired and full and don't want to go to bed yet. The fire burned down to coals. We added 1 more log and let it settle. Coyotes started up somewhere out in the flats. That high yipping that sounds like laughter until you realize how many of them there are. The calls overlapped and echoed off the rock faces, making it hard to tell how far away they were. Then, all at once, they stopped. Not trailing off, not winding down, just gone, like someone had hit a switch. The silence that followed felt heavier than the one before. I looked at Eric and he looked back, and neither of us said anything. We just sat there listening to the fire pop and hiss. Around 10:15 we decided to turn in. We banked the coals with sand, lined up our boots by the truck bumper, and stashed the cooler underneath so nothing would knock it over. The tailgate was down, serving as a bench we'd been sitting on. We left it that way because it wasn't blocking anything and we'd need it again in the morning. I crawled into my tent and sealed the zipper. The sleeping bag was rated to 20 degrees, more than enough for the forecast. I took off my jacket and balled it up as a pillow, then lay on my back and listened to Eric do the same in his tent. Our tents were close enough that I could hear him shift and adjust, the nylon rustling, his breathing evening out. The last thing I remember thinking before I started to drift was how exposed we were. The butte behind us offered some shelter from the wind, but otherwise we were sitting in the open, visible from every direction. If someone wanted to walk up on us, there was nothing to stop them. No trees, no gullies, no high ground we controlled. Just 2 tents and a fire ring under a sky so big it made you feel like you were already gone. I don't know what woke me, but I was instantly alert in that way you are when your body knows something is wrong before your mind catches up. My eyes were open, staring at the dark ceiling of the tent, and my heart was already going faster than it should have been. The air inside the tent was cold enough that I could see my breath in the faint starlight filtering through the nylon. I held still and listened, wind moving over the butte, the creak of the truck settling on its suspension. Eric breathing in the tent next to mine, slow and steady, still asleep. Then the voice came. "You got a lighter?" It was soft, conversational, the way you'd ask a friend for something without wanting to wake anyone else nearby. It came from outside my tent, maybe 3 feet from the door, and it sounded exactly like Eric. Not similar, not close. Exactly like him. Same pitch, same rhythm, same lazy way he drops the end of a sentence when he's tired. My hand moved on its own. I reached across the tent and touched Eric's shoulder through the nylon wall between us. He was right there. I could feel him breathing, the rise and fall of his ribs under my palm, his body warm and slack the way you are when you're deep asleep. The voice had been outside, my throat closed up. I pulled my hand back and held my breath, listening so hard my ears started to ring. No footsteps, no rustling of fabric, no sound of someone shifting weight or clearing their throat. Just the wind in the truck and Eric breathing inches away from me on the other side of a tent wall that suddenly felt as thin as tissue paper. I didn't move. I didn't call out. I lay there with my hand pressed flat against my chest, feeling my heart slam against my ribs, trying to make sense of what I'd just heard. Then 2 sharp taps hit the tailgate, knuckle on steel, clean, deliberate, spaced maybe a second apart. Not the sound of something brushing against the truck or a rock rolling off the bed. 2 taps, the way you'd knock on a door to see if anyone was home. No shuffle of boots, no scrape of gravel, just the taps, and then silence again. I reached for the zipper on my tent and pulled it down 2 inches, just enough to see out. The coals in the fire ring were still glowing, throwing a dim red circle of light across the sand. The truck was a black silhouette against the stars. The tailgate was down, exactly where we'd left it. And standing in the circle of red light, right at the edge of the fire ring, was a figure, tall, shoulders square, head tilted slightly to one side, like it was studying our setup. It didn't move the way a person moves when they've been standing for a while. No weight shift, no adjustment of posture. It was just there, motionless, outlined in red. I couldn't see a face. The light from the coals wasn't strong enough, and the angle was wrong, but I could see the shape of it. Human-shaped, but something about the proportions felt off in a way I couldn't name. The arms hung a little too straight. The head sat a little too high on the neck. I watched it for maybe 10 seconds, not breathing, not blinking, my hand frozen on the zipper. Then it turned, not like a person turns. A person leans first, shifts their weight, pivots on a heel. This thing rotated in place, the whole outline moving as one piece, and then it stepped away from the fire ring and walked toward the wash. The legs moved wrong. The knee didn't bend when the foot came down. It was subtle, but once I saw it, I couldn't unsee it. The stride was smooth and even, but the joints weren't articulating the way they should. It looked like someone walking on stilts, or someone who'd learned to walk by watching a video and hadn't quite gotten the rhythm right. I closed the zipper and pressed my mouth to the wall of Eric's tent. "Eric," I whispered. "Eric, wake up." He stirred. I heard him inhale sharply, and then his body went rigid under the sleeping bag. He didn't say anything, but I could feel him listening, the same way I was. "Something's outside," I said, barely louder than a breath. "I know," he whispered back. I heard it. We lay there in the dark, 2 grown men in 2 separate tents, and we didn't move. The next sound came from the direction of the wash. It was a cry, deep and guttural, the kind of noise a big tomcat makes when it's fighting or claiming territory. I've heard that sound before. I grew up near open fields, and you learn to recognize the difference between a house cat and something bigger, something wild. But this cry cut off too fast. It didn't trail off or rise into a yowl. It just stopped, clean, like someone had hit pause. And then it came again from behind the truck. Same pitch, same length, same abrupt stop. Not like 2 animals calling to each other, but like the same sound played twice, copied and pasted with the timing slightly off. "That's not right," Eric whispered. "I know. What do we do?" I didn't have an answer. Every survival instinct I had was screaming at me to stay put, stay quiet, stay invisible. But another part of me, the part that doesn't like being backed into a corner, wanted to see what we were dealing with. I needed to know if it was a person messing with us, or an animal acting strange, or something else I didn't have a name for yet. "I'm going to unzip and look," I said. "Don't freak out when I turn on the headlamp." "Okay." On 3, we counted together under our breath. 1, 2, 3. I unzipped my tent in one smooth pull, and swung the headlamp in a low arc across the camp. Eric did the same from his side, and for a moment the whole area lit up in 2 overlapping beams. The camp looked normal, fire ring with white coals glowing faintly, truck parked where we'd left it, tailgate down, boots lined up, cooler underneath. No footprints around the fire ring that weren't ours, no sign that anyone had walked through. I stepped out, keeping the light low. Eric followed. We didn't say anything, just moved together toward the wash with our light sweeping the ground. The first thing I found made my stomach drop. In the dust at the lip of the wash there was a single line of bare footprints. human looking. Not small, maybe a size 11 or 12. The toes were splayed a little, the way feet get when someone walks barefoot a lot, and the bones spread naturally. But they weren't alone. The footprints cut straight across a set of fresh coyote tracks, and for several steps, maybe 6 or 7, the spacing matched exactly. Human print, coyote pads, human print, coyote pads. Same rhythm, same stride length. Like the 2 sets of tracks had been laid down by the same thing moving in the same cadence. I crouched and put my hand next to one of the prints. My fingers didn't come close to spanning it. The toes had dug in deeper than the heels, like the foot was landing wrong, pushing off the front instead of rolling through the step. The coyote pads did the same thing for those same steps. Deeper at the front, lighter at the back, and then the coyote tracks drifted away and came back into sync again a few yards later. I measured the stride the way my dad taught me. Heel of one print to heel of the next, 40 inches, give or take. That's a long stride for someone walking. That's a running stride, or close to it. But the depth and spacing were even, no variation, no stumble or adjustment. "What the hell?" Eric said quietly. I didn't answer. I couldn't. I was trying to tell myself that wind does strange things to sand, that distances and angles play tricks in starlight, that there had to be a rational explanation for why these tracks looked like they'd been made by the same set of legs, switching between 2 feet and 4 paws mid-stride. But I didn't believe it. I knew what I was looking at, and I knew it wasn't right. I stood up and backed away from the wash, my light still on the ground. I was maybe 10 yards from the truck when I gave our 2-note whistle, just to let Eric know I was coming back and not to startle. It's a small sound, quiet. We'd only been using it for a few hours. The same 2 notes answered from up the road. Then the same 2 notes came from down in the wash. Not overlapping, not echoed. One, then the other, each with the same clipped little gap between the notes, the same pitch, the same cadence I've used for 15 years. It was my whistle, my call, coming from 2 directions at once. I stood there with the headlamp aimed at my feet, feeling every hair on my arm stand straight up. My hands started to shake. I clenched them into fists and forced myself to breathe. Eric swung his light toward the road. For just a second, the beam caught something at the edge of the packed dirt, a tall silhouette, shoulders square, head tilted, and then it was gone, swallowed by brush and shadow. "We're leaving," Eric said. "Yeah, right now. Yeah." We moved fast but didn't panic. Panicking gets you hurt. It makes you trip, makes you drop things, makes you forget steps that matter. We'd both been camping long enough to know that packing in the dark requires a system, and we stuck to it even though every nerve in my body was screaming to run. I went to the fire ring first. We'd banked the coals with sand, but I wanted to make sure they were dead before we left. I pulled the sand away with a stick and poured the last of our bottled water over the embers, raking them until I could hold my hand an inch above the ring without feeling heat. The hiss of water on coals sounded too loud, and the steam that rose smelled like wet ash and something else I couldn't name. Eric broke down his tent without rolling it, just pulled the stakes and wadded the whole thing into a stuff sack. I did the same with mine. We threw everything into the bed of the truck: tents, sleeping bags, stove, firewood, personal gear. No organization, no care. Just get it in and get moving. The cooler went in last. We swung the tailgate shut and it latched with a metallic thunk that echoed off the butte behind us. That's when I realized my hand was fidgeting with my lighter. I'd pulled it out of my pocket without thinking, and now I was flipping it open and closed, the little click of the hinge loud in the silence. I couldn't seem to stop. My thumb kept moving on its own, and each time the lighter clicked, I felt a spike of adrenaline in my chest like I'd just heard something I shouldn't have. Eric looked at me. "You good?" "Yeah." "Then get in." We climbed in and shut the doors as quietly as we could, seatbelts on, keys in the ignition. I started the truck and kept the headlights on low beam so we wouldn't blind ourselves on the washboard. The engine sounded too loud, too alive, like we were announcing ourselves to everything in a 10-mile radius. I put it in drive and eased onto the road, keeping it around 25. Any faster and we'd hit a rut we couldn't see and blow a tire or worse. The surface was rough, the kind that shakes your teeth and makes the truck rattle like it's going to fall apart. I cracked the windows because I wanted to hear if anything got close. Eric didn't argue. He just sat there with both hands on the door handle, knuckles white, staring out the passenger side mirror. Dust rolled up behind us in thick clouds that glowed red in the taillights. I kept my eyes on the road ahead, watching for rocks or dips that would catch the axle, but I couldn't help glancing at the rearview mirror every few seconds, and that's when I saw it. Between the clouds of dust, in the space where the road was still visible, the figure was pacing us, not running, not sprinting, just moving, keeping up with the truck at 25 miles per hour without any visible effort. The outline was the same, tall, shoulders square, legs moving with that wrong articulation, and it stayed maybe 50 yards back, appearing for a few seconds at a time before the dust swallowed it again. I told myself it was a trick of the headlights. I told myself it was a shadow, a rock formation, a coyote caught in the beam. I told myself anything that would keep my foot steady on the gas and not slam down and send us careening into a wash we couldn't see, but I didn't believe any of it. Twice I caught the figure in the passenger side mirror, closer than it should have been, right at the edge of the road. Same wrong motion, same smooth, even stride, and then it was gone, the wash cutting the light, and I didn't see it again for another 100 yards. Every couple of minutes our two-note call sounded from the side of the road, not from behind us, from the side, like it was running parallel, or ahead, or everywhere at once. The timing was too perfect, too clean, like a recording played on a loop instead of something made with breath and effort. My hand kept clicking the lighter. Open, closed, open, closed. I couldn't stop, and each time I did it, the call came back 2 beats later, like it was counting with me, like it was keeping time. "Don't stop," Eric said without looking at me. "Don't stop for anything. I'm not stopping. If it gets in front of us, I'm not stopping." We passed a small ranch gate with a cattle guard, and a low tin sign I couldn't read in the dark. A dog lifted from the porch and came at the fence, barking in deep, steady barks that carried across the flats. Big dog, working dog. The kind ranchers keep to guard livestock from coyotes and worse. The figure in the mirror changed course. No hesitation, no pause. It veered away from the road like it had hit a boundary, angling off into the scrub and disappearing from the mirror. The dog kept barking and the sound didn't break or falter. It was full-throated, aggressive, the kind of bark that says something dangerous is too close and needs to leave now. We kept driving. The dog's barking faded behind us, and I realized I was breathing normally again for the first time since we'd left the camp. "What the hell was that?" Eric said. "I don't know. It was keeping up." "I know. That's not possible. I know." We didn't stop at the turnout where we'd normally check the tire pressure or stretch our legs. We came up on the curve where you can see Mexican Hat Rock silhouetted against the sky, and then the lights of the gas station appeared ahead like a beacon. We pulled under the canopy and parked right in the wash of the fluorescent lights. Doors locked, windows up, seats upright. No tough talk, no "what the hell was that?" No theories or explanations. Just the tired, shaky silence of 2 people who'd used up all their words a few miles back and didn't have any left. I didn't sleep. I sat there with my hands on the wheel, staring at the gas pumps, while Eric leaned his head against the window and stared at nothing. Every pair of headlights that passed on US 163 made my shoulders jump, even though the drivers were just locals heading to work or home or wherever locals go at 5 in the morning. The sun came up slowly, turning the sky from black to purple to pale blue. The formations around Mexican Hat started to glow orange, and the world looked normal again, like the night before had been something we'd imagined. But I still had sand in my boots. I still had the image of those footprints burned into my head. I still heard my own whistle coming from 2 directions at once, and I still couldn't stop clicking the lighter. Around 8 a.m., a white BLM truck pulled into the gas station and parked at the pump across from us. The ranger who stepped out was older, maybe late 50s, with sun-creased skin and the kind of calm, weathered look you get from spending most of your life outside. He wore the standard uniform, tan shirt, green pants, flat-brimmed hat, and moved with the economy of someone who knows how to pace himself in the heat. He started fueling his truck, glanced over at us and frowned slightly. We must have looked rough. Neither of us had slept. I had dust in my hair and on my jacket. Eric's eyes were red-rimmed and distant. The ranger finished fueling, hung up the nozzle and walked over. He didn't come right up to the window. He stopped a respectful few feet back and leaned slightly so he could see both of us. "You boys doing all right?" he asked. I hesitated. Part of me wanted to say we were fine, that we just had a rough night camping and were heading home. But another part of me, maybe the part that still felt like I was being watched even in broad daylight, wanted to tell him everything. "We're okay," I said. "Just had a weird night." "Weird how?" I glanced at Eric. He nodded slightly, so I unlocked the door and stepped out. The air was already warming up, and the light felt harsh after sitting in the truck. I told the ranger we'd been camped off Valley of the Gods Road and that we'd had a visitor who didn't walk right and didn't sound right. I left out the part about the footprints matching cadence with the coyote tracks. I left out the part about seeing the figure pace us in the mirror. I didn't want him to think we were hysterical or making things up. The ranger listened without interrupting. When I finished, he took off his hat and wiped his forehead with the back of his hand. "You want me to follow you back and check the fire ring?" he asked. "Make sure you didn't leave it hot?" "Yeah," I said, "if you don't mind." "I don't mind. That's the job." We got back in the truck and let him out of the gas station, back onto US 163, and then onto the dirt road that led into Valley of the Gods. Driving it in daylight felt surreal. The formations that had been black cutouts in the dark were now glowing red and orange, massive and beautiful, and completely benign. The road looked like any other dirt track, washboard in places but nothing dangerous. I couldn't reconcile it with the place we'd fled from a few hours earlier. We reached our campsite around 9:30. The fire ring was still there, white ash scattered across the rocks. Our boot prints were everywhere, along with the tracks from the truck. The wash looked like a wash, just sand and scrub and empty space. The ranger got out and walked to the fire ring. He crouched down, sifted the ash with his fingers and nodded. "You did good," he said. "It's cold." Then he stood and walked toward the wash without me saying anything. I hadn't pointed it out. I hadn't mentioned the tracks, but he went straight there, like he knew what he was looking for. He crouched at the edge and ran 2 fingers along the rim of one of the prints. He studied it for a long time, long enough that I started to feel uncomfortable. Then he glanced up the road the way I'd pointed when I was telling the story, and let his breath out through his nose. "Lot of open ground out here," he said. "Sound travels. Distances play tricks." He paused. "You boys not from around here?" "No, sir. Colorado and California." He nodded slowly, like that explained something. He looked at the prints again, at the way the toes dug in deeper than the heels, at the spacing, at the way they crossed the coyote tracks and matched cadence for a few steps before drifting apart. He didn't say anything about animals. He didn't say anything about people. He didn't ask us to make a report or fill out paperwork. He just stood, brushed the dust off his palms, and gave the kind of shrug that said he had a drawer in his head full of things he couldn't put in a file. "If you're new to these flats," he said finally, "camp closer to town." That was it. No explanation, no theory, just advice. He reminded us to stick to existing campsites, pack out all trash, mind the private ranch turnoffs, and keep fires low. He didn't add and don't go looking for whatever that was, because he didn't have to. We understood. He got back in his truck and drove off without looking back. We stood there for a moment, watching the dust settle, and then we packed up properly this time. We rolled the tents instead of stuffing them. We organized the gear in the bed. We didn't take a last look at the wash or try to photograph the prints or pick up a souvenir rock. We just got in and drove toward US 163, took the left toward Bluff, and let the miles do their job. We didn't talk much on the drive north. Eric stared out the window at the passing rock formations, and I kept my hands on the wheel and my eyes on the road. Every few miles I'd glance in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the figure pacing us again, but all I saw was empty highway and blue sky. Around noon we stopped for gas in Blanding. Eric went inside to buy coffee and snacks while I filled the tank. The station was busy, families on road trips, retirees in RVs, a couple of motorcyclists comparing maps, normal people doing normal things. It felt like we'd crossed into a different world, one where the night before didn't exist. Eric came back with 2 coffees and a bag of chips. We sat in the truck with the doors open, eating in silence. After a while he spoke. "You think that ranger knew something?" "Yeah. It didn't say anything." "No. Why not?" I didn't have an answer. Maybe he'd been told not to. Maybe he'd learned the hard way that some things don't fit in reports. Maybe he'd seen enough over the years to know that the desert had its own rules, and the best you could do was warn people without scaring them off completely. "He said to camp closer to town," I said finally. "That's probably all the answer we're going to get." Eric nodded and crumpled the chip bag into a ball. "You ever going back?" "No, me neither." We finished our coffee and got back on the road. By the time we hit Moab, the sun was high and hot, and the events of the previous night felt distant, like a story someone else had told me. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw the figure standing in the red glow of the coals, head tilted, motionless, Every time the truck hit a bump, I heard the 2 taps on the tailgate. And every time I reached for something in my pocket, my hand found the lighter and started clicking it before I could stop myself. Eric dropped me off at the airport in Salt Lake City the next afternoon. We shook hands in the passenger drop-off lane and he said, "Let's do this again sometime." "Sure," I said, "but closer to town." He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Yeah, closer to town." I flew home and tried to put it behind me. I told myself it was just a bad night, that we'd gotten spooked by sounds and shadows, that the desert plays tricks on people who aren't used to it. I told myself a lot of things, but I kept thinking about the tracks, about the way they matched the coyote pads for 6 or 7 steps, same rhythm, same stride, like something had been walking on 2 feet and 4 paws at the same time, about the way my own whistle had answered itself from 2 directions, perfect pitch, perfect timing. I started researching. I read about acoustic anomalies in desert environments, about how temperature inversions can carry sounds for miles and make them seem like they're coming from multiple directions. I read about how cold air and low humidity can make sounds sharper, clearer, more immediate. I read about pareidolia, the human tendency to see patterns where none exist, to interpret ambiguous stimuli as something familiar. None of it explained what we'd seen. None of it explained the tracks. None of it explained how the figure had kept pace with a truck moving at 25 miles per hour without breaking stride. I called Eric a few weeks later. He sounded tired. "You doing okay?" I asked. "Yeah. You?" "Yeah." There was a long silence. "You still thinking about it?" he asked. "Every day." Me too." We talked for a while about nothing in particular. Work, weather, plans for the holidays. Neither of us mentioned Valley of the Gods by name, but it hung between us like a weight we were both carrying and couldn't put down. Before we hung up, Eric said, "You ever figure out what that was?" "No." "You going to keep looking?" "No." "Good," he said. "Me neither. I'm writing this now because I can't keep replaying it in my head every time my house gets quiet. I need to put it down somewhere, get it out, and maybe that will help me stop flinching every time I hear my own voice echo off a wall, or a car passes too slowly on my street. People are going to say the desert plays tricks, and they're right. Cold air carries voices a long way. Starlight flattens distances into 2-dimensional pictures. Animals act strange when they're sick or injured, and people see what they expect to see when they're tired and scared. But I know my friend's voice, and I know how a knee is supposed to bend. I know the difference between 2 animals calling to each other, and the same sound played twice with the timing slightly off. I know the sound of knuckles on metal. I know my own 2-note whistle, the one I've used for 15 years, and I know it shouldn't have answered itself from 2 directions at once with the same tight cadence and perfect pitch. If you want me to put a label on it, there are words that locals use for things like this. I've read about them since that night. Entities that walk in multiple forms, that mimic voices, that follow travelers in open country. But I'm not going to throw those words around to sound cool or informed, because I don't know if they're real and I don't want to pretend I do. What I know is this. Whatever was outside our tents that night felt human in the way that makes your body say no before your mind does. It wanted our attention more than our gear. It called in Eric's voice. It answered in mine. It moved wrong. It kept pace. And when it got too close to something that could fight back, a dog with teeth and territory, it left. That's the worst part, I think. Not that it was there, but that it wanted something from us. That it was trying to communicate, or lure, or test. That it had intent. There's no twist ending here. No return trip to prove what happened. No late-night investigation with recording equipment and theories. A ranger told us to camp closer to town if we weren't used to the open desert, and we weren't. And we left on purpose and kept that promise. I still like the Red Rock. I still go hiking. But if I'm out there after dark now, I keep lights close and fences closer, and I don't whistle. I don't answer if I hear my own voice call back, and I never, ever camp where I can't see the lights of town. The Douglas firs stretched endlessly above us as Gregory and I turned off Highway 26, leaving behind the comforting hum of civilization. Mount Hood loomed in the distance, its snow-capped peak piercing the October sky. We'd driven this route before. Quick weekend trips from Portland when the city walls closed in too tight. But never this far, never this deep into the backcountry where the forest swallowed everything whole. The rental listing had appeared on a Thursday night while I scrolled mindlessly through my phone, nursing a glass of cheap red wine. Authentic wilderness experience. it promised. Total privacy, no neighbors for miles. The photo showed a weathered log structure surrounded by towering pines, smoke curling from a stone chimney. The price was absurdly low, $200 for the entire week. When I showed Gregory, he'd laughed at first, then shrugged. Why not? When's the last time we actually disconnected? The owner's emails were terse, almost dismissive. He'd sent coordinates instead of an address, warned us the access road wasn't maintained, mentioned something about the cell signal dying past rhododendron. Everything you need is there, his final message read. Keys under the mat. Leave cash in the envelope on the table. No signature, no phone number. Red flags maybe, but we were desperate for escape. From deadlines, from traffic, from the relentless digital noise that had colonized every corner of our lives. Past government camp, the pavement gave way to gravel, then to dirt rutted deep with erosion. Branches scraped against Gregory's Honda, leaving thin scratches across the paint that made him wince. The GPS lost signal within minutes, leaving us to navigate by the crude map the owner had attached. A scanned photocopy of something hand-drawn decades ago, stained with what looked like coffee rings. This is insane, Gregory muttered, knuckles white on the steering wheel as we bounced over another pothole. We're going to get stuck out here. It's an adventure, I said, trying to sound convinced. After 45 minutes on the deteriorating road, we reached a point where the path simply became impassable. Fallen logs blocked the way, moss-covered and ancient. Gregory parked in a small clearing, engine ticking as it cooled. Through the windshield, I could see a narrow footpath continuing into the forest, barely visible beneath decades of fallen needles. We shouldered our bags and started walking. The silence was immediate and total. No birdsong, no rustle of small animals, just our footsteps crunching against the forest floor and the occasional distant crack of settling wood. The air smelled of decay and damp earth, that particular scent of Pacific Northwest forests where everything is always in some stage of decomposition, feeding the next generation of growth. The cabin materialized through the trees like something conjured from a fever dream. It was smaller than the photos suggested, hunched low against the earth as if trying to hide. Heavy pine logs formed walls thick enough to stop bullets, their surfaces blackened with age and weather. The roof sagged slightly in the middle, wooden shingles curling upward like dried leaves. Moss climbed the foundation stones, and the two front windows stared out like empty eye sockets, glass filmed with grime so thick it was nearly opaque. Jesus, Gregory breathed, then catching himself. I mean, God. The porch groaned under our weight as we climbed the 3 steps. I found the keys exactly where promised, beneath a rotting hemp mat that fell apart when I lifted it. The lock resisted, corroded with rust, but finally yielded with a protest that echoed through the clearing. Inside, the air was thick enough to choke on decades of dust and mildew and something else. Something organic and wrong that I couldn't quite identify. My eyes adjusted slowly to the gloom. A wood stove squatted in one corner, its iron surface pitted with rust. 2 narrow beds flanked opposite walls, their mattresses thin and stained. A rough wooden table dominated the center of the single room, and on it sat a leather-bound book, its cover warped and mottled with mold. Gregory moved to the windows, trying to force them open. They were painted shut, sealed decades ago and forgotten. Well, he said, voice artificially bright, at least we'll be warm. I approached the book, drawn by morbid curiosity. A guest registry, the kind you might find in a bed and breakfast, meant to collect the warm thoughts of satisfied visitors. The pages crackled as I turned them, brittle with age, entry after entry, dating back to the 1970s. Beautiful spot. Perfect getaway. We'll return next summer. Then, abruptly, the entry stopped. July 1991. The final message, written in shaking script. Enjoy your stay. Nothing after. 26 years of blank pages. Gregory, I said quietly, look at this. He came to stand beside me, reading over my shoulder. His hand found mine, fingers cold despite the afternoon warmth. Maybe they just stopped using it, he offered, but his voice lacked conviction. We spent the next hour making the place habitable, sweeping out the worst of the debris, wiping down surfaces, coaxing the hand pump outside to produce water that ran rust red for several minutes before clearing to something approaching safe. Gregory got the wood stove lit, feeding it dry branches we found stacked against the back wall. Soon heat radiated through the small space, driving back some of the oppressive atmosphere. By early evening, we'd almost convinced ourselves this would be fine. Gregory opened cans of soup on the wood stove while I arranged our sleeping bags on the least stained mattress. We'd pushed the beds together, unwilling to sleep separately in this place. Outside, twilight was falling fast. That peculiar mountain darkness that seems to rise from the earth rather than descend from the sky. We ate by lantern light. We'd brought 2 battery-powered LED lanterns that threw harsh white light and deep shadows. The soup was Campbell's chicken noodle, tasting exactly like childhood, and for a few minutes the familiar comfort of it made everything seem almost normal. Gregory told a story about his boss, something ridiculous involving a misunderstood email and an angry client, and I laughed harder than the story deserved, grateful for the sound of it. Then, without warning, he stopped mid-sentence. His spoon clattered against the metal bowl. I followed his gaze toward the window, the one facing the meadow that separated the cabin from the dense forest beyond. Someone was standing there. Not in the cabin. Outside, at the tree line, perhaps 70 yards distant. The figure was barely visible in the gathering dark, just a silhouette against the deeper shadow of the forest, utterly still, not moving, not waving, just watching. My throat constricted. "Gregory, I see it," he whispered. We sat frozen, spoons forgotten, staring at the motionless shape. It was human-sized, human-shaped, but something about the proportions seemed wrong in ways I couldn't articulate. The posture was too rigid, like a mannequin propped upright. No natural sway, no shift of weight from foot to foot, just absolute stillness. "Maybe it's another hiker," I heard myself say, voice thin and unconvincing. Gregory stood slowly, moving toward the window. He raised one hand in a tentative wave. Nothing. The figure didn't respond, didn't acknowledge the gesture. He waved again, more emphatically. Still nothing. "I'm going to get the flashlight," he said. "Don't go out there." "I'm not. I'm just going to shine it from here." He retrieved the heavy maglite from his backpack, the kind that doubled as a weapon if necessary. The beam cut through the darkness, sweeping across the meadow toward where we'd seen the figure. The grass was illuminated in harsh detail. Individual seed heads, spider webs heavy with evening dew. The light reached the tree line, swept left, swept right. Empty. Nothing there. The figure had vanished completely, impossibly, as if it had never existed at all. "What the hell?" Gregory breathed. We stood at the window for another 10 minutes, scanning the darkness, but saw nothing more. Eventually, reluctantly, we retreated to the table, but neither of us could finish eating. The soup had gone cold anyway, congealing into something unappetizing. Gregory dumped both bowls outside, using the excuse to check the perimeter. When he came back in, his face was pale. "Anything?" I asked. "No tracks, nothing. The grass isn't even bent where it was standing." We didn't speak much after that. Gregory fed more wood into the stove, building the fire higher than necessary, as if heat and light could keep back whatever waited in the darkness. I tried to read by lantern light. I'd brought a paperback mystery, but the words swam meaninglessly across the page. My eyes kept drifting to the windows, searching the darkness beyond for any sign of movement. Around midnight, we finally attempted sleep. We left one lantern burning on the table, turned low but providing enough light to see by. Gregory's breathing eventually evened out beside me, but I lay awake, hyper-aware of every sound. The cabin settled and creaked around us, wood contracting as the temperature dropped. Somewhere outside, a branch snapped. Once, twice, 3 times at regular intervals, too regular to be natural. I stared at the ceiling, counting my breaths, trying to convince myself I'd imagined what we'd seen. Morning arrived like salvation. Weak sunlight filtered through the grimy windows, transforming the cabin from nightmare chamber to merely shabby. Gregory woke with a start, immediately checking his watch. We'd both slept later than intended, exhausted by fear and adrenaline crash. "Coffee," he groaned. "God, I need coffee." We'd brought instant, which we usually avoided on principle, but this morning it tasted perfect, hot and bitter and real. We sat on the porch steps, cupping the metal camping mugs, breathing in steam and trying to reconstruct the previous night with daylight logic. "We were tired," Gregory said. "It was getting dark. Could have been a deer standing weird, or a stump, or someone was standing there watching us." He sighed. "Yeah, or that." After breakfast, he insisted on walking down to the tree line, to the exact spot where we'd seen the figure. I followed reluctantly, skin crawling as we crossed the meadow. The grass was tall, gone to seed. brushing against our thighs as we walked. Gregory reached the trees and began examining the ground carefully, crouching low, pushing aside undergrowth. "Nothing," he called back. "No footprints, no disturbance." But as I approached, something caught my eye. A glint of metal attached to a tree trunk about head height. Gregory saw it at the same moment. We moved closer, slowly, as if approaching something dangerous. It was a length of rusted wire, deliberately wound around the trunk and secured with old square-cut nails, the kind they stopped making in the 1940s. The wire extended from the tree toward the north, disappearing into thicker undergrowth. We followed it for maybe 20 yards before it simply ended, cut cleanly with what must have been heavy shears, the severed end dangling uselessly. "Boundary marker," Gregory said. "Old property line, maybe. But why is it cut?" He shook his head, clearly uneasy. "Doesn't matter. Come on, let's head back." We spent the rest of the morning trying to normalize the situation. We hiked a short loop trail we'd seen marked on the crude map, following cairns someone had built years or decades ago. The forest pressed close, oppressively dense, old-growth firs blocking out most of the sunlight. The understory was choked with sword ferns and salal, creating a claustrophobic tunnel of green. Once we heard movement in the brush, something large, moving parallel to our path but staying out of sight. Gregory called out, "Hello? Anyone there?" The movement stopped immediately. We waited 5 minutes in silence, then continued, walking faster now, eager to get back to the cabin despite our fears. By afternoon, anxiety had settled into my chest like a physical weight. The cabin offered no comfort. Its musty darkness felt like being sealed in a tomb. But the forest outside was worse. We occupied the porch, that liminal space between shelter and wilderness, trying to read, trying to talk about normal things, but conversation kept dying, replaced by long silences where we both listened to the forest's unnatural quiet. As shadows began lengthening, dread crept back like a living thing. Gregory started building a fire in the stone ring beside the porch, gathering wood with frantic energy, as if staying busy could keep fear at bay. I helped, grateful for the distraction, stacking branches and kindling. The fire caught quickly, flames leaping up, casting dancing light across the clearing. Twilight came, that strange blue hour when nothing is quite solid, when the world becomes uncertain. And there, at the tree line, exactly where it had stood before, the figure had returned. Gregory saw it first. His hand shot out, gripping my wrist so hard it hurt. "Oh God," he whispered. "Oh God, it's back." This time I grabbed the binoculars, good ones, Nikons that Gregory had bought for birdwatching, a hobby he'd abandoned after 2 weekends. My hand shook as I raised them, adjusting the focus wheel, bringing the distant figure into sharp clarity. What I saw made my stomach drop sickeningly. It was a man, definitely a man, but something was profoundly wrong. He wore what looked like an old Forest Service uniform, dark green, but it was tattered and stained, hanging oddly on a frame that seemed too thin. The face was shadowed beneath a wide-brimmed ranger hat, features indistinct, but the posture was what terrified me most. Perfectly still, arms at sides, facing directly toward us with an intensity I could feel even at this distance. "What do you see?" Gregory's voice was tight with panic. "A ranger, old uniform. He's just standing there, staring. Is he real?" I don't know. We watched for 10 minutes, maybe longer. The figure never moved, not once. Didn't shift weight, didn't adjust position, didn't do any of the thousands of small unconscious movements humans make. Just stood, watching our fire burn, watching us. Finally, as full darkness fell, Gregory couldn't bear it anymore. He grabbed the flashlight, aimed it at the tree line, and switched it on. The beam swept across the distance, illuminating trees and undergrowth. The spot where the figure had stood was empty, again, as if it had never been there at all. Neither of us spoke. Gregory's hand found mine in the darkness, squeezing so hard his knuckles cracked. We retreated inside, barricading the door with the heavy table, checking the windows were latched, though the flimsy metal fasteners would stop nothing. We huddled together on the bed, both lanterns burning bright, sitting upright against the wall, too afraid to lie down, too afraid to sleep. Dawn couldn't come fast enough. We'd spent the night in shifts, one watching while the other dozed fitfully, jerking awake at every sound. My eyes burned with exhaustion, and Gregory looked worse, face pale, a nervous tick pulling at his left eye. As soon as gray light began filtering through the windows, we made our decision without discussion. We were leaving. We threw supplies haphazardly into bags, abandoned anything non-essential. Gregory was stuffing clothes into his backpack when he suddenly stopped, head cocked, listening. Did you hear that? I hadn't heard anything, but his alarm was contagious. What? Outside. Metal sound. Like someone's at the car. We'd left the Honda nearly a quarter-mile away, down that overgrown trail. Someone messing with it would be audible from this distance only if they wanted to be heard. Gregory grabbed the mag light and headed for the door. I followed, unable to bear being separated, unwilling to stay in the cabin alone. The morning air was cold and damp, our breath visible in clouds. We moved quickly down the trail, Gregory setting a nearly jogging pace. When we reached the clearing where we'd parked, my heart sank instantly. The Honda's hood was up, propped open on its support rod. Gregory broke into a run. I followed, arriving breathless as he leaned over the engine compartment, examining it with frantic attention. His face, when he looked up, was ashen. The battery's been disconnected. What? How? He pointed with a shaking finger. The terminals. They've been unscrewed, deliberately, and look. He reached in, lifting a cable. The connection point had been scraped clean, freshly exposed copper glinting in the weak light. This was done recently. Last night, maybe, while we were sleeping. Terror washed over me in a wave so intense I thought I might vomit. Someone had been here, working on our vehicle in the darkness while we huddled terrified in the cabin. Someone who knew exactly what they were doing, who wanted us stranded. Gregory tried reconnecting the battery, but when he turned the key, nothing happened, not even a click. The battery was completely drained, deliberately run down before being disconnected. He slammed his palm against the steering wheel, the horn producing one weak, mournful bleat before dying. We have to hike out, I said, voice steadier than I felt. The main road can't be more than 5 or 6 miles, and if he follows us, then we run. What else can we do? Stay here and wait? He nodded slowly, accepting the logic even as fear shone in his eyes. We retrieved what little we could carry: water, some food, a first aid kit, the flashlight and both knives from the camping gear. Gregory pocketed his dead phone, knowing it was useless but unable to leave it behind, that last connection to the world beyond these trees. We started walking at a fast clip, following the deteriorating dirt road back the way we'd driven days ago. The forest pressed close on both sides, and every shadow seemed to hide watching eyes. My senses were hyper-alert, adrenaline making everything too sharp, too bright. Gregory walked slightly ahead, head constantly turning, scanning the trees. After perhaps a mile, he stopped abruptly. Look at this. On the road ahead, arranged with obvious deliberation, was a small pile of pine needles, not scattered randomly, carefully stacked in a neat cone shape, each needle aligned, the whole thing maybe 6 inches tall. Recent, fresh green needles that hadn't started to brown. What the hell? I breathed. We moved past it cautiously, as if the pile might explode. 50 yards further we found another, then another. They appeared at precise intervals, marking the road like some demented trail of breadcrumbs. Someone had made these, and recently, within hours, certainly within the past night. This is wrong, Gregory said unnecessarily. This is really, really wrong. We kept walking, faster now, nearly jogging despite the exertion. The pile markers continued, always 50 yards apart, always identical, 20 of them, 30. Whoever made them had invested significant time and effort, had walked this entire road in darkness while we slept, marking it for reasons I couldn't begin to fathom. After 90 minutes of fast walking, legs burning and lungs aching, we reached something that made us both stop cold, a wooden sign, weathered gray with age, nailed to a massive Douglas fir. The letters were faded but still legible. Restricted area, property of U.S. Forest Service, Site 17A. Keep out. Site 17A, Gregory repeated. You ever heard of that? I shook my head. I'd hiked extensively in this region over the years, knew most of the administrative divisions and research areas. This was new. Below the main sign, someone had attached a second, smaller board, much newer, the wood still showing traces of yellow pine color. On it, written in fresh paint, were 2 words: turn back. My mouth went dry. Someone put that there, recently. For us? Who else would it be for? We haven't seen another person in 3 days. We stood there, paralyzed by indecision. Forward meant entering whatever Site 17A was, restricted, officially off limits, marked with warnings, but backward meant returning to the cabin, to the figure that watched us from the trees, to being trapped and isolated. I don't care, Gregory said finally. We're not going back. The main road has to be close. We push through, we find it. We get help. But something in his voice said he didn't believe it would be that simple. Neither did I. We stood at that weathered sign for another moment. Then Gregory took a breath and stepped past it, onto the section of road beyond. I followed, crossing that invisible boundary, feeling as though we'd just made a terrible mistake, but unable to see any other choice. We walked for another hour past the sign, the forest growing denser and darker despite it being mid-morning. The pine needle markers had stopped at the boundary, replaced by nothing, just empty road stretching ahead, curving out of sight through the trees. No birds sang, no insects hummed. The silence was absolute and oppressive, broken only by our footsteps and labored breathing. Finally, Gregory stopped, shoulders sagging with defeat. This doesn't make sense. We should have hit the main road by now. He was right. We'd driven for maybe 40 minutes from Highway 26 to the parking area. Walking back, even accounting for the rough terrain, we should have reached pavement within 2 hours, but there was nothing. Just more forest road, more trees, more oppressive silence. I swallowed hard. I think maybe this road loops. Or branches. Maybe we took a wrong turn. There haven't been any turns. It's been straight the whole way. But even as he said it, doubt crept into his voice. Had we missed a junction? In our fear and haste, had we somehow gotten turned around? The markers had led us this way, deliberately, and we'd followed them like fools following a Pied Piper into darkness. We need to go back, I said quietly. Back to the cabin. We'll wait there. Someone will come eventually. Rangers, maintenance workers, someone. No one's coming. You saw that guest book. No one's been there in decades. Then we'll die out here in the woods. Is that better? He closed his eyes, jaw working. Finally, okay, you're right. We go back. The walk back was worse than the journey out had been. Every step felt wrong, felt like surrender. We moved faster than was safe, practically running at times, driven by some primal need to reach shelter before darkness caught us exposed. The sun was already past its zenith, shadows lengthening. We reached the Site 17A sign as afternoon slipped toward evening. Neither of us looked at it as we passed. Didn't want to acknowledge that we'd ignored its warning and were paying the price. The pine needle markers reappeared on the other side, counting down our retreat like a mocking countdown. By the time we reached the cabin, twilight was falling fast. We'd been walking for nearly 8 hours with minimal rest, and exhaustion made everything feel dreamlike and unreal. The cabin looked different somehow, more menacing, more alive, as if it had been waiting for us to return. Gregory checked the door. Still unlocked, exactly as we'd left it. Inside, nothing had changed except I stopped, staring at the table. The leather guest book lay open now, though I was certain we'd left it closed. And on the blank page, someone had written in fresh ink, "Welcome back." Gregory saw it at the same moment. His breathing became rapid and shallow. No. We checked the entire cabin frantically. The corners, under the beds, inside the wood stove, empty, no one hiding. But someone had been here while we were gone, had left this message, had watched us leave and waited for our return. We barricade ourselves in, Gregory said, voice cracking. We don't sleep, we just wait for morning, and then what? We try again? We keep trying until we die of exhaustion? He had no answer. We moved furniture against the door, the table, both beds, creating a makeshift barricade that would at least make noise if breached. We lit the lanterns, arranged them around the room, eliminating every shadow. Gregory gripped one of the knives, holding it across his lap as he sat against the wall. Full darkness fell, and then, inevitably, we heard it. Footsteps on the porch, not trying to be stealthy, heavy, deliberate steps, boot heels, striking wood planks with measured rhythm, walking the length of the porch, 7 or 8 steps, then silence, a long pause. Then the steps returned, walking back and forth, pacing, someone standing just outside the door, separated from us by thin wood and our inadequate barricade. Gregory gripped the knife so hard his knuckles went white. I pressed against him, feeling his heart hammering, matching rhythm with my own. The pacing continued for 5 minutes. 10, 15, then stopped directly in front of the door. Silence stretched, pulled taut like wire ready to snap. Then came a sound that turned my blood to ice. Scratching, slow, deliberate scraping against wood. Something metal dragging down the door surface from top to bottom. Then again, and again, scoring deep gouges in the wood with each pass. Not trying to break in, just marking territory. Making sure we knew exactly who controlled this situation. The scratching stopped. The footsteps moved away, descending the porch stairs with the same measured rhythm. Then silence. Absolute and total silence. We sat frozen, not daring to move, barely daring to breathe. An hour passed. 2. Around midnight, Gregory finally crept to the window, peering through a gap in the boards we'd nailed over the glass earlier. He stared for a long moment, then returned to me, face drawn. It's standing at the tree line again. Same spot. Just watching. All night? I think so. Yeah, all night. Neither of us slept. We sat in the harsh LED light, clinging to each other, waiting for dawn and knowing with absolute certainty that dawn wouldn't save us anymore. Morning came slowly, twilight stretching unnaturally long, as if dawn itself was reluctant to reach this place. Gregory finally stood, joints cracking, and approached the door carefully. He dismantled our barricade piece by piece, each scrape of furniture across wood making me flinch. Finally, he eased the door open a crack, peering out. "Oh God," he breathed. I joined him at the door, looking over his shoulder. The porch was covered in footprints, dozens of them, overlapping and crisscrossing, pressed deep into the accumulated dust and grime. Boot prints, large, showing a distinctive tread pattern. They covered every inch of the porch, as if someone had paced for hours, walking the same paths over and over, circling the cabin obsessively. And there, pressed into the gap between the door and frame, was something metal. Gregory worked it loose carefully, pulling it free. It was a badge, Forest Service issue. The shield design instantly recognizable, but it was old, badly corroded, the finish flaking away to reveal brass underneath. The eagle across the top was barely visible beneath decades of oxidation. Gregory turned it over. Engraved on the back, still legible despite corrosion, Ranger M. Jenkins, District 7, commissioned 1985. Mitchell Jenkins, I whispered, remembering the guest book, the entries that stopped in 1991. It has to be related. Someone's messing with us, using local history, trying to scare us. It's some sick. But his voice lacked conviction. This wasn't a prank. Pranks didn't involve sabotaged vehicles and messages written in guest books while you were gone. Pranks didn't involve figures that appeared and disappeared impossibly, that stood watch all night from the tree line. We spent that day in a fog of exhaustion and terror. Gregory insisted on checking the car again. Some desperate hope that maybe the battery had recharged. Maybe we'd been wrong. I went with him, unable to bear separation. The Honda sat exactly as before, hood closed now though we'd left it open. Gregory popped it again, stared at the engine, then slammed it shut with a curse. The battery's gone. Someone took the whole thing. It was here yesterday, now it's gone. We were being toyed with, systematically isolated, cut off from every possible escape, kept here for reasons I couldn't fathom and didn't want to understand. Back at the cabin, we ate mechanically, canned beans cold from the tin, too exhausted to bother heating them. I examined the badge while Gregory stared at nothing, turning it over and over in my hands. "We should try hiking out," I said. Different direction this time, not the road. Cut through the forest, head west until we hit something. How far west? 10 miles? 20? We don't have enough water. We don't have a compass. We get lost in there, we die. So we just wait here to die instead? He looked at me with haunted eyes. I don't know. I don't know anymore. That evening, as shadows lengthened once again, I saw something that sent new terror coursing through me. The figure at the tree line. Always before it had been distant, maybe 70 yards away. Now it was closer, much closer. Perhaps 40 yards from the cabin, standing in the meadow itself, no longer bothering with the concealment of trees. "Gregory," I managed to choke out. "It's closer." He came to the window, face draining of color. "Jesus, I mean God, God help us. The figure stood perfectly still, but even from this distance I could make out more detail. The ranger uniform was unmistakable now, the same style as the badge we'd found, dark green, with patches on the shoulders, though I couldn't make out what they said. The hat brim cast deep shadow across the face, obscuring features completely. But the posture, the stillness, it was wrong in ways that made my hindbrain scream warnings. As we watched, helpless, the figure took one step forward, then another, slow, measured, deliberate, coming closer with the inevitability of sunrise. Gregory slammed the shutters closed, fumbling with the latches, but they were rotted and weak, offering no real security. "We leave," he said, "right now. We don't wait for morning. It's almost dark. We'll get lost, we're dead if we stay here. You understand that? We're dead." He started throwing supplies into his pack with frantic energy. I stood frozen for a moment, then began helping, moving on autopilot. Water bottles, food, the first aid kit, both knives, the flashlight. Gregory grabbed the mag light, checked its batteries. The beam was weak. We'd used it too much already, drained it searching shadows. We left everything else. Sleeping bags, extra clothes, books, my journal, abandoned like artifacts from someone else's life. Gregory shouldered his pack, grabbed my hand and pulled me toward the door. We stepped onto the porch, into the gathering darkness, and I immediately saw the figure. It had moved again while we were inside. Now it was perhaps 20 yards away, close enough that I could see how it didn't quite stand like a person should, how the arms hung at slightly wrong angles, how the head tilted with subtle wrongness. "Run," Gregory whispered. Then, louder, "Run." We bolted down the porch steps, into the meadow, sprinting away from the cabin and the watching figure. My pack bounced painfully against my spine, flashlight beam bouncing wildly as I ran. Behind us I heard nothing. No footsteps, no pursuit, just silence. But somehow that was worse. I didn't dare look back. We crashed through the forest blindly, branches whipping our faces, roots trying to trip us at every step. Gregory's flashlight beam carved a jerky path through the darkness ahead, illuminating trees and shadows in fragments. My lungs burned, legs screaming, but terror drove me forward, wouldn't let me slow. After what might have been 10 minutes or an hour, time had lost meaning. Gregory finally stopped, doubled over and gasping. I collided with him, nearly knocking us both down. We stood in a small clearing, breathing like wounded animals, listening. Silence. Complete silence. No sounds of pursuit. No crashing footsteps following us through the undergrowth. Just the rasp of our breathing and the hammer of my heart in my ears. "Do you?" Gregory swallowed hard. "Do you think we lost it?" I didn't answer, because that's when I heard it. A rhythmic crunching sound, faint but distinct. Footsteps, walking not running. Steady, unhurried, but getting closer, coming from the direction we'd run. "Move," I hissed. "Move, move, move." We started running again, abandoning any pretense of stealth. The footsteps behind us never accelerated, never broke into a run, just maintained that same measured pace. But somehow they were keeping up, drawing slowly, inexorably closer. Every time we stopped to catch our breath, the steps stopped too. Every time we ran, they resumed. Always the same steady rhythm, always just behind us. Hours blurred together in nightmare flight. Gregory's flashlight finally died, plunging us into near-total darkness, relieved only by faint moonlight filtering through the canopy. We stumbled over obstacles we couldn't see, fell and scrambled back up. Drove ourselves forward through sheer will. The footsteps never stopped, never varied, following us with the patience of something that had all the time in the world. Finally, as dawn began graying the eastern sky, we stumbled onto a dirt road, not the one we'd been on before, but clearly maintained, showing signs of recent vehicle traffic. Hope surged through my exhaustion. Gregory pointed wordlessly toward the north, and we started jogging, too tired to run anymore, but refusing to walk, driven by the knowledge that those footsteps were still behind us, still coming. Around a bend, miraculously, impossibly, we saw headlights. A vehicle was coming toward us, white, official-looking, moving slowly along the rutted road. Gregory lurched into the middle of the path, waving his arms frantically. I joined him, both of us probably looking like wild animals, scratched and bleeding and filthy. The truck stopped. U.S. Forest Service logo on the door. A man climbed out, older, maybe 60, with weathered skin and cautious eyes. He looked at us carefully, hand resting near something on his belt. Pepper spray, maybe, or a radio. You folks lost? Please, Gregory's voice broke. Please, someone's following us. There's a cabin, and the car was sabotaged, and there's something. Slow down, the ranger said, tone professional but wary. You're saying you're in trouble? Yes. God, yes. There's a man, he's been stalking us for days, and he... Where were you staying? A cabin, off Lolo Pass Road. We rented it online, but there's someone there, and... The ranger's expression changed. Something flickered across his face. Recognition, concern, maybe fear. Cabin off Lolo Pass Road? How far in? Maybe 5 miles? 6? I don't know, we got lost trying to get out. Get in the truck, he said quietly. Both of you. Now. We climbed into the cab gratefully, its warmth and solidity like a return to civilization. The ranger, his name tag read H. Redden, radioed something in code I didn't understand, then started driving, not back the way he'd come, but north, deeper into the forest. Where are we going? Gregory asked. Ranger Station, District Headquarters. You'll be safe there while we sort this out. He glanced at us in the rearview mirror. Tell me everything, from the beginning. We did. The whole story spilled out. The rental listing, the cabin, the watching figure, the sabotaged car, the messages, the badge. Ranger Redden listened in silence, his expression growing grimmer with each detail. When we finished, he was quiet for a long moment. That cabin, he finally said. It's not supposed to be rented. Hasn't been habitable since '92. What happened in '92? I asked, though some part of me didn't want to know. He pulled the truck over, stopped, turned to face us properly. Murder-suicide. Ranger named Mitchell Jenkins. He'd been stationed out there alone for 3 years. Too long. Forest Service doesn't do that anymore for a reason. He went strange, paranoid. Started reporting things that weren't there. Then one night, he found some hikers who'd set up camp illegally on his district. 20-year-old couple from Salem. My stomach clenched. What happened? He shot them. Then himself. They found all 3 bodies a week later when he didn't respond to radio checks. Place got condemned after that, officially closed. No one should have been able to rent it. Gregory pulled out the badge we'd found, handed it forward silently. Ranger Redden took it, turned it over, read the engraving. His face went pale. This is Mitchell's badge. They buried him with this. I was at the funeral. Then how? I started but couldn't finish the question. Redden shook his head slowly. I don't know, but I've heard stories. Other rangers, ones who worked this district. They talk about seeing someone in old uniform out there sometimes, standing watch, like he never left. You're saying it's a ghost, Gregory said flatly. You expect us to believe. I expect you to believe you got lucky, Redden interrupted, that you got out at all. Because others haven't. He put the truck back in gear, drove in silence the rest of the way to the ranger station. It was a squat concrete building, ugly but reassuringly solid and official. Inside he made us coffee, took formal statements, contacted the county sheriff. Other rangers arrived, listened to our story with expressions that ranged from skeptical to carefully neutral. They sent a team to the cabin that afternoon. Found it exactly as we'd described. Dust and decay and the guest book with its impossible entries. Found our abandoned camping gear. Found the scratches on the door and the boot prints covering the porch. Took photographs, measurements, collected evidence. They never found Mitchell Jenkins' badge. When we asked about it, Ranger Redden frowned and checked the evidence log. No badge listed. He showed us his truck, opened the center console where he'd placed it. Empty. I put it right there, he insisted. Right there. I know I did. We stayed at the ranger station that night, sleeping in a storage room on cots they brought in, too afraid to be alone. The sheriff came the next morning, took more statements, asked pointed questions about drugs and alcohol, clearly thinking we'd manufactured the whole thing in some kind of shared psychosis. On the 3rd day, they drove us back to civilization, to a cheap motel near Zigzag, where we could wait for a tow truck to retrieve Gregory's Honda. They'd checked it. Battery truly gone, terminal scraped clean. Theft, they said. Kids, probably. Happens sometimes. We didn't argue, just thanked them and waited for the car. The tow truck brought the Honda back 2 days later, new battery installed. We drove back to Portland in silence, neither of us wanting to discuss what had happened, both of us trying to convince ourselves it had been some elaboration of natural events. Squatters, maybe, or someone living rough in the forest who'd gotten their kicks terrorizing tourists. That lasted about a week. Long enough for the scratches on my face to scab over, for the bruises from our panicked flight to fade to yellow, long enough to almost sleep through the night without jerking awake at every sound. Almost. I was at work. I'd gone back reluctantly, taken grief from my boss about the sick days, when my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. I almost deleted it without looking, assuming spam. Something made me open it instead. The message contained a photo, grainy, taken through glass. It showed Gregory and me sitting at the cabin table that first night, eating soup by lantern light, visible through the window. We hadn't known anyone was watching, hadn't seen anyone outside, but someone had been there, close enough to photograph us, standing in the darkness mere feet away. Below the photo, a single line of text. Enjoyed having you visit. Come back anytime. My phone slipped from numb fingers, clattered onto my desk. Around me, coworkers looked up curiously, then returned to their tasks. I stood on shaking legs, walked to the bathroom, locked myself in a stall, and tried not to vomit. When I'd composed myself enough to return to my desk, I saw another message had arrived, another photo. This one showed Gregory and me sleeping, curled together on that narrow bed, taken through the window from outside. We looked so vulnerable, so helpless. The angle suggested the photographer had been standing on something to see in, had deliberately positioned themselves to capture this particular shot. The text with this one, sweet dreams. I called Gregory immediately. He was at his office downtown, tried to sound calm and reassuring, but I could hear the fear beneath his words. Don't respond. Block the number. I'll call Ranger Redden, see if they can trace it. But we both knew tracing wouldn't matter. Whoever, whatever, had been in those woods with us, they were still there, still watching, still waiting. That night I couldn't sleep. I lay in our apartment, safe, locked, urban, and stared at the ceiling, seeing the figure in my mind, standing at the tree line, drawing closer, those measured footsteps following us through the forest, patient and inexorable. Around 3 a.m., my phone lit up again. I didn't want to look. Made myself wait 5 minutes, then 10, before finally checking. One more photo. This one showed the window of our apartment. My apartment, where I'd lived for 3 years, where I'd thought we were safe. The angle suggested it had been taken from the street, looking up at our second-floor window. Tonight, the timestamp said 2:47 a.m. The text, not that far. Found you. I showed Gregory in the morning. We called the police, filed a report, showed them everything. They were sympathetic, but ultimately helpless. Harassment, they said. Stalking. But the photos showed no identifiable person, contained no explicit threats. They'd increase patrols in our area, they said. Keep an eye out. But there was only so much they could do. We discussed moving, changing cities even, Seattle, or maybe California, starting over somewhere new. But we both knew it wouldn't matter. Whatever had attached itself to us in those woods, it had followed us home, was still following, would keep following. I deleted the messages, but couldn't delete the memories. Some nights I'll be drifting toward sleep and I'll jerk awake, certain I heard boot falls on the pavement outside. Or I'll be walking home from work and feel eyes on my back, turn and see nothing but crowds of commuters. But the feeling persists. Gregory installed extra locks on all our windows, got a security system despite the expense. It helps, a little, enough to sleep sometimes at least. But we both know locks and alarms won't stop what's coming. Because it's not about protection, it's about patience. Whatever Mitchell Jenkins became out there in those woods, however you want to explain it, ghost or obsession or something else entirely, it's still watching, still waiting. We went into its territory, and it marked us, claimed us, made us part of its endless vigil. The photos arrive irregularly now. Sometimes weeks pass with nothing. Then my phone will light up at 3 a.m. and there it is. Another image showing us through a window, captured from shadows. Reminder that we're never truly alone, never truly safe. The most recent one arrived 3 days ago. It showed me walking to my car after work, taken from perhaps 20 feet away. I'm clearly visible, but there are other people in frame too. A couple walking past, a man checking his phone. None of them saw the photographer. None of them noticed anything wrong. The text said, soon, I don't know what that means. Don't want to know. But I find myself looking over my shoulder constantly now, scanning crowds for a figure in old Ranger green, listening for measured bootfalls following behind me on empty streets. I sleep with lights on, wake at every sound. Gregory's the same. We're eroding together, wearing down under the patient pressure of whatever won't let us go. Sometimes I dream about the cabin, see it standing there in the forest, waiting, the door hanging open, boot prints covering the porch, and beyond the tree line, always watching, that figure stands in perfect stillness, patient as stone, knowing we'll come back eventually. Because whatever else it is, it's stronger than us, more patient. It has all the time in the world, and we're already running out. The last message I received, 2 hours ago, contained no photo, just coordinates. I recognized them immediately. Latitude and longitude marking a spot deep in Mount Hood National Forest, and one word: waiting. Gregory's phone buzzed at the same moment. He showed me the screen silently. Same coordinates, same word. We sat together on our couch, in our locked apartment with its security system armed, and knew with absolute certainty that eventually, maybe tonight or maybe in weeks, we'd go back. We'd follow those coordinates. We'd return to those woods. Because Mitchell Jenkins isn't done with us yet, and some part of us, the part that walked past his warning signs, that ignored every instinct screaming at us to leave, knows we were never meant to escape at all. We're just on borrowed time now, counting down the hours until we return to finish whatever story started when we first saw that figure watching from the trees. The cabin is still there, I know it is, and Mitchell Jenkins is standing on that porch, boots leaving prints in the dust, staring toward the city where we're hiding, knowing what we're coming to understand. Some things that watch from darkness never stop watching, never stop waiting, never let go. And we went too deep into his territory to ever really leave.